Everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy. Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
People love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. That's right. It's Monday News Day. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of word around town. There's a lot of word around town. Many people are saying, many people are saying that many people are talking about how I'm back. That's right. It's Monday News Day, and I'm freaking back, baby. I'm back. That's what a lot of people are saying. And by God, they are right. We are so back. The boys are back in motherfucking town, baby. I'm back. Looking like a motherfucking admiral from the One Piece. Looking like Admiral Akainu. I'm thinking I'm back. Korea War veteran hat on. Gucci shirt out the wazoo. We're back. It's Monday. It's News Day. And there's a lot of news to cover. There's a lot of One Piece to cover as well. Not a lot, but a little bit. Because I'm still all over that Punk Hazard sequence. There's a Oda interview with the One Piece Luffy guy. There's a lot going on in the world, and we're going to talk about all of it. But before I get started on everything else, This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. That's right. Took a day off on Saturday for myself. And then that day off on Saturday turned into a day off on Sunday, also for myself. Now, of course, I still made some content on Sunday. We made the Fear and podcast happen. But in the aftermath of that, I was supposed to go to the Streamys, and I decided not to go because I was not feeling well. But let me tell you, folks, undoubtedly, I'm thinking, without a shadow of a doubt, I'm well rested. I'm feeling much better now. I'm thinking I'm fully back. That's right. So let's get started on that. So Friday, I ended the broadcast. Spent the entirety of Saturday doing a lot of fun stuff. And by that, I mean actually one type of fun stuff. And that is, I have a new addiction. Now, this new addiction is not One Piece. Not One Piece at all. This new addiction, on the other hand, is... You might have guessed it. It's not Baldur's Gate. It's motherfucking Yakuza Like a Dragon Ishin. Oh my god. After I started playing Cowboy Bebop, after I started watching Cowboy Bebop, I moved on to more Watanabe productions. I started watching Samurai Champloo. And I had this thing sitting in my fucking Steam Deck for the entire past like couple of months. And I thought to myself, I think I would take a gander. Yakuza 3 has been so bulky, so clunky. After playing Yakuza 0, Yakuza 1 Kiwami, Yakuza 2 Kiwami, I couldn't get into Yakuza 3. It was way too fucking clunky. It was way too bulky. It was too much of a change of pace for me. Maybe it isn't for other people. Maybe they love the story of the background with the kids and the orphans and all that, but it wasn't for me. So I dove right into Like a Dragon Ishin. Now, this is a remaster as well. This is also a remaster. For those of you who are wondering, this is not a full remaster. It's not a full remake, but it's a reskin basically of a 2014 game. It has nothing to do with the main plot whatsoever. But I was very invested. I wanted to play something where I felt like a fucking samurai. I wanted to feel like a real samurai. This is a spin-off with all the same characters, like they're still mo-capped, same vibe, same style, but this time it's like placed in the, I guess, the Edo period, or is it the Meiji? It's not the Edo period. It's like it's Edo, but like end of Edo, it seems. Like, it's the end of the Edo period where, foreigners are coming in on black ships and things are changing in Japan. And you are this samurai, Ronin, who originally is from Tosa, who goes in to the big city to find a guy who assassinated your pops. So, it's awesome. It's fucking so much fun. At first I thought I wasn't going to like it because it is also a little clunky because, like I said, Yakuza 0 is such a perfect game, and Yakuza 1 Kiwami, Yakuza 2 Kiwami do such a good job of, like, remastering that, no, not Tulsa, chat. Tulsa! But yeah, it's really good. I've heard Lost Judgment is another spin-off series that is really good as well, where you're a detective. Moon played 5 minutes of this on stream. These are not great stream games, man. This is like reading a fucking dense book. Okay? It's not like a great stream game, I'll be honest. Like, a lot of people talk shit and say it's historical fiction with all the characters of Yakuza playing the parts of historical figures. And yes, it's the end of the Edo period during the Bakumatsu Reformation. Yeah, I don't know enough about Japanese history, but it definitely got me very excited and very invested in what the fuck was going on. The thing is, like, this is not even like a visual novel, really. It's hard to explain, but it just doesn't. It's fine. I'm not even going to talk about it. There's no reason to justify it. To you guys, I'm the content creator. You guys are the content watchers. Enjoy the content, and that's it. Anyway, how is your back feeling? My back is fine. My neck. My neck hurts a little bit. My neck has been hurting. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what it is. But it's just like I have to do some movement in the beginning, in the mornings, to basically fix my neck up a little bit. That's it. It's just old man shit, I think. Vaxxed? Yes, vaxxed. Anyway, I don't know if it's a pinched nerve or anything like that, but like as soon as I move my neck in the mornings a little bit, it goes away. Like it's no longer that big of an issue. So I think it's just like a movement thing. It gets cold, it hurts. Whatever. It could be my family. Yes, my family being here might be the main problem. It could be it could be a bad pillow situation. I don't know. I haven't really tested it. So I did not go to the Streamys yesterday. Yesterday I woke up late and I shot the podcast, and the way I was planning it, and this is a real sad story, but the way I was planning it is I'm going to do the podcast in the morning or midday, which we did, right? And then after that, I was going to go directly to the Streamys. But after the podcast, and I had like got Marat dressed up in the Yoji Yamamoto fit. Like I gave Marat's my +1 always to these events. So I got Marat dressed up in the Yoji fit. The one that I still haven't worn actually, with like the pants and everything. And he was dressed down the wazoo. We were ready to go. And then after I shot the podcast, the Fear End episode, I was dying. By the end of it, I couldn't do it. I had to bail last second. However, while I had to bail last second, seems that it was very eventful. I didn't watch the stream as I was laying in bed sleeping, but as far as I understand, I won one. Bro, they had the worst clips of you? Really? Yeah. Elon booed live at VCT? Todic POV? No way. Yeah, I heard Elon was at fucking VCT.
Yeah, those are my kids that were on the stream earlier.
Oh, wait, they just put in Elon Musk.
What?
They're just showing
It's
Elon.
Unity! Where is that?
Oh,
That's right under this, I think.
there's some booze.
Oh my god.
They're
Very
booing him.
controversial figure.
Uh-oh.
From what I understand, the crowd was chanting "Fix Twitter," Elon fix Twitter, and booing him, which is awesome. Like, my man wants to be king of the nerds so bad, and little does he realize that, like, he is just king of the dorks. I think I saw a tweet something like that summarized it perfectly. Anyway, so guys, stop posting the One Piece live action thing. Kaya popped off bigly 5.4
When you have a
million,
dog
and you train her really well, but you also lead her into believing that she's a lap dog. And at first she's like 10 pounds, 20 pounds, and she is a lap dog, and it's very cute. That's fine. But then she becomes 55 pounds at the early age of 5 months, and she still thinks she's a lap dog. She just ends up doing lap dog shit, even though she's almost 60 pounds now. I actually don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do when she's 100 pounds and she wants to lay on my lap. Oh. When you have a dog, and oh, that's so cute. I haven't seen a dog match her owner this perfectly. She is a lap dog, perfectly cozy. Imagine feeling sad, and if she comes over and pulls all 100 pounds of yourself on her lap and hugs your neck, you know everything will be okay. Yeah, I mean, it's true. This guy wanted to address every single thing I just mentioned in the intro, like in the blast off period. He went and he's like, 9 Anime TV has all the anime episodes of movies subbed and dubbed. They're ahead of One Piece dub on Crunchyroll. I'd also say, though, out Yakuza 3 cuts because it's the worst, but the story's worth it. And 6 is amazing. You just want to watch the story recaps. Thanks, man. Thank you. Kaya workout update. Yeah, I mean, Kaya has made a lot of friends, a lot of big dog friends. I posted on Saturday. You might have seen it. And she loves... She loves fighting. She loves playing. She plays all day. Todek is not here. Yes. Followed the Extra Life drama? Absolutely not. Guys, I was 100% completely removed from the internet this entire weekend. It was awesome. I think that's what it was. I don't know anything that happened. I only found out about the Jacksonville shooting this morning. Like, that's how checked out I was. I spent the entire weekend working out, using the steam room, using a sauna, playing basketball, and then playing Yakuza Ishin. You can skip the Extra Life drama. Other streamers have it covered. I mean, what is it? Is the drama that they're embedding viewers? Yes. Hello. I've been saying that for like, I think, 3-4 years now? That's not new drama. It's just like, it's not even drama. It's just a thing. And then people always get mad at it when they first find out about it. And then they realize that, like, you know, that Twitch's not doing anything about it. They don't give a shit about it. And that's it. Like, they always embed. They embed off their website. Why do you think they have like 45K fucking views? And you look at the chat and there's like nothing going on in the chat. What the fuck? Hasan Piker stuns in new photo. This guy he's out of control. Lolo, you can't do that, man. God damn it. That's too much. I feel a bit called out by this. I'm not gonna lie. There's that, but they also downvote other wikis on Reddit like BG3. Bro, this guy said no gum today. This is out of control parasocialism. Like, I have it right here. That's insane. That's insane. That's not what I look like, man. Is it? Is this what I look like? Fuck. God damn it. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. We're back. We're live. We're alive. I'll blast off and let's get started because there's so much to talk about. Nah, he has a better stash. He does have a better stash. It's a whole different thing. That's his own thing. I'm thinking of, like, is there anything else that I need to think of? Oh, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Why are you acting like that's not you in the... Okay, you better chill. Okay. Boy, has a lot happened. Talking about DeSantis getting food at the Jacksonville shooting memorial. Vivek getting owned all over the news. Trump watch. And my Streamys news category. Victory. Get in now. There it is. Dude, I've been trying to get the guys, the landscapers to come and fucking trim the goddamn hedges for like months now, even though I pay them and they just don't show up. And now they finally are doing it. They're finally trimming it, and it's so fucking loud outside. It's not even, it's crazy. No, I've been straight scammed. Like, I'm the worst. I'm the worst at, like, doing shit. I'm the worst at doing shit. In many respects, I'd be the best boss, but also the fucking worst. Because, like, you could just, like, get away with not doing anything, and I'll just be like, please, just, like, can you please come at some point? Like, it would be very nice. You can hear it when I talk, really. It's been, like 3 months. They come in. They pick up some of the leaves off the hedges. They dump it basically in the pool, according to my pool guy, who gets very mad at them. They're like duking it out. Like the pool guy and the yard guys they're fighting. They're fighting each other. There's like drama amongst them. Anyway, I blasted off. Let's get started. Cause it's been a minute. You know, I have a lot to cover. Ben Affleck may be a fan of yours. I fucking doubt
I'm
it.
a KO man right now, but yeah. And Ray
Yo, he's just like me for real. Wait, maybe he is a fucking... Dude, imagine Ben Affleck is a HasanAbi head and he started Valorant because he started watching me and that's why he's a KO main.
I think Ray's is like the other main. I'm a little promiscuous with who I main. You know what I mean?
Bro, what do you mean? That's me, though. Wait, that makes... Is there anyone else that went from Raze to KO? Yeah, I got Vivek flailing on NBC Meet the Press. I'm going to fucking talk about that because there's a lot to talk there. Ben, are you in here? Be honest. Ben, if you're in here, you know, I'll see you at the Illuminati meetings, but, you know, I don't know why you're ducking me at the Illuminati meetings, right? Like, that's kind of odd. Because I'm at the Illuminati meetings, you know what I mean? I run Twitch, and I run communism. Getting into Valorant from watching you is like getting into politics by watching Misgift, just playing. No, I think that's valid. I mean, I'm more of a Matt Damon guy myself, but hey, fuck it. Ben is fine too. This is Ryan Gosling here. Do you just not care about me anymore? Listen, Ryan, you're yesterday's news. I know you're a big seer guy. You know what I mean? Listen, Ryan. I know you're a big time seer boy. Last time Seer and I duked it out in the realm of Marvel Snap, I fucking snapped his back. Okay? Like Tom Hardy in that Batman movie. And yet, that wasn't enough for you to jump ship. So, for that reason, I've moved on. I've moved on from you, Ryan. I've moved on from you, Ryan. I'm now a Ben and Matt Damon guy. Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Those are my guys. Anyway, there's a comedian I follow. He had a podcast recently with an ex-CIA agent. And he kept talking about how socialism sucks. It was hilarious. What do you mean, Joe Rogan? What fucking Ryan are we talking about? Ryan Gosling. I did break his motherfucking back.
You want me to look at you dead face? I was Hasan's ugly friend who went to bars with him and watched him leave with women.
Okay, dude. But he's not ugly. He's just like, this is ridiculous.
You're not ugly. You're not ugly. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Yes, see, this is what I mean. He's not ugly. He just loves getting gassed up. Okay, that's what it is. I mean, I'll let him have his roses. Okay, that's what this is.
You think the model at a bar is like, oh, Hasan, you 6 foot fucking human mattress? Let's get out of here. Oh, yeah, and bring your 5'11 ginger friend who's sweating a lot.
Okay, I was sweating a lot too. Get the fuck out of here.
I want to get doubled down on. Bring the 5'11 ginger kid who made me laugh.
Okay, the way he's bringing that that's crazy. First of all, he's not even 5'11. He's just like, what a liar. He's not even 5'11. No man is 5'11. Every man is 6 foot tall. Okay?
I want to see what his dick looks like. It's not how the real world fucking works. It's not how it works.
There's no man is 5'11. No woman is 5'11 too. All women round down to 5'10 and all men round up to 6 foot. Like, they're 5'11 as a height is not a real height. If someone says they're 5'11, they're probably like 5'9, okay? Which is totally valid to say. No man is 5'11. It is an unwritten rule that you round up 6 foot or round down to 5'10, no in between. $5'11 is a state of mind, yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna do Ron DeSantis getting heckled and booed. I guess we can start off before we do anything. I mean, I won the Streamys for news again. I unfortunately wasn't there. A lot of people were there. Like, I love going to shit like that. I actually duked it out. It's kind of funny. I duked it out and I defended the Streamys against Cutie, who was very upset on the podcast. Big drama, by the way. You guys should watch. Then literally didn't go to the fucking show, which is so funny. Like, I actually defended the honor of the Streamies and then ended up not going to the Streamies. But yeah, there was a lot of people there, and I enjoy seeing people from all around. Like, the RDC boys were there. Fucking XQC showed up and I didn't, you know what I mean? H3, I heard, got robbed. They gave the podcast award. The Streamys get the best podcast to Shetty during ad break. Double disrespect. We out of this bitch. Come on. It's pretty funny that I think Ethan also met Shetty behind in the backstage situation. There was a Shetty meetup. There was a Shetty linkage that happened. Markiplier was robbed and made a joke tweet about it. Streamys was a cringe fest. Terrible. Brother, we are a cringy ass industry full of fucking nerds. Like, what are you talking about? It's a bunch of nerds that won incredibly the biggest lottery of all time, okay? You're literally talking about people who have been sitting indoors and making content all the way from like 0 audience members to like hundreds of thousands to millions, okay? Of course, when you get all of those people together and make them wear expensive designer shit and sit in a fucking room, it's going to be cringe because the award ceremony is a cringe concept. It's cringe when Hollywood does it, and those people are actually fucking cool. You know what I mean? Like, think about it this way. Hollywood gets some of the coolest individuals on the fucking planet together in a room, and even then it's fucking cringe. Don't say, yup, not cool. Like, those people are cool. Like, what do you mean? Chris Hemsworth's not cool? Really? That's what we're, like, that's what the world has gotten to, where you're sitting there in your fucking crusty-ass boxers that you haven't changed since last week, and you're like, cool, Hollywood. These guys, I mean, they're not cool. What do you mean, dude? They're like fucking gods. Like, let's be real. In comparison to us, okay, you, myself, people online, like, yeah, these guys basically stand like fucking gods amongst us, okay? Like, let's be real. Like, they are on a different level. It's not just even wealth. It's also, you know, the different sciences that they are engaging in. I feel like they got magic going on, alchemy or some shit. Anyway, I feel the same way about athletes too. Yeah. Anyway, so even then, it's just like every chatter saying this will melt if they saw any celebrity. Why are you lying? Yeah. Chatters will be like, celebrities are not cool. What the fuck are you talking about? And then, like, I see how you react around me, and I'm not anything in comparison to these fucking celebrities, like real celebrities. You know what I'm saying? So, like, don't give me that shit, okay? You come up to me and you're shaking for a fucking photo. You would probably perish if you saw Chris Hemsworth in the wild, okay? Like, I don't know. I mean, I would perish if I saw... actually, that's not true. Not all celebrities are trash, though. Yeah. So my point is this. Yeah, award shows are always going to be cringe. I just like seeing a lot of the people in this industry that I haven't seen in a while. Like I said, RDC boys were there. That would have been fun to hang out with them because I haven't seen them since the last time I did the Streamys. I love collaborations. You know, you get to talk to them in person, and you're like, let's make something happen. There's a lot that we can engage in. And it ultimately creates more content opportunities for you guys. So, on that note, every time we meet, we're going to get engaged, Hasan. I know I have no chance with Chris, but ... Leak which name your price stop you'll be at, and it better be Miami. Okay, I'm not leaking shit. What is this? Speed apparently got down on his knees to beg the Twitch's CEO to unban him. This is like, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but okay.
If you don't unban me, he's done.
I used to work at a production company, comedy club in LA. I got to meet Bill Burr, Tiffany Haddish, Jeff Ross, Craig Robinson, etc. They were all dope. People are cabin if they say they don't care about celebs. Listen, there are a couple people that have got me shook when I met them in the real world. I will admit this. It's not, you know, it's embarrassing. Jon Stewart was one of them. Okay. I think now if I saw him, it'd be different. But when I met him in person, I could not say anything. This was like many, many years ago. No, Joe Rogan was not like that at all. But Jon Stewart was one. If I saw right now, out of all the superstar celebrities that I love and adore, I think I would perish if I met Bill Burr. If I saw Bill Burr, I would die. I would die on the spot. I would have a fucking aneurysm on the spot. And that's pretty much it. Other than that, not really. No, Dua Lipa and shit, like, no, that's fine. Like, that's exciting, but that's not, like, gonna cause me to fucking collapse. Like, I don't give a shit about that. LeBron is another one, probably. I would probably die. If I met LeBron, I would die on the spot. Like, I think you guys are mistaking, like, you guys are mistaking, like, my interest or fascination or curiosity with, like, you know, someone who I would have a very hard time, like, keeping composure with if I was in their presence. Like, Dua Lipa is not one of those people that I would be like, oh my God, I can't speak or anything like that. I'm not, like, that big of a simp. You know what I mean? LeBron, on the other hand, would cook me. No, Jeremy Corbyn, no. Like, Bernie Sanders, Jeremy Corbyn, those are people I would love to interview, could talk to, wouldn't be like that. But yeah, Bill Burr definitely. I got weak legs on Bill Burr for sure. Vince Staples is actually a perfect example of someone who I like in the celebrity sphere that I think perhaps completely unreasonably that I think I would get along with really well if we balled out, if we hung out. It's like one of those. That's one of the people that I think perhaps completely unjustifiably I would
No, you would not.
be good friends with. Okay, what is this?
HasanAbi.
This is a man who's definitely has a lot of experience being handcuffed and knows that like he has to move it around a little bit to get some circulation going.
Iron Mouse.
This was fun.
That's my
I know
clip.
just the place.
That's my clip that they use.
It's time to cruise. What do you say?
Wait, I didn't win this.
Are you not down to cruise with me? What the?
I show speed.
I didn't know it took stamina like this.
I Show Speed won this.
How did he doing that? I quit. I don't want to do this anymore. Somebody help me.
Kai Sinat.
Oh my God. On the last day of Black History Month at that, 300,000, bro. Nobody has ever done 300,000.
Ludwig.
You know I love YouTube. I'm just playing hard to get. Sometimes
Kai
your
won.
ex, you know, I'm just seeing what she was up to. That's all. But it's always been me and you, Susan. I've always said that.
Quackity.
Surely I could just try out this bug. Come on. It's late at night. There's no...
Wait, which category is this? Kai won one category that I was in, and then I Show Speed won the other category that I was in, and then I won the news category.
I are you? Please, just let me.
Tarek.
Or no, Quackity won one, right? No, I wasn't on the I Show Speed one. Quackity won one of the categories that I was in. Yeah, I was wrong.
A minute. Oh.
Valky Ray.
People are hitting on me. Not just any people. This street is full of babies. 21-year-olds, fresh out the womb.
And XQC.
Next time, make crepes. It's not that big of a deal. I hate pancakes. This is Gorpinzo, dude.
These clips were not great. This is Streamer of the Year.
And the winner is, oh my God, K-Say-Nat.
K-Say-Nat? She did not say K-Say-Nat. That's insane. No, the disrespect. What the fuck? I would have expected that from the white lady. What is going on? This man is a fucking institution. He's like a dynamo. This is the event you're defending. That's wild. That is hilarious. Anyway, so yeah, that's the event. She's the NPC TikTok girl. Yes, ice cream tastes so good. Oh, wait, that's the ice cream tastes so good lady? Yes. Shouts out to Dylan Mulvaney. She won. Dylan Mulvaney won like best breakthrough content creator or whatever. She deserves all of it. Much respect. It ain't easy being a trans person in the crosshairs all the time. It's so not easy that like if Matt Walsh got a hold of this, they would have bomb threaded this. Okay, let me be very clear. Okay, if Matt Walsh knew that like Dylan Mulvaney was up for an award, they probably would have fucking bomb threaded the building. Okay, so because that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with respect to how the right moves, how the right operates in this day and age, where they're just like, oh, there's a trans person there, bomb threat, hit the fucking bomb threat button. So yeah. Probably the only person in that room hated more by the right than you. Yeah. So, the ice cream girl recently Googled herself and was surprised that her OnlyFans content is plastered all over the internet. Yeah, I saw every fucking right-wing, annoying, like, rap-adjacent account and like culture account be like, this whore like didn't realize that like once you put whore content online, it's everywhere. You whore, lol. And it's like, I don't know. I didn't watch her video, the Ice Cream So Good ladies video, but I feel like she wasn't even mad that like this shit was online. She was mad that it was like online for free, which is an IP issue at that point. You know what I mean? Like she's making content, she's paywalling that content, and then people are just like stealing it. And I think that's more what she's upset about. It's not like she's fucking posting it and then going, oh my God, people see my titties when I post it? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Of course. Like, but because she's a woman online, and I mean, this doesn't mean that she doesn't have like cringe ass takes or whatever. I'm sure she has, you know, plenty of cringe takes. Which content creator doesn't? I'm not even like defending her or anything like that. But, you know, she's, a Quebec woman too. Quebec being the more important part here. So I'm not going to defend her that much. But, you know, it is what it is. It happens. It's just people don't recognize like sex workers as human. So they're just like, oh, she's mad that people can see her titties. It's like, no, you idiot. She's mad that people can see her titties for free. Okay? But that's going to be like a weird segue away from some very fun and interesting nudes. What am I saying? Oh my God. Because we are going to get into some serious news now. It's called sex work, not sex charity. Goddamn. Yeah. All right. Her kid's going to be living so well. That's all she cares about. Yeah. Dr. Jordan Peterson debating the caucasity of other Hasan. Wait, what? Oh, Mehdi Hasan. You are not black and you are not Asian. What's left? Caucasian. It's not that difficult. Wait, what? Why is Mehdi Hasan not Asian? Of course he's Asian. Jordan Peterson is not an American. He knows better. He knows Jordan Peterson is from a country where someone like Mehdi Hasan would absolutely be called Asian. Okay? Of course he's Asian. What the fuck? That is so funny. No, this is an American perspective. If you're from the United States of America, okay, you don't know how to categorize brown Asian people, okay? You don't know how to categorize someone like Mehdi Hasan. Is he Indian? Or, I mean, he's Muslim, but I don't know if he's Muslim Indian or Pakistani. I think he's Muslim Indian by way of the UK, okay? So he's like doubly Asian on that front because you absolutely in the UK know that South Asians are Asian. They call, like, in the UK, when you say Asian, the first thing that comes to mind is not like East Asian. It's South Asian. You know what I mean? So he's definitely doubled up on being Asian on that front. And I didn't call you white. Not that I care. I pointed out your true color is tan, which it is. More or less like mine. What? Bro. Yo, he's going crazy. And your idiot, a white man comment, implying that I have no right to notice whatever the hell your color is not the least bit intimidating or damning as far as I'm concerned. Bro, this is hilarious. They're like debate lording Mehdi Hasan not being Asian. What the fuck? Wisdom won fashion, and then you won
fashion and style. Wisdom K.
If you have any intention of making skinny jeans work, you
My
need
God.
one thing: a pair of boots. My brother in Christ.
I love those boots. I have those same boots. They're the best. YSL buckle boots are the goated boot. You can wear it permanently for the rest of your life. Very expensive, but high key a good purchase if you have enough money and you care about that kind of thing.
News. HasanAbi.
We have to collectively get together as a society and say, no! Like they're misbehaving puppies. We have to spray them with a water bottle.
breakout streamer, Phantom.
Expired signs, expired tags, it's a myth.
Yeah, this is the ad break winner awards. They don't put the news category up as like a main one. So yeah. More or less like mine. Yeah, I love this guy being like, this guy talking about Mehdi Hasan like they're the same race, you know? Can you stop reacting and do some content, please? Haram. Okay, take an hour off. See? I take 2 days off, okay? And I come back, and normally in a situation like that, I would blast that dude. And instead, what do? Give me an hour off, you know? It's good. Okay, he doesn't cover live shootings. You know better. Stop linking. Yes, I am not going to be talking about the UNC active shooting situation that's going on, apparently. I'm not even sure exactly what's happening. But from what I understand, there is a live shooting occurring at UNC at the moment. I am not going to cover it. I never cover live shootings. You should know that. Usually I wait. The only time I cover anything about live shootings is like if it's breaking news. I usually will look at the misinformation that's going on. I usually look at the misinformation that's going on and try to reason with people and try to explain to them what is actually happening. Walt Disney VFX artists have voted to unionize, by the way, which is great news. Congratulations. I love seeing union momentum in the VFX part of the industry. It's kind of funny that I've talked quite a bit about how people are moving towards VFX and like greatly relying on the VFX side of the production, specifically because it is one of the last non-union aspects of the production. And the fact that they immediately so quickly capitalized on all of the labor momentum happening on other aspects of the industry is basically the reason why these guys hate this kind of labor action. The reason why the bosses absolutely despise labor action is because it has, unlike anything else, a tendency to really kickstart labor momentum in other aspects of production where people go, wait a minute. Yeah, it is infectious. Wait a minute. They are unionizing. They get to exercise bargaining power. We don't have that kind of power. If I'm a VFX guy in the United States of America, I recognize that there's more and more there's more and more opportunities for someone like myself. Technology is improving. However, VFX can be done anywhere, right? VFX can be done anywhere. And they're going to outsource that shit so fucking fast. I better get some kind of labor power to collaborate with the other unions, to get recognition from the other unions, to ensure that this kind of work stays within the American plants, I guess, the VFX plants, the American operations. So that's really good. I think that this is really, really, really good. This is really, really, really exciting stuff. Okay? My boyfriend works at a popular fast food chain and was really interested in starting a union with other coworkers. When he reached out to union organizers, they told him he unfortunately couldn't do it because he's a manager and managers can't participate in unionization efforts. It's really disappointing, but when we looked it up, it's true. Do you know if there's anything else that can be done in the situation? Well, yeah, your job as a manager is quite literally to not allow unionization to happen. But as a manager, maybe he can talk to his own workers. And like, the problem is if he talks to his own workers and they end up unionizing, he's going to be put in a very weird position where like he might actually lose his job unless he does, unless he engages in like some level of union busting. Like, in spite of the fact that all managers are just workers themselves, they are supposed to represent the antagonistic interest of the bosses. You know what I mean? Yeah, managers can't / shouldn't tell workers you should start a union, but can definitely say union positive things and stay out of the way of it, or not report unionization efforts, etc. So yeah, I did a thing, want to stream me too. I know. Okay, let's get to some serious news. I've been like avoiding talking about this harder than avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which I'm not avoiding really. I'm going to run that top of the hour ad break right now, and then we're going to move on to some serious news right now. What happened in Jacksonville, something that has happened many, many times over. And as far as the breaking news from UNC goes, I'm just going to give you guys an update on it. Chapel Hill, UNC. Oh, wait, first, hold on. Let me just run the fucking ad break. I'm all over the goddamn place. I'm so ADHD right now. It's out of control. But yeah, the update is that the suspect is still at large, armed or dangerous, on or near UNC Chapel Hill campus. Shelter in place is still in effect, as far as I understand. As Americans, students. That's all I'm gonna give you guys on this situation, and then we'll get to that when there's more real time updates happening. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's get started on the other news. Another mass shooting. Investigation into racially motivated shooting that occurred. There's newly released security footage showing the moment a self-proclaimed white supremacist shot and killed 3 black people at a Jacksonville Dollar General store before killing himself on Saturday. Of course, this is the United States of America. You know, everybody does shootings. But, of course, you know, white supremacists do way more than other groups. The far right is very good at racially targeted, racially motivated hate crimes, and you know, that's what's going on. The kid, as far as I understand, the white supremacist piece of shit, he originally went to a historically black college, and security told him to fuck off. So then he moved into a Dollar General store. The reason why his manifesto is out and about in broad daylight is because he released it. He released it ahead of time. So if you come in here and you want to debate and be like, what about the trans shooter in Nashville? Like, well, they didn't release it. So there's not really anything you can go off of there. It's clearly not racially motivated. The swastikas on his gun weren't drawn clearly. Right-wing nutters. Yeah, right-wingers have been going crazy mode on this, of course. Not defending it, but saying, don't make this political. Don't make this political. What does this have to do with, you know, right-wing violence? I don't get it. Speaking of which, though, of course, we are in the United States of America. More than 25,000 people have been killed in gun violence so far in 2023. And more than half of all gun violence deaths this year were deaths by suicide, as always. So just remember that. What do you mean 25K? What the fuck? Guys, there have been 131 mass shootings with 4 or more people wounded or killed so far in 2023 as well. We're breaking records, baby. #1 country on the planet. Best at doing white supremacist acts of violence. Best at doing mass shootings. Best at gun violence. Best at gun deaths. 25K by August is pretty high, I think. Yeah, it is. But I'm saying that, like, guys. This is the United States of America, baby. If they were telling me, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people are dying to heart disease, I'm like, yeah, of course. Of course that's the case. You know, we're America. Just in as of this past weekend, the United States has now eclipsed 25,000 plus gun injuries for the year, an average of over 100 non-fatal shootings each day. From the Gun Violence Archive itself. Now, obviously, a lot of these different trackers have different metrics. That's why you'll see like 28,000 in certain points, or you'll hear 25,000 in certain different points. But, you know, let's get started with this one. An investigation is being conducted into the racially motivated shooting. As you guys already know, when the cops immediately in the aftermath of a shooting say that this was racially motivated, You bet your fucking ass it was racially motivated. So much so that, like, the kid literally was probably saying, the dude, whoever the fuck it is probably saying, I am here to do a racially motivated shooting, okay? Because it's not like police are really excited at the prospect of immediately saying this is a hate crime. They're not. If anything, they themselves engage in a lot of that themselves and would rather not say that something is a racially motivated shooting unless it is very obviously racially motivated. He literally had swastikas on his gun, as far as I understand, yes, and he released his manifesto to the media beforehand. So very clearly what happened in this situation is yet another instance where it's like very clearly telegraphed as a racially motivated white supremacist act of violence.
This morning into the racially motivated mass shooting in Florida. A white gunman killing 3 black people in a dollar store and then turning the gun on himself.
Community leaders gathered last night to remember the victims, including a 19-year-old store employee, along with a young father of a 4-year-old girl. Alex Prochet is live in Jacksonville with the latest. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Robin. Yeah, the family of that young father is in shock. This community is hurting. One resident telling me yesterday that the only thing getting her through right now is faith.
This morning, this newly released security footage shows the horrific moment a self-proclaimed white supremacist shot and killed 3 black people at a Jacksonville Dollar General before turning the gun on himself. Authorities investigating Saturday afternoon's deadly rampage as a racially motivated hate crime, one that has left this predominantly black neighborhood reeling.
Our community is grappling to understand why this atrocity occurred. I urge us all not to look.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that confusing. I'll be honest. Like why would it be at this point? I mean, it literally happened. It happened in Buffalo. Identical terms. Identical conditions, identical terms. Fuck it. Even the dude looks the same. You know what I mean? It's always the same disgusting little fucking basement-dwelling Nazi cretins that are so personally wronged. Like, they spiritually feel like modern society, modern liberal society has wronged them for not giving them what they believe they are worth. When there's a mismatch with what they thought they were supposed to have as white men and what society has given them as white men, they turn into, we were Vikings, I was a fucking Viking in a past life, I am the superior race automatically, and you should respect that. It's a coping mechanism that is infinitely dangerous, infinitely more dangerous than any other type of coping mechanism in a society that was built around white entitlement and white supremacy. If this is the alternative on the other side is nowhere near as damning or damaging because the alternative does not have structural violence backing this kind of behavior. Okay? Just want everybody to understand that. Like the people on 4chan immediately would be like, oh, what do you mean? Like, we was Kangs. Like, it's like there is no equivalent because there is no structural support afforded to black people to enact systemic violence on white people as there is structural support and systemic violence enacted on black people at the behest of white supremacy. Okay? It just doesn't work that way. It only goes one direction. You might not like it. You might feel like this makes you lose a debate or whatever, but it is just the reality. Okay? How do you rehabilitate someone like this if he survived? You move him away from this environment. You move him away from the online community immediately. If you didn't see some of the evidence that the right is denying is on his gun, scroll down to the last picture. Yeah. People are of course like first he went to Edward Waters University. He was told to fuck off, and then he went and he found a dollar store. Shooter's father called the police after the shooting started. He had swastikas on his gun, obviously, and numerous other random carvings on his gun. Yeah, it's such a classic story at this point. I mean, it's been happening nonstop, especially under the Trump administration. It happened quite a bit. And it's only upping the frequency because we just have no way to deal with it spiritually, okay? There is a multitude of different reasons for why this kind of thing happens in the United States of America with way more frequency than anywhere else. Obviously, mass availability of guns is one of them. But if you want to talk about if you want to have a more holistic approach, there's a couple different reasons. One, the white entitlement not matching the white material conditions that certain people experience, where they are like, why am I being wronged when, my parents told me I'm supposed to amount to something so much better than this? I'm not getting this. I'm not getting, the output does not represent what the input is supposed to be like, or what the input promised me. Okay, there's that aspect. And then America's interest in violence. America is a spiritual problem as well with respect to how much violence that we do overseas, how much violence that we even do domestically and totally normalize in the hands of the police, how much violence that we do overseas to other people, and the negligence or the disdain that we feel for those victims of violence overseas. That kind of thing, of course, is going to have a genuine negative consequence in the minds of Americans. If there's so much violence all around you and you've normalized it, you are of course going to act out in this way. Okay? Overseas violence perpetuated by the U.S. Armed Forces has always been ignored and almost glorified. Exactly. The shooter had also been previously Baker acted, forcibly hospitalized for psychiatric issues, yet he could legally purchase the guns. Well, that's very Florida. It's nice. Anyway, so, yeah, we also do a lot of structural violence to the poor and the homeless. We do a lot of racialized violence to black people, brown people in their communities that police are basically occupying like an occupying force. All of this has created a perfect environment for these kinds of things to happen over and over and over again. You know what I mean? That's it. We have more prisons than colleges. UNC school shooters still active. I'm in a classroom. Yeah, if you're in UNC, keep your head down. I don't know what else to say other than that. So, this shit happens everywhere. Fucking libtard. Yeah, you're right. I'm a fucking libtard because I think that it's very odd that we have had 25,000 people killed by guns so far when we're like basically just past the halfway point of the year. That's why I am a libtard. I'm talking about a white supremacist terrorist today, and while I'm talking about it, there's another mass shooting happening at UNC right now. There's chatters in here that are fucking watching under a goddamn desk in their fucking classrooms, and you're calling me a libtard for being like, that shit's fucked up. Yeah, you're right. I'm a libtard because bullets should be hailing literally every day, and we should just have Kevlar umbrellas for it and move on, because we're red-blooded patriots or something. I don't fucking know at this point. Incredible stuff. Thank you. Thank you for normalizing this kind of shit that occurs on a daily basis.
For sense and a senseless act of violence.
Police say the suspect, 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmetter, first arrived at Edward Waters University, a nearby historically black university, at 12:48 p.m. and put on a bulletproof vest. Police using this video as part of their investigation, showing the suspect getting dressed before the shooting. Campus security confronts him, tells him to leave, and later notifies law enforcement.
EWU flags down JSO officer and says there's a suspicious person on campus. He had an opportunity to do violence. In EWU, he did not.
At 1:08 p.m., surveillance video outside the Dollar General shows the shooter, without warning, firing 11 rounds into 52-year-old Angela Michelle Carr's Kia, killing her. The gunman then walks into the store and shoots 19-year-old employee Arnault Joseph Legary Jr. And minutes later, after multiple witnesses flee out the back of the store, 29-year-old Gerald Gallion enters, the shooter killing him and missing his girlfriend.
At 1:14 and 23 seconds, the suspect enters the office. At 1:18, the suspect texts his father and says, use a screwdriver to get into my room. The father enters the room and finds a last will and testament of the suspect along with a suicide note on his laptop.
The family eventually calling police, but by that time, the rampage was over. The shooter taking his own life as officers arrived on the scene. All of this carnage happening in a little over 10 minutes. Investigators finding writings on the gunman which they say contained racist and hateful ideology, as well as a painted swastika on one of the firearms. They say the suspect was involuntarily held for 72 hours at a mental health facility as a minor in 2017, but that he had no prior criminal history and purchased his guns, a handgun and an AR-15 style rifle, legally.
There was no criminal record, nothing. There was nothing that we could have done to stop him from owning a firearm, a rifle, or a handgun. There was no red flags.
It was hatred.
Bro, what do you mean? Wait, what? Brother, sisters, if you are 5150'd, you should not be able to buy a gun legally. Okay? Sorry. Like, literally, if you are involuntarily held, you should not be able to buy a gun legally. What do you mean? And it doesn't matter. Even if you're fucking suicidal and not a danger to others, you still shouldn't be able to buy a gun legally. You want to know why? Because what the fuck are you going to do with the gun? You're going to kill yourself with the gun. That's it. More than half of the fucking gun deaths in this goddamn country are suicides. Have you played the same part where the chief starts going hog about guns? Guns don't kill people, people kill people. Yeah. Guns just make it much easier. We're definitely about to get some That's Ableist chatters. Remember, chat? Yes, we're being ableist right now. You should not have a gun. Oh, yeah. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, dude, I'm ableist. Blind people should not be able to fucking drive cars, okay? Ableism. It's fucking awesome. Okay, there you go. I said it. I am 100% an ableist when it comes to depressed people, clinically depressed people owning fucking firearms in their homes. Okay, sorry. You know, no shot. Nope, not allowed. There are plenty of fucking veterans in this chat who will also agree with me. What the fuck do you mean? There's also plenty of veterans who won't agree with me on this because, you know, they love guns. But it's fucking ridiculous, dude. Do not own a firearm. There's a reason why when I click the run the ad button, you get, if you're a veteran, you get a fucking ad which is like, hey, please, the VA will give you a free lock on your gun case. And that in that 1.5 second of you, the time it takes for you to unlock your fucking gun case, you will be reminded not to kill yourself. That's America's way of dealing with veteran suicides, okay? That's how fucked up the situation is. Like, it's insane that, like, we can't really do anything. We can't really do anything about it. We're not going to offer enough mental health care. We certainly can't stop you from having guns. So the VA has made an ad campaign where it's like, hey, guys, we'll give you a free lock for your gun case if you have one, so that, you know, in the 1 second to 30 seconds it takes for you to unlock your gun case, you'll reconsider shooting yourself in the fucking mouth. That's America's solution to PTSD suicide with a gun. Okay? We do not care. You will not touch this country. You will not touch this country's treats. Guns are treats. It's so perfectly crafted as an identity. It's not an accident that 25,000 gun deaths have happened so far in the middle of August. It's not an accident. It's by design.
For this individual who lived in another county and do a senseless act, it's just unacceptable.
The grieving community reflecting on the lives lost, like Gerald Gallion, a father of a 4-year-old daughter. loved ones saying she was everything to him.
When you look at this situation, knowing that you have to tell your granddaughter, how do you make sense of all that?
I don't know. I'm just gonna have to pray and ask God to give me the words and the strength to sit her down and tell her, because she's so young. And all she.
Gun deaths by suicide and mass shootings have been a problem for quite a while. It's such as school shootings, man. It's been a very long time. Oh yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's just school shootings. I've never said it's just school shootings. I always talk about how it's the fucking. It is literally the tip of the iceberg. Okay, school shootings are just the tip of the iceberg. It's just like the most unjustifiable version of a structure that is like infinitely unjustifiable from top to bottom. But that is like the maximum level of unjustifiable, bro. We had a fucking kindergarten mass shooting. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, it is so fucked up. Like, that's it. There's nothing else. After that, there's nothing else. That is so much violence, so much pure, unadulterated cruelty. You can't do anything after that.
He knew it's her dad.
That grandmother tells me that they still haven't figured out how to tell Gerald's 4-year-old daughter the news. She's dreading the conversation. Now, as for this investigation, the FBI is now looking at this as a hate crime. Rebecca.
Alex Perche. Thank you, Alex.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts.
Anyway, DeSantis did a fucking Jacksonville shooting vigil, which was like his own Pete Buttigieg moment, I guess. Like, you know, I know there's a shooting at UNC, chat. I know. I know.
We're going to ask the governor if he would come now and bring remarks.
Well, thank you for doing this. I want to just say to the councilwoman, I got you. Don't worry about it. We've already been looking to identify funds to be able to help, one, make sure there's adequate security for Edward Waters College. We are not going to allow these institutions to be targeted by people.
Okay, listen, y'all. Let me tell you, we finna put parties aside, cause it ain't about parties today. A bullet don't know a party, so don't get me started. Okay, Jacoby is nice, but Ann is not. Now, if the governor wanted to come here and he bringing gifts to my community, y'all know I'm taking the gifts, because we've been through enough already, and I don't want to go through no more. Now, y'all just be quiet just a minute and let the governor say what he gonna say, and we gonna get this party started. You hear me? Okay, let's do it.
So we have already.
She's in a weird predicament because, like, you know, this guy's a fucking giant piece of shit, and you know, he has played a role in white supremacy thriving in his state, like personally utilized it as an opportunity to you know, make campaign messages, but also at the same time is like, well, he's the governor, you know what I mean? He has to give fucking money. It's a weird position. Lady, he ain't bringing shit. He's just there to farm what votes. It doesn't matter. By design, in order to farm votes, it's nasty. It's a nasty situation, but by design, in order to farm votes, he will actually probably put funds towards that community. It's really fucked up, but that is America. And at a certain point, you have to be fucking pragmatic. Not that she's doing the right thing there. I mean, but there's no other situation where you have to play ball with the governor. You know what I mean? You have to play ball with the governor, who himself currently is running a national campaign and wants black voters to vote for him as well. And that's part of the reason why he has to fucking dump money into that region, to make it seem like he gives a shit, while simultaneously playing this song and dance where he hypes the racial agitation. He hypes up the racial agitation as much as possible.
He identified funds from the state of Florida. I've been in touch with Dr. Face.
He's also doing the weird, like, he's so fucking gross. I'm so glad they booed the shit out of him, by the way. He is so gross because he's doing, like, his like, politician stump speech voice. Where he's like, we have identified funds and we're giving it to Jacksonville. Like, what are you, fucking insane? You think they're supposed to cheer after that? Like, you're expecting claps? Yeah, here, by the way, I know I haven't seen this yet, but I'm willing to bet that this guy didn't fucking hate DeSantis all that much, because over the last year, neo-Nazis in Florida who have openly shown their support for DeSantis, and he has refused to condemn them. Instead, his campaign featured a neo-Nazi symbol. Now a neo-Nazi shot and killed 3 people in a racially motivated mass shooting in Jacksonville. You know what I mean? Because, like, I haven't seen his manifesto yet, but it's not like Ron DeSantis has been openly shitting on the Nazis that are protesting all around Florida and saying they love Ron DeSantis. When neo-Nazis openly carried his campaign flag, DeSantis refused to condemn them and attacked journalists for even asking him about it. He said that people trying to smear him by even asking him to condemn neo-Nazis. So yeah, no one likes him, Lamau, not Trump, not the GOP, not the fucking public, only Nazis. Yeah, young Republicans are super groiped up, okay? They are incredibly groiped up. They're like unbearable fucking Nazis. They're unbearable fascists. They're incredibly nerdy about their fascism. And they like Ron DeSantis because they think he's like a clinical fascist who's going to go in and enact their will like he has done in Florida. You want to know why? Because they're fucking stupid. They're in a goddamn echo chamber, and they think people respond positively to this level of, like, out and about, openly directed fascist violence in America right now. Now, there might be an appetite for it in the future. It certainly seems like it, but you still have to mask it, okay? You have to push the institutions to enact a white supremacist agenda while simultaneously denying that it exists. The moment that you go out and you fucking hit the Sig Heil, it's over. Every fucking old racist is going to look at that and go, that's gross. What are you doing? The Nazis are the Democrats, not us. That type of shit. That's why most Southerners utilize Confederate imagery to invoke the same feelings, okay? It's more of a spiritual defense of the South and Southern culture and heritage. It's Southern pride. It's not white pride. You know what I mean? Even though it's very obvious what they're fucking defending. Maybe some of them don't know because it's that personally embedded in their educational structure and that personally embedded in their media. But I think Newsom played ball with you and your friends. Wait, what? Newsom played ball with you and your viewers? What are you saying? Understand that even racists don't like to be called racist, okay? Racists don't like to be called racist because once you are marked with like being a backer of like Nazism, KKK, all this shit, it's over. You can't win over anybody else at that point. The only other people you're talking to are people that are just as fucking brain broken as you. And when you're in these like insane echo chambers online, you end up hyping each other up. Okay, fuck Hasan for real. You're right, brother. You fuck me for real, dude. I know. It's really fucked up because I'm saying insane things like racism is bad. I know. It's really messed up. For real, though. It is, you know, it's not like I'm making a bold assertion here. I'm just saying that, like, racism is bad, and it's so bad that even racists recognize it's bad, and they don't want to be fucking called racist. And at this stage, at this day and age online, you can say something like that, which most people should agree with, Even motherfuckers will turn around and be like, nah, actually, it's a bad take, brother. Racism is good, actually. Like, what is that your opportunity here? Is that what you're trying to say? That racism is good? Fuck Hasan for real? Anyway. So. Anyway. Where the fuck were we? Neo-Nazis across Florida have been engaged in terror campaign against the LGBTQ community and the Jewish community. They have regularly shown up outside of drag events and projects swastikas on the buildings in Jacksonville. The mass shooting is not isolated. The shooting yesterday is a manifestation of the putrid hate and bigotry that has festered in Florida for the last 2 years, that has been emboldened and inspired by DeSantis. The media needs to hold him accountable for this because so far they have failed to. Now, as much as we make fun of little Rhonda being absolutely fucking rizless, okay? And how he is just like pathetic, unlikable, all this shit. So are the rest of these fucking Nazis, okay? So they, in their own echo chambers, have created a false narrative, a false reality, where like, no, actually, people will believe us, and they will see our actions, and they will think it's cool and awesome. Because they are completely isolated from normal individuals in society that they personally think this kind of shit is actually good and that it would get, mass popularity. It will reach mass popularity until they go out and protest in the wild and they get their shit pushed in and they get like either arrested like January 6th or they do the Charlottesville situation, Unite the Right rally. And then they realize, oh, fuck, there's actually a much larger counter protest. And they go too far, and then they're relegated back into the fucking shadows. This is also why anti-fascism is important. Because you have to show them that they are not popular. You have to show them. You have to stop them from trying to gain momentum. You know what I mean? But this is an issue with our extremely isolated, extremely alienated, hyper-atomized online communities, okay? There is no way that you believe more than half the things you say yourself. Yes, I'm faking it. I'm faking what I am describing right now when you are most likely probably a product of exactly what I'm saying. So just listen to my words, please, okay? I am also an extremely online person, okay? So I get it. I get how attitudes fester in the darkness, okay? I get how in an echo chamber online, in a Discord circle, you might fool yourself into thinking that there is a lot more broad momentum and public support for idiotic, esoteric Nazi ideologies that you might believe in or fascist ideologies that you might believe in. But that is not the case, okay? There's a reason why a lot of people talk a big game online under the guise of anonymity. And then the moment that like one of those 4chan guys or 8chan guys actually goes out in the wild and gets arrested for doing something, every other person in that community turns around and goes, oh, dude, no, that's not one of ours. That's a gay loser. He's a Fed. He's a federal agent who's also a homosexual man and a fucking loser. He's not like me at all, actually. And it's like, no, he's exactly like you. He's identical to you. He's acting out the desires that you espouse on a daily basis online. The problem is, he was crazy enough to fucking go out and do it. Okay? That's it. And when a light is shined upon a person like, a person exactly like you, you realize how the broader community views your fucking insane, sweaty, nerdy version of fascism. Okay? That's it. That's it. You look like a giant fucking loser. The cockroaches scatter when a light is shined upon them. Immediately, they move away. They're like, oh, that's not like one of ours at all, actually. Okay? So, it's always something that you need to remember. And in order to get away from that, you have to get away from these extremely online circles that you engage in. Okay? They think that saying what their grandparents believe is transgressive. No, that's where it starts. These people move beyond that, usually. Okay? It starts off by, you know, basically saying whatever the fuck your dad is repeating from Fox News or whatever the fuck your grandparents are saying about, like, gay people or whatever, and it moves into something that has to be a little bit more transgressive, has to be a little bit more culturally disruptive. So you can't just be like a regular old racist, because then you're just a regular old Republican voter. You have to move the needle to an area that is weird. And that's why you're like, oh, well, I like Francis Evola. It's like, you know, mysticism and you know, esoteric fascism. It's like, no, you're just desperate for an identity, and you got into a unique circle that fed your hyperfixation. And instead of your hyperfixation being fucking trains or planes or any kind of normal autism shit, you chose fascism, you chose racism, you chose nerdiness, okay? It's like, oh, I read Culture of Critique. It's so brilliant. Oh, my God. And now I'm like a weird Nazi debate lord online. It's like, dude, how do you not see that that is not good for you? It's not good for your mind. It's not good for you spiritually, okay? You are going down a dark path. At the end, this is what you end up doing. You gather around with a bunch of other losers just like you, and you do this kind of shit, okay? It's not good for you. Hey, don't fucking drag autism by saying there's a connection to fascists. Watch it. Okay, chill the fuck out, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. Calm down. Anyway. You know exactly what I mean. Stop immediately making it yourself, okay? Making it about you. It's like, wow, I can't believe you said I'm a fascist. Isn't that what I said at all? Stop pearl clutching. Let's continue.
Jason, we're going to be announcing some stuff tomorrow morning, which I think will help not only with security, but also an attempt to help these families. The fact of the matter is, you know, you had a major league scumbag come from Clay County up here, and what he did.
Major league scumbag that has been to all of my rallies. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he is, but.
What he did is totally unacceptable in the state of Florida. We are not going to let people be targeted based on their race. We are going to stand up, and we are going to do what we need to do.
Go ahead, bro. Tell them how the real racism right now is like the people targeting white people, actually. Come on. Go ahead. There was one guy who at least had the bravery to do that, fucking Vivek Ramaswamy, who is just so nutty with it. And we're going to get to that in a second.
To make sure that evil does not triumph in the state of Florida. And that means we are going to work with Edward Waters so that they have whatever security they need. In Florida, we've already given a lot of money to Jewish day schools because they've been targeted with anti-Semitism. Well, let me tell you this. You are not going to target HBCUs in the state of Florida and get away with it. We're going to hold you accountable. We're not going to let it happen. And we thank what everybody's done, TK, the mayor, and just know that the state of Florida stands with the community. Help is on the way. God bless you all.
They're booing him.
Now to Maui.
So before we get into, obviously, Maui, there's a lot more that I want to cover on this issue. Let's get to Vivek Ramaswamy. So we talked about we talked about little Rhonda getting booed and heckled, but let's get to Vivek Ramaswamy, who, wait, where the fuck is it? I thought I had it. Where? Does anyone have the link of Ramaswamy on Cuck Todd? The highlights? And then also Dana Bash. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Ron the Satan. Hold on. Governor Ron DeSantis just now got a very tepid reception of the vigil for the victims of yesterday's shooting. He was also getting jeered some, prompting City Council member Jacoby Pittman to chide the crowd. Some larger context, DeSantis pressured the legislature to pass a congressional map that, for the first time in decades, wiped out a Jacksonville district that allowed black voters to elect the candidate of their choice. He was staring at those constituents directly in the face. There it is. They're now rep by some goober on the north in an entirely different county, and of course a Republican. Not that I think this will leave all that much of an impression on the man, but it was good the governor saw that unenthusiastic reception and heard the jeers. He made it explicit political policy ambition to rob those people of their political power. He has robbed them of their political power. He has made it illegal to fucking learn about their history correctly. All of this does not have an immediate fucking response, okay? Because as Americans, we immediately look at action, reaction, action, reaction. What is the tangible impact? What do you mean? Banning CRT is the reason why this shooting happened? I'm not saying that, okay? I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it works in unison, okay? If you live in a country that was founded on white supremacist values, if your country did a lot of white supremacist wrongs, racial violence, racial targeting in general, systemic discrimination, which it barely accounted for and barely even educates its children on, then of course these kinds of manifestations are going to keep happening. When people go, it's not enough that cops are fucking occupying black communities. It's not enough that they are systematically left impoverished, underfunded. It's not. That's not enough. I want more. I want more violence. And people like Ben Shapiro ask for more violence, but they do it in a civil way. They ask for structural violence that is happening. Efendim. Hayır. Tamam, evet, doğru. Murat'ın da eşyaları var. Evet, onları da koy. Onları da götür. Hepsini götür. Tamam. Teşekkür ederim. Sorry. As I was saying, did the shooter write a manifesto? Yes, he did. I think he wrote multiple manifestos. But it is already at the heart, already at the core. And if you never right those racial wrongs, then of course more people are going to feel the need to express their desires in this way. Okay? Same thing could be said for Palestinians under Israeli rule. Absolutely. You see it. You see it there as well. You see it all around the fucking... You see it all around the world. You definitely could ask Ron that question. Do you think that the erasure of black history in schools has radicalized these Nazi Republicans to take action and erase living black people? No. I don't think Ron DeSantis' like immediate actions created this shooting. Ron DeSantis' actions on that front will create shootings in the next 10 years. Do you understand? Because that hatred was always there, and maybe Ron DeSantis' actions embolden fascists to think that they have more broader popular support than they actually do, because they see themselves in little Rhonda, a fucking antisocial nerd who is enacting a very bloodthirsty agenda at the legislative level, at the state legislative level, right? And they think, oh, yeah, this guy is just like me for real. Maybe that level of emboldenment, maybe that level of galvanizing does occur, okay? But ultimately, it's a much larger problem. And there are numerous different angles that you can tackle, okay? You can tackle the mental health aspect. You can tackle hyper-isolation, hyper-atomization that is occurring in our society. You can tackle the material conditions. You can tackle the gun part of the problem, Okay? Because this issue is not born out of a singular action-reaction situation. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants that black and white narrative. You want to understand. If there's one issue that you can point to, however, it is white supremacy. Absolutely. But it's not born simply out of that. Okay? It's not born simply out of that. It's not just like this guy, white supremacist, now he's a fucking murderer. That oversimplifies it. Okay? It's not good versus evil. It's not just like, a black and white situation. Okay? The problem is we do not tackle a single aspect of the premise. We do not look at any of the issues or try to fix them. We don't do it. We just purposely turn around, turn the other cheek, act like it's not happening, or when it's happening, look for like different conspiracy theories. Please look at the juxtaposition of these data points. Economic cost of gun violence per person and the cost of progressive policies. We could do all these progressive policies to improve real material conditions and make sure this type of violence never happens again, and you still come out saving money. It doesn't matter, dude. It makes sense, but it doesn't matter. Brother, it's like public transit, okay? If you spend money on public transit and it's it's available and used by the public, then all of a sudden traffic is going to be alleviated, so you can drive your fucking car better with ease. You can get to places faster with your car if you want to. It will improve commerce. It will improve the economy. And yet we don't do it. Americans are just allergic to good things, okay? And we're dumb enough, and we've been so primed. We've been so fucking primed into believing that like good things are bad for us that we don't even think about it. Okay? You just can't do that. I didn't even mention how public transit would improve pollution, because that's another issue where it's like climate change will impact you personally. It will impact you personally, okay? You do not live out in space. You live on the planet. You live on planet Earth. It's coming for you. And yet, people don't want to think about it. It is much easier to avoid it. It's much easier to not think about it. And say, no, that's some commie bullshit, okay? Anyway, so let's get to this fucking cretin. The more I see him, the more I think he's too much of a greasy debate nerd for the Republican Party to like adopt him as a candidate that is better than even Ron DeSantis. I'm not gonna lie, he's too much of a debate lord. I think Trump has a way of dancing around these issues while, dog whistling or bullhorning it. And Ramaswamy doesn't have that. He doesn't have that same charisma. He just comes across like a very annoying, smarmy, like hyper-intellectual loser. Okay? Let's take a look at this video. I think you will understand. Yeah, we'll talk about Vivek on CNN in a second. First, let's get started on this one. Where the fuck is it? God damn it, I lost it again. Shit! Oh, here it is. Even Cuck Todd kind of rips him a little bit. Let's take a look.
There are more race-based violent crimes on the right than on the left. Why is this a lot more pervasive on the right?
Well, the fact of the matter is, I think that there's a lot more violence that's also pervasive in parts of the country that supposedly are left-wing voter bases. So I don't think this is a left versus right issue, and I don't think we should try to politicize this through partisan goggles either, Chuck, especially in the wake of a tragedy.
Yeah, let's not get partisan with it, dude. Also, this is a really funny, it's gross, it's disgusting, but it's also a kind of funny way to cover this where, you know how Trump always does this thing where he'll be like, I shouldn't be arrested for the classified documents thing, okay, because I have the right to be able to hold classified documents, Whereas Joe Biden should be arrested for his classified documents. It's like, it's a situation where there's no consistency unless you think it's okay when I do it, it's not okay when you do it, right? He's doing that exact same thing here where he goes from, I don't think we should politicize this white supremacist shooting into immediately, and we also should definitely politicize the trans shooter in Nashville, which is, you know, really fucking stupid because there is no like trans ideology. That's number one. Like white supremacy is a tangible, understandable ideology that you can associate with. You can see movements behind around it. Being trans is just a state of existence. Okay? Don't say yes, there is. No, playing Paradox games is not an ideology. Wearing coder socks and fucking playing Fallout New Vegas sex mods is not a fucking ideology. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Trans people in the chat being like, no, it's an ideology. That's not an ideology. It's a state of existence. Okay? Anyway. As I was saying, so he immediately turns this around and of course, puts the crosshairs on trans people.
Like this one. The fact is there are more
the
black
manifesto?
men dying on the south side of Chicago.
Do you ignore the elements that allowed...
He's like, dude, that's not what he asked. He didn't say, like, what's up with the violence? He said, what's up with the racialized violence on the fucking right? It's a very specific question.
This manifesto to spread online, and that what we're, you know, it does feel as if social media connects some of these hateful ideologies.
Well, the fact of the matter is I do think we have two standards that we're even applying if we're having a conversation about manifestos. We still have not yet even seen the manifesto of that transgender shooter in Nashville of a Christian school.
He literally so openly is like, no. Avoid the manifesto that's out right now of this white supremacist shooter who had a swastika on his gun. That's not about ideology. Let's not talk about his ideology. But also, what about the trans shooter that had a manifesto that hasn't been released? It's like, bitch, that's not up to us. We don't have the fucking diary, okay? It's fine. I don't have an issue seeing it, okay? I don't have an issue seeing the trans shooter's diary, okay? I don't care. Like, I would be fine seeing that, okay? But you can't, on the one hand, turn around and be like, where's the manifesto? It's in the hands of law enforcement. What do you mean? What do you mean, where's the manifesto? We know where the fucking manifesto is. It's in the hands of law enforcement. Okay? Take it up with them. It's so weird. Like, what do you think? It's the FBI's in the pocket of fucking big trans or something? That, one, transness is an ideology in and of itself, and two, the FBI and law enforcement is cooperating with big trans? That is a psychotic whataboutism that doesn't even have any, like, that doesn't even have anything to stand on. Yeah, big law enforcement, man. Yeah, we got to abolish the police because they're in the pocket of big trans. Anyway, let's continue.
And yet here we're focusing on the motive. So if we want to look at this through a politicized lens, let's look at what the political media and the political establishment is doing differentially in how they analyze different crimes and then create a new narrative around it.
Dude, what are you saying? Like his deflection also quite literally can be answered with the question itself, okay? How many trans people have done shootings on behalf of what you claim is like transness and being big trans? How many? It's like one versus the majority. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, there is no fucking ideology there that's like, oh, being trans is about like getting a fucking AR-15 and shooting up a school, in the same way that like being a white supremacist, which is an ideology, a very dangerous one, okay, revolves around killing black and brown people. The only difference between the shooter and someone like Ben Shapiro is that he doesn't want to just accelerate the systems, Okay? He doesn't want to accelerate the structural forms of oppression that exist every day like Ben does. He wants to put his he wants to put his finger on the scale and just like ram it in to black and brown communities. The shooter takes matters into his own hands because he says, fuck that. They're not helping. It's not enough. It's not enough that that black communities basically are treated as like domestic colonies in this fucking country. It's not enough. I need to take matters into my own fucking hands. That's what the difference is here. Anyway, the one good thing that's come out of this psychosis, however, is that, you know, it's very clear to me that this guy is pathetically unlikable, and he finds himself defending really idiotic points over and over again. It'll look good online. It'll translate well to all of the debate lords online that will turn around and go, yeah, he's our guy. He's our guy. He's doing a great job defending these like edgy positions. Ooh. It's like, yeah, good luck, dude. That doesn't make for a well-oiled national campaign, okay? It just doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work that way. Chuck taught the Vivek Ramaswamy, your argument comes across as blaming those that are trying to create equality for a rise in fascism. He does. This part was this part was just so awful.
So, you know, consequence of the so-called anti-racist movements.
Your argument.
He says that an act of white supremacist violence that occurred in Jacksonville happened because of like the minor amount of racial restitution offered in this country. That's why it happened. It's victim blaming. It's victim blaming. You know? What were they wearing? Were they asking for it? That's what this is, okay? He says it straight up. He says it in this interview and in the Dana Bash interview where he just turns around and says, no, guys, nobody wants this kind of white supremacist action to happen, but it's happening because of the real racism of the Democratic Party. Like affirmative action. That's the reason why it's happening. And it's like, dude, you are not trying to become a new moderator on actual public freakouts, okay? That argument will work in a hyper-isolated, far-right echo chamber. That shit is going to have... You can do that on a fucking far-right Reddit echo chamber. You can't do that on national television. You fucking freak.
It comes across as blaming those that are trying to create equality for the rise in racism.
Well, the fact is, Chuck, I don't want to be playing a blame game. I want to be going...
Yeah, but I'm going to do it anyway. I don't want to be playing the blame game, but Lord forgive me because I'm about to play the blame game.
...towards a solution. And I am genuinely worried that those who earnestly espouse the view, I'm going to quote Ibram Kendi from his book directly, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, says the right answer to past discrimination is present discrimination. The right answer to present discrimination is future discrimination. I believe the people who hold that view...
That's awesome. So, for the record, he is right. A chatter also called it. He is right, technically. The problem is you're not supposed to defend that, you fucking idiot. You're supposed to shit on that, okay? Like, that's the issue here. If he were to say acts of white supremacist violence always come at the heels of like even marginal and oftentimes symbolic restitution afforded to black and brown communities, then he's right. Civil War is a good example, okay? Lynchings in the Reconstruction era and a revitalization of the Klan is another example, okay? White people get up in fucking arms anytime a crumb of civil liberties are afforded or given to black people, okay? So he's not wrong. He's not wrong on that front. The issue is you're not supposed to say that it's the fault of the people offering a modicum of civil liberties to black and brown people. It's the fault that these people are fucking feeling entitled and emboldened to be able to enact such violence and such inhumanity, such cruelty. Okay? That's the problem. He turns the fucking crosshairs back to the institutions that are only symbolically looking to make it seem like they care about black people. That is what's insane to me. That is what is absolutely insane to me. That someone has the actual audacity to go after yet another white supremacist fucking mass shooting. Go on national television and be like, well, you know, it's just, this is going to happen. Yeah. How did you expect the slaver to react when his slave was freed? It's exactly what the take is. I'm surprised that you are just noticing this. What do you mean? Just noticing what? Only thing I'm just noticing is the top of the hour ad break that's coming for you right now. Okay. Now, you might not notice it when it comes for you because you're probably subscribed for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or maybe you got lucky and you got gifted a sub. But if you didn't, but if that didn't happen for you, then you will notice the 3-minute ad break right now. I'm running it currently. Okay, let's move on. All right. Did Oliver Anthony respond? No, he did not. Seismo Giraffe and Matt NLT, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. Okay.
You are earnest about it, but I think they're wrong. And I think that that's actually creating more discrimination and more division in our country. And I think...
Yeah, it's creating more discrimination. That's the problem. It's like, bro, you cannot turn around and lay the finger of blame at the marginal amount of restitution afforded to black people in the immediate aftermath of a fucking white supremacist shooting that happened after, in the state of Florida, things were taken away from black people. For example, the opportunity to learn black history. Okay? So how does that work? I'm not a big action-reaction kind of guy, as I literally went through with detail, okay? Meticulously went through with detail all of the many different things that Ron DeSantis has done in the state of Florida and how that more so is going to be a problem later down the line and how it's not like an immediate action and an immediate reaction to said action. These things don't happen like that automatically, okay? But even then, you can't make that argument. The state of Florida is fighting woke. So from your own fucked up morality or from your own fucked up logical box that you have placed yourself inside of. So what is it? Because that Ron DeSantis is not fighting woke hard enough in the state of Florida? Is that what it is? Because it sure seems like he's fighting woke in the state of Florida. And guess what happened? This shit happened. It's not like this happened immediately after Ron DeSantis came out with like affirmative action policies in the state of Florida. It happened after he fucking did the exact opposite. This happened after the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action. And this, of course, once again, makes it seem like you agree with the shooter who also is spiritually harmed by these concepts, affirmative action, or they feel like black people are getting a handout, that they've taken positions in society away from the white men like him. So do you agree with the shooter? Do you agree with what he did? If not, why don't you fucking clarify it? Because it sure seems like you're agreeing with the shooter right now.
And I think that that's actually creating more discrimination and more division in our country.
Wait, is he white? No, Vivek is not white, man. The fucking white supremacist shooter was, though. That's what I'm talking about.
And I think the right answer is actually to restore colorblind equality, colorblind meritocracy, embrace what unites us.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, we got to embrace colorblind meritocracy. Okay. That's what Florida did. So why is that not working? Why did the Why did the exact opposite of that happen then?
Across our diversity, instead of celebrating our skin-deep diverse attributes. That's how I think we reunite this country, Chuck. And it's not blaming anybody else for having a different point of view.
This is also so fucking stupid because it's like, okay, so what's up? Was the antebellum South, chattel slavery era, was that colorblind unity and meritocracy occurring then? You know? Was there no racialized violence back then? Because there certainly wasn't the affirmative action happening back then. There was no affirmative action. Is that the good old days? Is that better? Should we go back to that? Is that, you know? If it's affirmative action that's getting these fucking racist people to engage in such acts of individual violence, okay? Then is that the main reason? Is that the main reason chattel slavery happened? Please explain that to me.
But I do think that as a leader, it's my job to articulate exactly how we will unite this country. And that's exactly how I'm going to do it.
Let me move to... You didn't get a chance to answer at the debate. Most of the candidates on stage Wednesday night said Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. Do you agree?
I would have done it very differently. I think that there was a historic opportunity that he missed to reunite this country in that window. What I would have said is this is a moment for a true national consensus where there's two elements of what's required for a functioning democracy in America. One is secure elections, and the second is a peaceful transfer of power. When those things come into conflict, that's an opportunity for heroism. Here's what I would have said. We need single-day voting on Election Day. We need paper ballots, and we need government-issued ID matching the voter file. And if we achieve that, then we have achieved victory, and we should not have any further complaint about election integrity.
So what would you have done
it through the Senate?
So what would you have done with Mike Pence? You would have not certified the election?
So in my capacity as president of the Senate, I would have led through that level of reform. Then on that condition, certified the election results, served it up to the president, President Trump, then to sign that into law, and on January 7th, declared the re-election campaign pursuant to a free and fair election. I think that was a missed opportunity, but that's the kind of spirit we're going to need to unite.
Yeah, this stuff is whatever.
So just so you know, consequence
your
of the
argument comes...
that part is irrelevant. Here he is. Here's another Vivek getting fucking slammed, okay? So he made a comparison to Ayanna Pressley. He said Ayanna Pressley is like literally the Ku Klux Klan, okay? He is out of his fucking mind with these takes, okay? He's out of his fucking mind with these takes. And he doesn't have Trump-level television skills to be able to justify it. He comes across as too much of a debate lord. You know what I mean? And he got fucking owned by Dana Bash, okay?
I ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that yet. I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn sooner. And maybe those exist too.
So just because somebody hasn't encountered one doesn't mean that the notion of white supremacy doesn't exist as a threat in America. What do you think goes through the minds of the families of the 3 victims in yesterday's shooting when they hear?
I've never seen a white supremacist that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I've never seen LeBron James, so in person in the real world, so doesn't exist to me. He's actually made up. He's a hologram. No human being could have that level of grace and athleticism trapped in a 6'8" body. Can't happen. So don't believe it.
You say that white supremacy is
also. I don't even believe that he's never seen a fucking white supremacist. He's been campaigning as a Republican. Okay, the fuck do you mean you've never seen white supremacy? Yeah, he's just, yeah, he can't even do the no object permanence thing because he's in a fucking room where there's probably white supremacists. Like, the fuck are you talking about, man? Even the, like, no object permanence shit doesn't work here because you're in a room full of them, okay?
It's basically a fantasy.
I'm sure they're grieving for their loss, and I don't want to politicize those victims. Dana, this is a very sensitive situation where we should have nothing but foremost respect for those victims and not bring them into partisan politics. But
Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, you should ask those victims. You know, you should ask the victims' families what they think about white supremacy and whether or not you are the one who's currently politicizing it in the opposite direction and not in the direction that honors what happened to them. You know what I mean? It's crazy. They're so obviously just like, first of all, they rush immediately to politicize everything. This idea of like, oh, let's not politicize this disaster is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. We've moved beyond this, okay?
Them into partisan politics. But I was responding to a question where someone asked me, what racism have I experienced in recent years? And I answered honestly. Most of that racism has come from the modern left. It's happening.
Yeah, the backtracking into like a more moderate position doesn't work in the real world, okay? Like the coming out of the gates swinging with the fucking psychotic take only to like backtrack it into like a more moderate position is just not going to work. I mean, I know that. I'm a media guy who's most famous for saying America deserved 9/11, okay? Let me explain to you that like those who care enough to understand the truth behind your sentiment are going to seek it, but the overwhelming majority of people are just going to hear America deserved 9/11 and move on. They're going to be like, Hasan? This guy's a fucking communist, terrorist, Al-Qaeda supporter. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, he's not even interested in having a real, more moderate conversation. That much is very obvious in the way that he's dancing around it.
You took it to another level on Friday. In addition to the comment we played, you took issue with comments from Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. She reportedly said, quote, "We don't need any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice." About that, you said, "These are the words of the modern grand wizards of the modern KKK."
Yeah, like it's insane. It's an insane take. It's absolutely a nutty take, okay? One thing I will say, a white person oftentimes can get away with saying that. A brown person going to get a lot more scrutiny. Vivek's big problem here is that he thinks he's fucking white. Brother, you are not white, okay? You're not white. You say that shit, there's going to be way more scrutiny coming at you, okay? People like Dana Bash are going to make fucking cookie dough out of you, okay? Donald Trump says shit like that on a daily fucking basis because he has, one, he's white, and he's the great white hope. He's the savior of all whites. He's white man's Barack Obama, okay? But also, he's more telegenic. He doesn't get into like the loser like debate shit. You know what I mean? He's just like punchy. Bro, just watch the chat. People are going to hit you with the "you are also not white." I mean, I don't give a shit.
You know, I'm sure the KKK was responsible.
A white person would never get to say that without backlash? No, of course there would be backlash. What are you, fucking silly? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying, can you overcome the backlash? Hello? Because right now, Big Homie is not overcoming the backlash. He's not. Not doing a great job. Anyway.
Responsible for more than a century's worth of horrific lynchings, rapes, murders of black people. How in any way are the views you're talking about comparable to the views?
Did you just backtrack your take just like Vivek did? What? What part of my take did I just backtrack? Explain in clear terms. I mean, yeah, what am I doing? This is like definitely bait. Okay,
And
let's keep going.
atrocities committed by the KKK.
What I said is the Grand Wizards of the KKK would be proud of what they would hear her say, because there's nothing more racist than saying that your skin color predicts something about the content of your viewpoints
You
or
didn't
your
just say
ideas.
they would be proud. You said these are the words of the modern
Yeah, she goes, nope, that's not what you said.
Grand
Here's what you said.
Wizards of the modern KKK.
It is the same spirit. You're right about that, Dana. I think it is the same spirit to say that I can look at you and based on just your skin color, that I know something about the content of your character.
Yeah, he goes a little bit into it.
You said on Friday that a man-made climate change has existed as long as man.
Wait, I want to see the full clip. Do we have it on the playlist? Let me see. Oh, we don't have it on the playlist. Oh, here it is.
Joining me now is
shooter in a Christian school, killing 6, longing for purpose and meaning in this country. I think it is just a shame that we even have mass shootings like this, be it the one that happened in Florida, be it the recent one, the Nashville shooter in a Christian school, killing 6 in a school.
Bro, a trans person going into a fucking school, a Christian school, okay, and engaging in yet another fucking school shooting is not the same as like the 7th or however many fucking very clearly targeted white supremacist acts of violence on black communities, okay? There is no like targeted racialized violence or ideological violence enacted towards Christian people. Like, that's not a real fucking thing in the United States of America, at least, okay? We're not talking about like ISIS-run territory in fucking Syria or some shit. It's not happening. It's not a thing. No matter how hard Christians feel like when they go to Starbucks and they'll say fucking Merry Christmas, it's not the same thing, okay? Ridiculous. Do you think he actually believes the shit he's saying? No. Vivek does not believe a single fucking thing he says. He does not believe a single thing he says. Guys, here, let me give you some background on Vivek Ramaswamy. Populist entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy. How did he get rich? Well, one, he already had a couple million by the time he got to law school, and yet he still got a George Soros scholarship to go to law school. That's number one. So it starts all the way back then. Okay? Here's how he got rich, though. He found a biotech firm with a hedge fund and venture capital dollars. He then bought a patent for an Alzheimer's drug that had failed 4 trials, raised more money to try and take that to the market, and then he took the company public. He cashed out. The drug failed its 5th trial, and the investors wiped out. He is literally a con man. Okay? Straight up. He's a classic fucking Silicon Valley tech con man. No, that's not like Trump 3.0. No, Trump has always failed upward in like very... if you make a Trump comparison here, you are missing a major difference. Donald Trump is also a con man, but he is a likable television personality who also is a con man, but he's a con man in a way that like a lot of Americans kind of understand and kind of like give a lot of outs to. You know, he's a rich kid. He failed upwards in the real estate business. That's very different. That's a very different kind of demon. That kind of demon is very different than like the Elon Musk style entrepreneurs. The Silicon Valley tech CEOs. Okay? The Silicon Valley tech CEO guy is a very different kind of demon that a lot of Americans do not understand, do not recognize, and can't see beyond like, oh, that's bad. Okay? Vivek is a very successful con man. Vivek is like actually way smarter than Donald Trump and is way more business savvy and therefore way more of a capitalist demon, a successful capitalist demon than Donald Trump. Donald Trump has fucked up the bag and failed upwards his entire life. That's very different. He's been carried by his parents. He's been carried by his father, who kept dumping more funds into him. That's very, very different than Vivek Ramaswamy, who is like a very good, cunning, shrewd, and demon-like businessman. Okay? What do you mean by failed upwards? I mean, just look up how Donald Trump got bankrupt like 7 times. Every single venture that he's dipped his toes into has been a failure, from Trump Steaks to Trump University to literally a fucking casino. How do you fuck up the bag with a casino? Like, that's what I mean. Vivek, on the other hand, he's always doing like rug pulls and shit like that. Okay? Because when you have a certain amount of money, chatter, you basically can't go broke unless you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, with Donald Trump, the reason why he's still seen as like a wealthy person is because his family has owned assets, and he has kept owning said assets and using said assets in real estate as depreciating assets to avoid paying taxes, and that's it. You sit on fucking real estate, it's going to keep giving you more net worth no matter what. That's it. That's the difference. Donald Trump doesn't have to do shit for the rest of his fucking life and never had to. Anyway, Donald Trump also played a wealthy person on TV. That was a huge deal for him and his likability. And the reason why people found, like, the reason why he was in a shit ton, like referenced in a shit ton of popular culture, whether it be rap music, for example. Like, this is the type of shit that most people don't understand. Like, rappers have been talking about Donald Trump for years, okay? Part of that, to me, signifies how much the Trump brand and the Trump image was already perfectly crafted in the black community. The reason why was because his show, The Apprentice, was, at the time, one of the most diverse shows on television. Okay? I don't think a lot of people understand that. The Apprentice was a very diverse show with a very diverse cast and had a tremendous amount of support from black and brown audiences. That is branding that you have meticulously and carefully cultivated over the course of multiple decades. You can't just like pop out of nowhere, okay? And you can't do this as a white guy either, for the record. You certainly can't do it as a brown guy, but you can't even do this as a white guy. If this worked, Blake Masters would be the Arizona senator, okay? Because Vivek is basically Blake Masters, but also on top of that, he's playing with a handicap in the field because he's also brown. And his last name is Ramaswamy. So if people were grossed out by fucking Blake Masters, Vivek looking at that and like maybe dialing back the school shooter style, like that Blake was putting out there, the school shooter vibes that he was putting out there, Vivek dialed that part back, but he's still just as sweaty and as nerdy as a debate lord as Blake Masters is. He's not going anywhere.
We have to address that mental health epidemic, and we need leaders with the courage to do it. But my heart goes out to those families, and I hope something like this never happens again.
Mental health is one aspect of these shootings, and apparently, and we're still learning a lot about what happened. The facts are still coming out. Also, this was very much apparently racially motivated. The sheriff there said point blank that this shooter had manifestos coming 3 manifestos and said specifically that he went to this dollar store with the intent of killing black people.
I think that is heinous and deserves to be called out for what it is. The reality is we've created such a racialized culture in this country in the last several years that right as the last few burning embers of racism were burning out, we have a culture in this country largely created by media and establishment and universities and politicians that throw kerosene on that racism. And I can think of no better way to fuel racism in this country than to take something away from other people on the basis of their skin color. I've been saying that for years. And
yeah, so that's why it happened? That's why this happened in Florida. Because affirmative action or something, right? Like, is that... What a stupid fucking argument, dude. Plays a role. He's not wrong. Bro said we were so close to solving racism, and then we started talking about it too much. Yeah, guys. Chattel slavery, one of the most horrific continued acts of racial subjugation and violence, happened because everyone was talking about race too much. That's what it was. Ramaswamy's right. When black people were stolen, okay, and sold off like cattle, that was because they were talking so much about race. You know what I mean? That's what it was. That's why chattel slavery happened. Famously, people don't understand that. You know what I mean? Jim Crow laws implemented in the South, also because people were constantly talking about race. Okay? KKK, they just hated people talking about race. It's additionally weird to be like, affirmative action is causing this kind of racial violence in the heels of affirmative action being eviscerated by the Supreme Court. The fuck? What are you saying? It literally doesn't even fucking exist. What are you talking about? Like what? Like it doesn't even have to make sense anymore, I guess.
And I think that is driving, sadly, a new wave of anti-black and anti-Hispanic racism in this country. I think the right way forward is if we want to stop hate and discrimination on the basis of...
Bro, just look at the races from the most racist town in America. His favorite president is Obama because he made it racial. Yeah.
Race. Let's stop discriminating on the basis of race and see what unites us as Americans, because I do not...
Bro, these kinds of fucking takes maybe work on the Republican podium when you're not immediately coming across like you are defending another white supremacist act of violence. Millions of black people abducted and forced to march to their death and be separated from their families and raped by enslavers. Yeah, but that was because they were talking about race, Puerto Rican vegan socialists. That's what Vivek thinks. He thinks that this is a legacy of just talking too much about race. That's why it happened. Hey, India, remember when you were colonized? That's because you were constantly talking about, I guess, like, the caste system or something. I don't know. That's why it happened.
I think this kind of racial division and any division is good for us as the United States.
I believe that there are a lot of people of color in this country who don't think it was just lasting embers of racism, but that a lot more work had to be done, particularly given the history of the systemic racism in this country with slavery and beyond. I want to ask you about a comment that you made about white supremacy in Iowa on Friday.
I've never once encountered that yet. I'm sure the boogeyman white supremacist exists somewhere in America. I've just never met him. Never seen one. Never met one in my life, right? Maybe I'll meet a unicorn sooner. And
dude, that's an insane take, brother. That's so funny. No, it's just that's so ridiculous, dude. He's just never, dude. What do you mean? Like, I've never seen a white supremacist guy. Like, even fucking Tim Ryan doesn't say that, or Tim Scott. I keep calling him Tim Ryan. God, he's such a fucking loser. Like, Like, even he has, like, stories about how, like, well, this is a real white supremacist I've encountered, whereas Donald Trump is not one. You know what I mean? Like, like he just went beyond. He's just like, no, actually, even individual white supremacists don't exist, which is kind of ridiculous because the most racist motherfuckers who are in the media, in the conservative media circles, even they admit, like, no, it's about individual acts of racism. It's not systemic, right? This is Tank Crack Commandments. God is real. There are what? There are two genders, I assume. That's the second one. Human flourishing requires fossil fuels. Reverse racism is the real racism. Wait, what is this 10 crack commandments, dude? Let me see. Isn't this like, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, back to democracy.
If I'm an Indian guy who is not a Christian, who also is not like, if I'm an Indian guy who's visibly not like a white Christian Protestant, I wouldn't invoke the 10 commandments, especially by changing the 10 commandments. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, because, like, to me, I feel like that's a bit of a misstep, because then people are gonna be like, wait a minute, this brown guy's telling me about 10 commandments. I mean, this is good, but, like, we got 10 commandments. Anyway, 1, God is real. 2, there are two genders. 3, human flourishing requires 2, there are two genders. Like, that's the second one. That's how important it is. Which God, Vivek? Which God is this Satan worshiper talking about? Human flourishing requires fossil fuels. That's the third one. Dude, they keep getting better. Reverse racism is racism. Then just call it racism. Why are you calling it reverse racism? Why are you calling it a different thing? Just say racism is bad. If reverse racism is just racism, people will understand that, no? Oh, wait, you get fucking booed out of rooms if you said that. Anyway, number 5, an open border is no border. Number 6, okay, they start getting more boring. Parents determine the education of their children. Number 7, nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind. Number 8, capitalism lifts people up from poverty. There are 3 branches of U.S. government, not 4. What? The U.S. Constitution is the strongest guarantor of freedoms in history. What does he mean? He means the IRS? No, I think you're talking about the media, the fourth estate. Do we really put climate grifter Alec Epstein line? Human flourishing requires fossil fuels. Mr. Everyone is saying their rehearsed lines, can't even make up his own commandments. I mean, he is also a big plagiarizer, as you guys know. He plagiarized Obama, dude. When you plagiarize so fucking much, you end up plagiarizing from Obama, like, you got to dial it back a little bit, brother. You know what I mean?
Maybe those exist too.
So just because somebody hasn't encountered one doesn't mean that the notion of white supremacy doesn't exist as a threat in America. What do you think goes through the minds of the families of the 3 victims in yesterday's shooting when they hear you say that white supremacy is basically a fantasy?
I gotta pee. I've been drinking a lot of water.
I'm sure they're grieving for their loss, and I don't want to politicize those victims. Dana, this is a very sensitive situation where we should have nothing but foremost respect for those victims and not bring them into partisan politics. But I was responding to a question where someone asked me, what racism have I experienced in recent years? And I answered honestly. Most of that racism has come from the modern left. It's happening during the course of this campaign. Kara Swisher calling me Rama Smarmy the other day and reveling in making twists of my last name. People effectively reducing me to the color of my skin and my attributes. That comes today from the modern left. But the reality is,
do you
this is
acknowledge,
part of
though,
a
that white
dogma in this
supremacy
country.
does still exist in the United States?
I acknowledge that all forms of racial animus exist in the United States, including fringe branches. I mean, that's clearly what was at the head of this mentally deranged individual responsible for this shooting, yes. But I think there are many forms of mental derangement that cause us to see one another on the basis of our skin color and our attributes. And I think what we need to revive, Dana, and it's my job as the leader, hopefully as the next president, to do this, to revive our doctrine of e pluribus unum, not just celebrating our diversity and our skin-deep attributes, but celebrating what unites us across that diversity. That's what we've forgotten in the United States of America. Our true strength is the set of ideals that unite us. That's my job to revive as our next president.
I love this take because he's like head trauma swami. That's funny. I love this because he goes, racism, I've never met a white supremacist, except all the Democrats are white supremacists. They're the racist ones. It's like, racism doesn't exist, but if it were to exist, it would only exist in the Democratic Party. Like, how? What do you mean? You just said you've never met a white supremacist, then you said Democrats are the white supremacists. It's so stupid. Like, it's just so dumb. Also, for the people that said head trauma swami, let's be real. This motherfucker's got a big ass dome, okay? Like, he's the one who's giving head trauma to other motherfuckers, okay? Yeah, he literally said he never experienced racism, but he experienced racism from the left. Like, what are you saying right now? What's happening here? He's just doing word salad, not realizing that's rich coming from you. Okay, listen. Shut the fuck up, okay? My head is normal sized. He doesn't deserve this headline, his hairline. What do you mean? His hairline is awful, dude. He's got the Vegeta hairline. What are you talking about? This is the closest we have gotten to a real Vegeta hairline in media ever.
And I think that the next generation in particular is so starved for that, starved for commonality, starved for a nation that is unified, bigger than the sum of its parts. That's what we need to recreate in this country. And to those who say the remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination, I say no. The right remedy is actually abandoning all discrimination and moving forward with colorblind meritocracy in the United States of America.
You took it to another level on Friday. In addition to the comment we played, you took issue with comments from Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. She reportedly said, quote, "We don't need any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice." About that, you said, "These are the words of the modern grand wizards of the modern."
That part is banger, okay? Like it's such a funny take because it's the classic, like, you know who does this a lot? Black conservatives, okay? Black conservatives, black Republicans specifically, love talking about how, like, white supremacy is, like, kind of fake. They don't take it as far as Vivek does because Vivek isn't black. So obviously he takes it to the degree that, like, racist white people will take it. Because, like, black conservatives still will be like, yeah, white supremacy is real, okay? It's just that, like, it's overblown and, like, black people need to pick their pants up or some shit. You know, they just, like, repeat some of the lines. Vivek, on the other hand, is taking it to the degree of, like, taking it to a degree where, like, white people who are just objectively racist, they to that degree. But it's pretty funny because, like, you hear it from black conservatives who are defending instruments of power that are white supremacists in nature, right? They will always say, racism is greatly overblown. Also, the real racism is when other black people say that I'm defending white supremacy. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, oh, that's the real racism, is when people have individually spoken out against you for doing the thing that you're doing right now. Like, that's the only real racism in America. Got it. Okay, thanks. No shot that's a take. Literally, Hodge twins, Candace Owens, any black conservative grifter, they routinely talk about how the only racism that they've ever experienced comes from people telling them to shut the fuck up and that they are defending white supremacy. Any quote? Why you got to do this to me? I've probably debated more black conservatives than most content creators out there. What are we talking about? On television, at least. Okay? Quote here, Larry Elder. I don't know what he literally recently said it. Like, his campaign hinges on this, actually. Call him. Larry Elder says he's not a face of white supremacy. His fans make it hard to believe. This is the older, when he actually went on the gubernatorial run, when he said he's not the black face of white supremacy. Candace Owens at CPAC. Racism is over because I've never been a slave. Also, Candace literally sued her university for racial discrimination, but yeah, racism isn't real. No, not university. Candace Owens sued her school, the Connecticut Board of Education, for being victim to racialized hate that caused her to develop an eating disorder. And she successfully sued the Connecticut Board of Education. You called it first. Laura Loomer said that Marjorie Taylor Greene can use her MyPillow code so she can get herself a nice pillow for her knees to place under Kevin McCarthy's desk. That's awesome. The girls are fighting. The girlies are fighting. It's actually a good burn. It's my burn. I can't believe she's fucking plagiarizing me.
KKK. You know, I'm sure, the KKK was responsible for more than a century's worth of horrific lynchings, rapes, murders of black people. How in any way are the views you're talking about comparable to the views and atrocities committed by the KKK?
It's always great when they're like, racism doesn't exist, but also the real racism, like the Klan, is not even in the Klan itself, but is actually a black woman who's saying that, brown people should defend brown interests rather than white supremacy. The real racism is when you correctly, the real racism only happens in America, not at the hands of the Klan, but the real Klan itself is actually a black woman who said, hey, I don't know if you know this, but you're a brown guy, and also you are defending the interests of white supremacists who do not see you as white. The Klan raped black people. Okay, let me explain something to you, my friend. This is going to be very interesting for you to comprehend. One, the answer is yes. And two, why do you think here in the United States of America, black Americans have lighter skin color, skin tone, and also, and that is not, like, we're talking pre-miscegenation, okay? Like making it legal to race mix, okay? Why did that happen, you think? How did that happen, you think? By the way, this is literally why you gotta fucking, like, educate people on actual violence. Actual violence that black people were subjected to in this country and its history. I genuine asking. I know nothing about them. Them being, oh, you mean the Klan? I hope. This chatter only watch PragerU videos. Yes. The Klan is an extension of white slavers, and white slavers, also the Klan, absolutely engaged in rape as a tactic, as a form of racial subjugation, of terror, of control. All right. Anyway, this person is probably not an American, though. Let's be real, from the way that he's writing in here.
Okay. What I said is the Grand Wizards of the KKK would be proud of what they would hear her say, because there's nothing more racist.
Yeah, the KKK and the Grand Wizard loves when black women speak out. That's like, they're famously fond of that sort of thing.
Than saying that your skin color predicts something about the content of your viewpoints or your
You didn't just say they
ideas.
would be proud. You said these are the words of the modern Grand Wizards of the modern KKK.
It is the same spirit. You're right about that, Dana. I think it is the same spirit to say that I can look at you and based on just your skin color, that I know something about the content of your character, that I know something about the content of the viewpoints you're allowed to express. For Ayanna Pressley to tell me that because of my skin color, I can't express my views, that is wrong. It is divisive. It is driving hate in this country. This is dividing our country to a breaking point.
That is
And
a
I think we need to
debate
move beyond it.
that is based on nonviolent discussion. That you just said you're using rhetoric, which she
Yes.
said she's using rhetoric. That's one thing. And another thing is to say that she represents and she is a modern version of a KKK, which, as you know, was dedicated to the subjugation and violence against black people. How on earth is she a modern
Dana,
Grand
let's
Wizard
be
of
intellectually
that
honest.
kind of organization?
Let's be intellectually honest and get to the heart of what this debate ought to be about. There is a worldview that says that the remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination, that if you're black or brown, you have to have a particular point of view. That's from Ibram Kendi. That's from Ayanna Pressley, the people I quoted in my speech yesterday.
But can
There's
you
a
have
different
an
view that I
intellectually
have, which
honest
says that regardless
conversation
of who you are,
when you accuse
have to
her
be able
of
to have your
being
own
a
opinion.
You can't say I want to have an intellectually honest conversation while simultaneously being like, calling me out for defending white supremacy is what the KKK would do to like a black woman too. Like, it's just, where's the intellectual honesty? You have given the game away that you are not dedicated to intellectual honesty in any way. Now, we already know that shit. We already know that. Why? Because there's a lot of debate perverts on this platform, and a lot of them have been fucking banned in this community. Because this is typical 4chan loser shit where it's like, I'm just trying to have an intellectually honest conversation. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, definitely. Problem is, you can't do this shit, okay? You can't, you can't go on CNN and be like, oh, it's just because I wanted an intellectually honest conversation. Just fucking, just be like, yeah, I said it because it's real, okay? That's the based position that you're supposed to be on. Except you can't say that while you're simultaneously running a national campaign because you think you're gonna, you can't run on the Republican primaries and do that. You know what I mean? You can't do the just curious. Do you think the host is doing a good job pushing back? Yes.
Grand Wizard
Let's
of
have
the
the debate.
KKK. Can you have that
I think that
intellectually
the
honest
point is-
discussion with that kind of rhetoric?
Yes, I can, Dana, because the point I'm highlighting is that even the people who in good spirit, we all agree.
What? She's doing a terrible job? What do you want her to do? I think she's doing a great job staying on message. He's trying to deflect away. She's bringing it back. She says, no. Can you have an intellectually honest discussion when you tell your interlocutor that their statements are akin to the exact opposite thing. Like, you are being dishonest. Larry Elder says racial epithets were yelled during egg attack, calls out liberal silence. No, this isn't what I was talking about. Larry Elder has like he went from saying like a black face of white supremacy to making that his campaign message, not the egg attack. He basically made it a fundamental plank of his campaign.
That the KKK was an awful organization that is a toxic stain in our national history. So given that we can start from that point of agreement, now that allows us to say, well, who actually sounds more like that organization today? The people who are calling for more racial discrimination on the basis of skin color. So yes, I think that is an intellectually useful starting point for a provocative discussion that we need to have in this country.
The whole point is the KKK wasn't just about rhetoric.
We have to speak openly.
They lynched people, they murdered people, they raped people, they burned their homes.
And that was wrong.
Simply
that was obviously wrong.
Wrong.
Okay,
again,
that is obviously a wrong thing.
If you want to
for
have
them
an
to have done.
intellectual
Absolutely.
discussion, do you think that maybe comparing her to the Grand Wizard and the notion of what she said to being a modern leader of the KKK was maybe a step too far, or you stand by what you said?
I stand by what I said to provoke an open and honest discussion in this country, because there is a gap, Dana, between what people will say in private today and what they will say in public. I think we need to close that gap. I think we need to have...
Yeah. Everyone is too scared to be racist on Maine, says Vivek. Coming right off the heels of another white supremacist act of violence. That's so funny. Yeah, we got to be mask off racist, Dana. I hate that. Me, when I dropped the worst take of all time, I did this to provoke a discussion. Yeah, this is like, this is literally, it's all debate lord shit, dude. It is such a fucking, it's such a fucking classic, whiny, sweaty debate lord loser take where it's like, oh, I was just being edgy so that we can have an honest discussion later down the line. It's like, no, you were just fucking being edgy because you think you will get a lot of prominence doing that. His take is literally intellectually dishonest. Exactly. Do you think he's becoming the front runner? No. It's so silly. It's so sweaty. It's so grimy. It's like, oh yeah, I'm saying this because I want to have I think we shouldn't be afraid to be fucking racist on Maine. Is that what it is? Like, it's such a classic cowardly fucking perspective. Anyway.
Have real, open, honest, raw conversation as Americans. That is our path to national unity. And there are many Americans today who are deeply frustrated by the new culture of anti-racism that's really racism in new clothing. And we need to have that debate in the open. Dana, I think that you're doing, with due respect, what many in the media do, picking on some fringe comment in...
Wait. So is a fringe comment? I don't get it. Is it a fringe comment? What's happening?
The context of a broader context that I was offering it in a speech.
All right, so you just said that your comment was fringe.
Let's have the courage to confront the meat of...
Oh, so it is a fringe comment. Got it. Okay. So it's a silly comment. Wait. You can't... It's so weird. Like, oh, I just meant like, she resembles the Klan. Okay. I said she resembles the Klan to invoke broader intellectual conversations about how she resembles the Klan. Okay. For saying that I am a defender of white supremacy. But also you then followed up by saying people are too afraid to have their honest opinions come out in public. And nobody wants to shine a light on my genuine racism. Okay. And then you said, oh, it was just a fringe comment. He's hitting literally every fucking angle he can. You tackled the issue from like 3 completely different fronts, some of which are contradictory inherently.
I'm saying you drew a fringe comment from a much longer speech. I described you picking one fringe comment from a long speech that I gave to duck debate from the real issue that I think you don't want to have, Dana, because I think you probably agree with me on this, that this is toxic
I think
rhetoric
that this debate
from leading politicians.
Yeah, you agree with me. Ayanna Pressley's a Klansman. Come on, please. Everyone's just as racist as me, please.
I think that this debate
on dividing us on the basis of race, and I want to have the open debate.
I think this debate is fascinating and interesting and opening and important. What I did was
I do too.
Explain to our viewers that you were asked a question and you took it to a point where you called a sitting member of Congress who is black, who was having discussions about race, calling her the modern grand wizard of the KKK, and I'm just not.
Yeah. Do you think the Republicans will now avoid the race discussion and double down on the transphobia she's cooking him? Yeah. No, they'll why not both? They'll always do the race thing because racial agitative propaganda is their bread and butter, chat. White supremacy, like, you know how I talked about misogyny is like a rocket ship for your own career? Like Andrew Tate rode that to so much prominence, mainstream prominence. White supremacy is similar to that, especially on a broader stage, especially if you don't actually say you're a white supremacist, but you keep leaning on white supremacist institutions as though they are infallible and doing the right thing, or demand more of that racial violence that they dish out. You can really get a lot of broad support off of that. So no Republican's going to drop that. That's crazy. Yeah, Trump rode down the escalator and said Mexicans are rapists. Conservatives want to hear it. Yeah. No Republicans love this. This is what they've always loved, and Vivek is the second after Trump to realize and capitalize on it. No, I think a lot of Republicans realize it. They've always capitalized on it. They always have. I mean, a big part of Republican strategies, I mean, don't take my word for it. They've been doing it. They've never stopped doing it. I mean, you have the famous quote from the famous Lee Atwater quote, right? Of like the acceptable forms of saying racist things. Here, I'll play it now. N-word warning, okay? My man is going to say a lot of N-word. Here it is. I mean, we played it a lot, but it bears repeating. Here's in 1981, the legendary brutal campaign consultant Lee Atwater was working in Ronald Reagan's White House when he was interviewed by Alexander Lemis. Here are his words. In this audio, made public for the first time ever, Atwater lays out how Republicans can win the vote of races without sounding racist themselves.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist. Or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out...
How abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out...
You don't want to quote me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you. It backfires, so you say stuff.
Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say the N-word anymore openly because now people are like, oh, that's racist. You can't say that.
Like force busing, states.
So then you say other things. Force busing. States' rights.
Rights and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now. You're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want, is much more abstract than even the busing thing.
He's talking about how in a lot of areas, okay, this basically is best represented in Oliver Anthony's hit, what was it, Rich Men North of Richmond, where he's like, yeah, these fucking welfare recipients, these EBT recipients are eating fudge packs of fudge rounds. You know what I mean? It's literally that. It's the classic example of poor, rural, white people advocating against their best interests, because if they lose one eye, well, black people will lose two eyes, and that's much better. You know what I mean? And that's fine. That's fine.
And a hell of a lot more abstract than never knew, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
Classic. Anyway, so how do we get here? At 1:18 p.m., the gunman texted his father in Jacksonville and told him to go into his room, tell him that you take a screwdriver and open the door, where the father found a will and a suicide note, the sheriff said. Officers entered the store 11 minutes from the start of the shooting and heard one gunshot, which is presumed to be when the gunman shot and killed himself, the sheriff said. Suspect's father called the Clay County Sheriff at 1:53 p.m. The attack clearly targeted black people, Waters said. The suspect used racial slurs, left behind writings to his parents and media, and the federal agents outlining his disgusting ideology of hate, sheriff told reporters. Shooting was racially motivated. He hated black people. Authorities also played two short video clips of the shooting. One clip shows the shooter pointing his weapon at a black Kia outside the store, and the other shows the shooter walking into the store and pointing his rifle to his right. He killed a 19-year-old clerk, and he killed a 52-year-old woman inside of that Kia. He also shot another person, but luckily missed his girlfriend, yet killed another individual inside the store. I wanted people to be able to see exactly what happened in the situation and just how sickening it is, Waters said. The shooter did not appear to know the victims, and it is believed he acted alone. Here's some of the photos of the weapon used by the gunman, which he legally obtained, mind you, even after the fact that he was 5150'd and had an involuntary psychiatric hold on his record as a juvenile in 2017. So, let's continue. Suspect's family, they didn't do this. They're not responsible for this. This is his decision alone. The shooter was the subject of a 2017 law enforcement call under the state's Baker Act, which allows people to be involuntarily detained and subject to an examination for up to 72 hours during a mental health crisis. Waters did not provide details on what led to the Baker Act Baker Act call in that case, but said normally a person who has been detained under the act is not eligible to purchase firearms. If there's a Baker Act situation, they're prohibited from getting guns, he told CNN Saturday. We don't know that if that Baker Act was recorded properly, whether it was considered a full Baker Act, probably because he's a juvenile. Don't know if it's because 5150 is just a code for involuntary hold, involuntary psychiatric hold. Okay? Could be because his records were sealed due to him being a minor when he was subject to an involuntary psychiatric hold, or it could be that there's probably, I assume, there's sometimes Baba? Hey, wallah. There are also some sometimes it just runs out after a couple years, you know what I mean? 5150s are state, not federal, though. Yeah. No, it's not. It's state by state, rather. Like involuntary psychiatric hold in each individual state has different ways of like stopping you from purchasing a gun or whatever. It's just 5150 is the California code for it, okay? Anyway, later on Sunday, the sheriff said investigators found the guns appeared to be obtained legally. The shooter's writings indicated he was aware of a mass shooting at a Jacksonville gaming event where 2 people were killed exactly 5 years earlier and may have chosen the date of his attack to coincide with the anniversary, Jacksonville Mayor Donna Deegan said. Leaders reacted to the Jacksonville shooting. Ron DeSantis had some fucking choice words. Deegan spoke at the vigil about unity. Jacksonville branch of the NAACP issued a statement saying it stands in solidarity with the families affected. I'm a therapist, and this is very significant in my opinion because in my state, it is extremely hard to get police to follow through on a 5150 meeting. If it's not on their record, there was some serious shit happening. Baker Act is a very low bar to clear to be held in Florida. It is good to make sure someone is safe, but can be abused. Florida school social worker here. Baker Acts are terrible here. They will admit children with severe psych issues, take them off all their meds, give them all new meds, and send them on their way. Yeah. I can see them not doing a good job with this. Okay. It is deeply disheartening that our black communities live in constant fear of being targeted based on the color of their skin, unable to shop at their local store without the threat of violence, the branch said. I wanna follow through on more of the motivations here because there's a lot of people, and I want to cover people defending the shooter, or not necessarily defending the shooter, but like trying to deviate the discussion away to something entirely different when the shooter is very clearly acting out racial violence, and he very deliberately targeted a black community. He originally went to the historically black college, and then he went to the dollar store specifically because, much like the Buffalo shooter did, he wanted to find black people. Much like the shooter in El Paso went to the Walmart in El Paso because he wanted to find brown people. He thought Mexicans. Okay? It is all in writing. I'm trying to find some more information on this. Okay? But as far as I understand, Twitter conspiracy theories are falsely claiming that Jacksonville shooter's manifesto was released. Anyone else notice that the Jacksonville shooter's manifesto within hours of the racially motivated incident? But we still don't have the Nashville Trans Terrorist Manifesto 5 months after they murdered Christian school children. One account known as DC Drano tweeted on Sunday. It's a simple explanation. One boosts the regime's racially divisive narrative, the other doesn't. Yeah. Joe Biden's racially divisive narrative of the Brandon administration is what? Like targeting black people and killing them? That's why the manifesto was released? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, the guy was a Brandon supporter? Like, what? This doesn't make sense. What you're trying to say here is that, like, when one of your guys goes out and does a fucking racial killing, you're rushing to defend it, openly admitting that he's your guy, and that Brandon is against that, and that the Brandon administration is releasing this fucking manifesto because he's also against it. That's a good thing. You're making him look good. Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters held a news conference on Sunday explaining the case, including the fact that the 21-year-old Ryan Christopher Palmer shot 3 black people at a local Dollar General store in what authorities say is a racist hate crime. Waters says the shooter wrote several manifestos that detailed the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, the shooting was racially motivated and he hated black people. But those manifestos have not been released, contrary to widespread reports on Twitter, the social media platform now officially known as X, where people insist the manifestos have been put out by local authorities. They do not release manifestos like this in pretty much every single instance unless the white supremacist has uploaded it himself. Okay? Do you guys want to know why? because they don't want the shooter to actually fucking achieve his goals. Okay? His goal is to become a hero, a martyr, and have his ideology spread. That's the whole point. Why would you treat him like a martyr? Ridiculous. The media, however, has seen the manifesto, not because law enforcement gave it to the media, but because the shooter sent it to the fucking media. Okay? Ironic, because the right want the manifesto of the shooter in Nashville to be released. But police have not released that manifesto or other writings by Aiden Hale, the 28-year-old who carried out the attack before being killed by the police. And while many conspiracy theorists try to suggest that there's some nefarious motive behind not releasing the manifesto, the Associated Press points out there's no national standard for releasing such writings. Manifestos for mass shooters of any political persuasion are often withheld, though the rise of the internet over the past 2 decades have allowed plenty of violent perpetrators to share their hateful ideas online before they carry out their attacks. As one example of the hate-filled writings that spread far and wide, the mass shooter who killed 51 people at 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, shared his manifesto on the website 8chan before carrying out the attacks. Not only did the police never release that manifesto, the New Zealand government made it a crime to even share the document in the country. Whenever mass shooters commit their heinous crimes, it's only natural for the public to have questions about why they did it, but shootings are so common and occur for such a wide variety of reasons that it's hard to say there's much public interest in releasing their screeds. What the fuck is 8chan? 8chan is when you can't engage in enough pedophilia at 4chan, so you move on to double the racism and double the pedophilia. Okay? That's what it is. It's a way to avoid further scrutiny from authorities by finding a place that's hospitable for your kind of specific racism and pedophilia. Meanwhile, all you should be worried about is avoiding the top of the hour ad break, because the authorities here would be Amazon, contractually obligating me to serve a 3-minute ad break. You no longer want to see those ads? Well, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. Why don't you go on strike and stop running the 3-minute ad breaks, bro? Yeah, you're right. That's what I should do. Thank you for being a supporter for 24 months and still doing the low tier, low effort bait. Love that. The U.S. has experienced 476 mass shootings so far this year, according to the Gun Violence Archive. We talked about that already. In fact, America's bought 60 million new guns during the pandemic, a truly daunting figure in a country of 330 million people. Police can choose to release or not release the manifestos of mass shooters, but there's absolutely no evidence that releasing manifestos will help get our mass violence problem under control. So, yeah. Daily Wire also promoted the sheriff who, in the midst of this white supremacist act of violence, this tragedy, of course, you know, cops are going to be cops, used an opportunity in the spotlight to slam leftist anti-gun agenda after tragedy, saying the problem is the individual. That's how fucking stupid cops are in America. Something that I always bring up. Cops in other countries are usually pro-gun control. Okay? Because they at least, despite being cops, are smart enough to understand that gun control makes their job a little bit more manageable and a little bit easier. Okay? Because they don't want to get fucking shot. In America, however, cops love getting shot at, I guess. It's great. Like, it's extra dumb. Our cops are extra fucking hog-like. Literally, they're just like, I am arguing against better workplace conditions here, okay? No guns would make it harder to justify cop violence. That is not true. You guys are silly as fuck if you think that American cops are thinking about that. If that was the case, then how the fuck do they keep literally murking unarmed people all the time and then defending it every single time? Guys, it does not matter. They kill people with knives. What do you mean? Cops don't need an excuse for additional reasons as to why they shot someone. Even if everyone in the United States was unarmed, you think, no, not by saying everybody had a gun. No, even if every single person was unarmed in the United States of America, cops would still fucking murk people left and right. They do not give a shit. They do not need a reason. They do not need a reason for a legal kill. They can just simply say they are afraid, not because they have a gun, but because, not because they thought they had a gun, actually. But, bro, cops have literally killed a fucking handicapped homeless person who was literally, I think, paraplegic or quadriplegic or something. Like the other couple months back, they shot and killed a dude who was on a fucking wheelchair with a knife. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? They don't give a shit. Cops also still absolutely engage in ruthless actions and murder people that are unarmed in places where there's very strict gun control. It don't stop them. Trust me. Okay? Anyway, but I think we've covered this Jacksonville situation well. Is there like official reports from the UNC shooting now? Because from what I understand, they may have actually accidentally apprehended the wrong person. As far as I understand, UNC has issued an all clear after the armed and dangerous situation on Chapel Hill campus.
Person they are saying to beware of, to be on the lookout for, and if you see him, please call 911, and they're also urging people to keep their distance.
Yeah, that picture needs to be circulated, so if you can jump on your social media and share that picture.
Around them when this shooting situation began unfolding at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Let's roll the video from some more students we're hearing from.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I was walking past.
This shooting happened while we were covering Jacksonville, and people wanted me to cover it. I said, I would rather wait for actual details to come out instead of, this is a different shooting. University of North Carolina authorities told people at Chapel Hill campus to resume normal activities Monday afternoon. Back to work, baby. Back to school. Come on, it's fine. Guys, it's fine. The school sent out an alert at 1:03 p.m. warning of danger to the campus. It sent another update at 2:24 saying that the situation was ongoing and the dangerous person was at large. At 3:14, it warned people to stay sheltered in place until all clear. And at 4:14, they said they gave the all clear and said people could resume normal activities. Classes started a week ago for the new school year. Last fall, UNC Chapel Hill had about 31,700 students, including about 20,000 undergraduates. What I understand, I think they caught him.
Suspect in this shooting, let's go to Mark
Mark, what can you show us? Gerald, this photograph just coming into the live center, it is believed to be the suspect in this case, the arrest photo. The first time we're seeing it right here. The suspect with his legs folded there and possibly the handcuffs behind his back. This is Tyler Chi, we believe. That is the suspect in this case. This is the grad school photograph that's on UNC's website. This is the photograph taken about a mile or so away from campus. This situation unfolded on UNC Chapel Hill's main campus. So that is on the map here. I'll put this down. Here's the campus, right? So follow me on this map. There's the football stadium. And when we zoom in, we're going to take you exactly to that location, 728 Williams Circle. This is a residential community. There are some apartments around there. This is the location where police apparently got that tip and then went in and made that arrest. So right now,
I told you guys, mass shootings are so commonplace. Shootings are so commonplace in the United States of America that it inevitably will happen. It'll inevitably happen in the hands of all different backgrounds, all different kinds of age groups. Every demographic will get a piece, whether it be, an older Asian man in the state of California, whether it be a trans person even, you know what I mean? Despite how tiny of a subgroup they may be, okay? It's like America is equal opportunity, weapons for all is going to happen. And they incorrectly arrested the first Asian student in a gray t-shirt. They saw our cops here are stupid. Yeah.
This is the first time we're seeing this photograph. Police have not told us directly this is the shooter in this case, but we have independently confirmed through our sources that the shooter is in custody, A, and B, this photograph is, in fact, Tyler Chi from involved in that shooting this afternoon. Quite a large scene happening still at Chapel Hill. That lockdown has not been lifted, even though the suspect has been taken into custody. We are told they currently are sweeping the buildings, making sure that there are no more other suspects. There's been no indication of that, and that they have all the evidence that they need. Before we go back to the desk, I just want to double check there are no more updates from UNC police here. Nope, the last update was 27 minutes ago. So as soon as there is some new information, we will bring it to you here. This is quite the breaking situation still unfolding right now at 3:42.
Yeah, we interrupt our mass shooting coverage to give you another mass shooting. But yeah, I don't know what is happening. They just mostly talk about the heavy police presence. I think he might have. I don't know who, what his goals were. I don't know who he actually ended up killing. But remember, it's inevitable that it might come to your backyard. That's just the American existence, baby. On a separate note, Newsmax is super mad at Oliver Anthony. Love that. Mr. I'm just in the center, Oliver Anthony. Anyway, he killed a faculty member and he's a PhD student, so he probably killed his advisor or colleague. We don't know. We don't know enough yet. We don't know. I don't want to give in
now to Maui.
To any of that. All right, we'll talk about Maui real quick. I have to pee again.
Brush
I drank a
fires
lot
led
of
to
water
new
today.
Evacuations near Lahaina, just a few miles from the catastrophic wildfires. This with new questions about how those earlier fires started and if anything has been done to impede the investigation. Mola Langi is on Maui with those details for us. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, Robin. As investigations into the cause of the fire intensify, so do questions about the handling of potential evidence. Maui County recently claiming in a lawsuit negligence by Hawaiian Electric caused the fire, killing at least 115 people. At one location near Lahaina being investigated as a potential origin, neighbors tell us downed power lines sparked small fires as early as 6:30 a.m. the morning of the Lahaina fires. Now, this cell phone video shot by a neighbor that morning. Also telling me they saw crews cleaning up those downed lines in the aftermath of the fires, and days before federal investigators arrived to determine a cause, a probe that is ongoing. The Washington Post reporting lawyers involved in the suit claim Hawaiian Electric violated national guidelines by possibly removing critical evidence from the scene too soon. A spokesperson for Hawaiian Electric tells me ABC News they have taken significant steps to preserve all company equipment located within the suspected area of origin, but that area had not been sealed off by government officials in the days immediately after the fire. Now, also Saturday, a small brush fire prompted some evacuations here, but was quickly extinguished. And notably, evacuation sirens were sounded, according to a firefighter on scene, unlike during the Lahaina fires when the sirens remained silent, Rebecca.
Sounded this time a lot of questions. Mola, thank you.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking.
Shadows are so parasocial, dishonest, they excuse himself when peeing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. Go back to your... I don't know why you, like, came running over here. What? You're hiding evidence too soon? I hate the GMA outro as well. Oh, this was a ridiculous story.
We turn now.
And guys protest.
Surely someone's out there being brave and defending this bald fuck. You know what I mean? Surely. Oh, wait, that's right. It's Luis Rubiales' mother who has gone on hunger strike, which is fucking awesome. The mother of Luis Rubiales has taken refuge in a church and is on a hunger strike. Oh, I'm doing fucking Italian. It's so hard for me not to do an Italian accent here. It's just like... Angeles Behar says she's acting in protest. By the way, she's not acting in protest because she's like, my son needs to be punished. What the fuck's going on? She's acting in protest at the witch hunt against her son. Barcelona. Yeah, hunger strike is extra hard when you're talking about Spanish food, because Spanish food is good as fuck. So, like, it's not even, you're not even doing hunger strike in, like, England, okay? Like, imagine being, like, a British person, like a British mother of a British soccer official or something, and being like, I'm doing a hunger strike, yeah. Everyone would be like, okay, that's me when I visit London, okay? And there's no immediate Indian food that I can consume. That's like, yeah. Whereas in Spain, it's very different, okay? Oh, no, I'm not eating mushy fucking peas, yeah? Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, sick, dude. Nice. In Spain, though, that's a whole different ball game.
Porque puede quedar enferma, pero a su madre, y quien es madre y sabe que está haciendo algo injusto y que le están apaleando.
She could get sick. Then eat, bitch. Nobody said stop eating. She could be sick. I love this story so much. And is being attacked, and it's normal for a mother as faithful as she is to ask God for help.
Pues normal que la madre, con la fe que tiene, con la fe tan grande que tiene, pues le pide a Dios, porque es que ya llega un momento que la desesperación ya no sabes ni a dónde agarrarte. Lógico y normal. No tengo ni idea, no lo sé lo mismo que tú, es mi tía, no sé, está ahí con mi madre, no tengo ni idea cuánto se va a quedar, cuánto, no lo sé, no te puedo contestar porque no tengo ni idea.
Oh, her mom went in there too. Yeah, her mom went in there too. She probably fucking brought in a little snacky for her, okay? Don't fucking give me that shit. You know her ass is eating in there too, okay? They're going to go inside. They're going to see all the fucking communion food is, you know, they went through all the wine. They went through all the fucking crackers. They ate all the Jesus's flesh. Not gonna a little chorizo tortilla for the abuela. She's eating them Jesus chips. Anyway.
Breaking.
Let's get to some fucking Trump watch, dude. You've been waiting for it. Oh, wait, here. Before we do that, hold on. Before we do that, here is Newsmax. They're big mad at Oliver Anthony, who recently said he doesn't like Republican politicians either, and may or may not be as racist as people thought he was previously.
And it's about people being able to speak freely in America today. What is your take on why the left is so excited about this?
Oh, well, of course they're excited about this because he's not overtly coming out as partisan.
Yeah, no. The correct term there is overtly coming out as racist. That's what was really funny about it when he was like, hey, y'all misunderstood me. Like, I'm not like as racist as you think I am. Because that was the original thing that everybody was like, oh, that's so funny. And it wasn't even like the left celebrating it rather than just making fun of the right getting very upset. You didn't truly win the Streamy Award for news. Everyone here knows Crowder draws 2x your crowd on a daily basis. Bias shit award. I think you could have said the Daily Wire, and that probably would have been a better argument. Using Steven Crowder and his dead-ass media career because he couldn't stop himself from, like, constantly putting his ball sack on, like, every one of his aides is like, the worst possible person to use here. Especially when he's in the middle of his fall-off era. Like, imagine dick riding the guy. Just go work for him. He will show you his penis, okay? So you can ride it all day, every day. Anyway, let's continue.
But when I initially saw this headline, I was like,
He said you're falling off. I know. It's real bad. Wouldn't want this kind of fall off on my worst enemies, okay? Guys, the fall off is very real, okay? Very, very real. It's so bad.
are you kidding me? Like, this is a group of people that made
Enjoy your only 15 minutes of fame, kiddo. Oh, you're talking
your song wildly famous, and you can't write a song that's only about politics. He's not talking about rainbows and butterflies, okay? He's talking about politics and then wondering why the political zeitgeist picks this up. It's a little odd to me that he's almost slapping in the face the people that made him famous. It's off-putting. I didn't like this.
What do you think, Landon? Are you disturbed by his comment saying and it's about people being able to...
I love that. I love that so much. They're like, yeah, he's slapping. This is a slap on the face of people that made him famous. It's really fucked up. This is TikTok stan shit. Oh my God. Yeah, but they're like not even a stan of Oliver Anthony. They're a stan of racism. Is it boss? He dropped 7K in a second? No, it's because I ran a middle of the hour ad break. And when I run a middle of the hour ad break, Twitch view count goes up and then back down. Yes, it's bots, dude. It's bots. The real active chatter count currently is 25,593. It's all bots. This is literally the inverse of the no-name controversy over her defending the line where Jay Electronica calls himself Jadolf Spittler. Yeah. Motherfucker thought he was in Extra Life, dude. He was watching a Extra Life stream. Here was a good moment. Laura Loomer came after Marjorie Taylor Greene
Your side doesn't follow.
It's called going along to get along. That's why Marjorie Trader Green.
What is happening in this? This is so chaotic. God, right-wing media is so fucking bad.
As I like to call her, Marjorie Trader Green campaigned on breaking up the establishment. Remember, she was doing all that hoorah-rah about not supporting Kevin McCarthy, and now she's Kevin McCarthy's lapdog, okay? She's on her knees in Congress every day for Kevin McCarthy as his personal cheerleader. When he screws us over, he screws us over every single day. Yeah, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene can use my pillow code, Loomer at my pillow, so that she can get herself a nice pillow for her knees to place under Kevin McCarthy's desk. How about that?
I think
that's what she needs. Yeah.
Laura Loomer is aging at the speed of white. Holy shit. No, Laura undiagnosed long COVID Loomer. Dude, Laura Loomer did so much plastic surgery. Like, she won Hondo P, did that thing where like people are like, I want to look like a Bogdanov twin for no fucking reason whatsoever. You know what I mean? She did that shit. Laura Loomer was ranked number 6 scariest horror movie villain by IGN. Yeah. Yeah, she does look like Jigsaw. It's insane. Why do you go to the plastic surgeon and go, fuck my shit up? I want to look like I have whimsical contraptions that I have placed inside of people's bodies that they have to claw out so that they can get out of the dungeon that they locked them in. Okay? I want to look like I'm driving. I want to look like I'm riding a tiny tricycle on a daily basis. It's very weird. She's younger than me, for the record. Just think about that. She's literally Marat's age. She's younger than me. She's 2 years younger than me. How fucked up is that, dude? God damn. I always remember your definition of a trap, a whimsical device, because traps are whimsical. It is a game of whimsy, okay? Anyway. Our boy, chess grandmaster Hans Niemann, has been cleared of all cheating allegations and will return to chess.com. That's right. I want to point that out real quick. I don't know a lot of people care about this, or I don't know if they care about this or not, but let me tell you something. That's our boy right there. I've stood by him in spite of all the controversy. Okay? Dear chess community, we are pleased to report that we have reached an agreement with Hans Niemann to put our differences behind us and move forward together without further litigation. At this time, Hans has been fully reinstated to chess.com, and we look forward to his participation in our events. We would also like to reaffirm that we stand by the findings in our October 2022 public report regarding Hans, including that we found no determinative evidence that he has cheated in any of the in-person games. We all love chess and appreciate all of the passionate fans and community members who allow us to do what we do. He still cheated online? Whatever, shut up. He said, I acknowledge, or Magnus Carlsen said, I acknowledge and understand chess.com's report, including its statement that there is no determinative evidence in his game against me at Sinkfield Cup. I am willing to play Niemann in future events should we be paired together. Let me tell you something. Totally exonerated. Hans Niemann, baby. Cleared. Where is the MAGA mail on this one? Remember, I remember there was a Dick Rider who was bouncing off of Magnus Carlsen's dick. Another extremely common MAGA male L. Hans Niemann did everything right, and they indicted him. Okay? Let's go. I remember there was a day you needed proof to accuse someone of using butt tech to cheat. I never understood the allegation. Like, is there supposed to be another better player remotely directing him through anal beads? Why wouldn't they just play as themselves then? No, the anal bead thing was like what everybody hyper-focused on. They thought that he was using, like someone was giving him directives from what a computer would do, because the reality is that computers are just better than people at chess. Like, they're so much better. They make moves in anticipation of, like, you know, 50 moves ahead that human being minds cannot comprehend. You know what I mean? Hans Naiman, last time he was here in 2020 said, do you ever intend on running for office? Not Donowall, Lamau, haha, no Donowall. He hasn't been in here since, but we, as a previously subscribed 4-month supporter of the HasanAbi broadcast, okay, we have always stood by Hans. And here, he should make this campaign video for himself.
I'm David Perdue, and I approve this message.
John Ossoff believes if you repeat a lie enough, people might believe it.
Magnus Carlsen believes that.
But Ossoff's stock trade attacks on David Perdue are totally false. David Perdue wasn't even at that Senate briefing.
Hans Naiman wasn't even at that Senate briefing.
Perdue was cleared by the bipartisan Senate Ethics Committee.
No butt plug, no case.
And DOJ. Perdue was totally exonerated. John Ossoff.
It's one of my favorite campaign ads of all time. David Perdue, totally exonerated. No wrongdoing. How did he lose? It's so good. It's such a fucking stupid ad. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep, if the butt plug doesn't fit, you must acquit. That's what we call a candidate ad, something they want to run and gets produced because they have the checkbook. Yeah, I just don't understand how, like, these guys have teams of people that are supposed to be smarter. Okay? And like, it got cleared. Like, this was an ad that they fucking pumped out thinking that this was like a good ad. It's like wearing a I'm not a murderer pedophile t-shirt, okay? What the fuck are you doing? I've been cleared of murdering orphan children. Why are people asking me questions about whether or not I murdered orphan children? I cleared. I've been cleared of that. Look at my t-shirt. Anyway. It's so good. Okay, let's move on. Ay. By the way, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia did an episode where Frank plays chess with a remote control butt plug. Yeah. It's so funny how this, like, you know, got into public consciousness because it's such a fucking stupid story. I love it. Anyway, let's continue. This guy says, are you wearing a Little St. James shirt? Me, when I see a tropical island shirt, immediately assuming it's Little St. James. Yes, dude. Little St. James, the only island that has ever existed in the history of islands and palm trees, okay? All right. Let's continue. Let's get to it. D.C. judges set a Trump trial for one day before Super Tuesday.
News into CNN, a federal judge has just
Trump
set the
watch,
trial
Trump
date
watch,
for
Trump
former
watch.
President Donald Trump on charges that he tried to overturn the 2020 presidential election. March 4th, 2024. CNN's Evan Perez is outside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. He just sprinted out of the courtroom. Evan, take us there. How did this unfold?
Well, Boris, this was quite a heated hearing from the part of the former president's lawyers who were pushing for a much later court trial date. They always said that the former president is not going to be able to get a fair trial if he is forced to go to trial in the next few months. In part, they say they're buried under millions and millions of pages of discovery from the prosecution, things that they say they have to go through. They noted that at least the lawyers don't even have their final security clearances yet to be able to review some of the classified information that they expect that they're going to be able to get. The judge pushed back very, very strongly. She said that the public has an interest, or has a right in a prompt and an efficient resolution of this matter. She set March 4th for the trial to get started. Now that's right before, I believe, right before the Iowa caucuses, or I'm sorry, right before the Super Tuesday. So that obviously brings up the political question, right, for the former president, because you're looking at a period where
it's a witch hunt. It's free.
Could be 4 or 5 weeks of trial, where he might have to spend his weekdays sitting here at the federal court while he goes on trial. In this case, the judge, Judge Tanya Chutkan, pushed back.
I do appreciate like our legal instruments operating with the fucking utmost content dome, basically creating an environment where we can still enjoy Trump content. It's so sick. Like, yeah, sure, they care about the rule of law. Like, oh, these guys, like, they want to make sure that a person who has, like, abused all institutions is not completely just receiving zero scrutiny. You know what I mean? They're like, no, you can't do that and get away with it, right? However, I don't care about any of that. I fucking love that they are so content-minded, okay? I love it.
Strongly when the former president's lawyers said that they just don't have the time to prepare. She said, I've seen defendants who've had maybe not the resources to have their lawyers prepare for trial. She noted this is not the case. John Lauro, one of the former president's attorneys, really made a strong push. Again, an impassioned plea for a much later date. He said what the prosecution was trying to get was a show trial, not a speedy trial. So you see...
no, this is not going to be on live TV.
There from the proceedings here today that this judge, Judge Chutkan, she...
Chat, this won't be on live television. This is a federal one. Unless they change the rules. Which I do believe it should be live televised, because this is absolutely a matter of public interest. It is a matter of public interest. But unfortunately for us, federal courts do not have live televised trials.
She was not very patient with the idea of waiting till 2026. I should note, she said that she had a conversation with a judge in New York, where the former president is also facing a criminal trial related to the hush money payments there in New York. She said she talked to the judge there because she realized that it might overlap with that case there. Nonetheless, she said that she was setting this date, and obviously there's a lot of room between now and the 7 months from now where the two sides are going to fight this out and try to push that date even further, at least on the part of the former president, Boris.
A major decision by Judge Chutkan, March 4th, 2024. As you noted, Evan, one day before Super Tuesday on March 5th, one of the biggest days on the primary calendar. Evan Perez, thanks so much for breaking that news to us. We're joined now by Democratic strategist and former executive director for the New York State Democratic Party, Basil.
Trump arraignment scheduled for September 6th in the Fulton case. That's the one we care about, boys. Donald Trump's arraignment in Fulton County, Georgia, has been set for September 6th at 9:30 a.m., which is kind of fucked up. Let me tell you why. Kind of fucked up. Our big, beautiful boy can't be awake that early, okay? Yeah, that's EST. I know. I'll be live. I'll be up. Don't fucking worry about it, baby. You know my ass is all over this shit, okay? I am going to need crack cocaine, I'm pretty sure, to cover this election cycle, especially with like all of the weirdness happening on the court watch area. I will be there no matter what. Don't care. No matter what happens, I will be there, okay? I'll be watching you. Keep it $1.50.
Basil Smigel and Republican strategist and former RNC communications director Doug High. Doug, I want to start with you because...
Also, the next Republican debate is happening in my backyard. I think it's happening in California.
Donald Trump has a lot of momentum, and he's maintained momentum as we've seen all of these legal processes play out. I have to imagine that with a trial start date of March 4th, he's going to use that going into March 5th.
Well, I think actually by March 5th, we'll know who the nominee is. Ultimately, I think this primary season comes down to the Iowa caucuses. Iowa typically, and I've worked in Iowa running comms for the 2012 caucus, Iowa typically is what winnows the field out. You lose in Iowa, you come in 4th place, 5th place, or worse, you drop out. But if Donald Trump wins Iowa, it's very clear then that he's going to have the momentum going into New Hampshire, where he's also leading in the polls. And a Donald Trump who wins Iowa and New Hampshire is not going to be...
Wait. Is this September 6th? Like, this upcoming, like, next week? Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, fuck no. Is a 15-minute proceeding? Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's not even just Starfield. Fuck. Oh, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. I was getting my fucking wires crossed with the Super Tuesday Trump trial, the federal one. Fuck. It's not even Starfield. It's not even Starfield. It's not even Starfield. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, it's just the arraignment. It's not the trial, but is there an actual reason why this court date is being placed right before Super Tuesday, or are the judges just doing a little bit of trolling? I don't know. Speaking of Starfield, lol, have you seen this yet? Wait, what the fuck? I don't want to show leaks, man. I don't want to get in trouble. Like, I don't know what that works, what that looks like. I can't show a leak. You didn't sign an NDA? No, chatter. I don't know if you know this, but this is called fucking Twitch.tv. It's a video game first platform, and you will get banned for showing leaks. Yeah. Like, Twitch absolutely will clap you for showing leaks, because Starfield will slap you for... Starfield early access August 31st. No streamer is waiting till the 6th. Yeah, I mean, I'll get the early access for deluxe edition, I think, but also, it's such a fucking massive game, dude. Like, one Oblivion style dumbass situation is not going to spoil it for me, okay? Yeah, it's a halt, you violated the law leak, okay? Who cares? No, I might be doing something with my family on that day, like specifically that day, as a matter of fact. Like literally that day. Which is why I'm a little worried, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, let's get back to this one, though. The D.C. judge sets Trump trial for one day before Super Tuesday.
In the Republican primary.
So, Basil, let's say that
At 6:30 in the morning, though, think it through, chatter. You will recognize that it won't be just 6:30 in the morning. It's an entire thing. It would be the entire day. What? How are you guys talking to each other in the chat like this?
That continues, seeing the momentum that Trump still clearly has.
Are you eloping? Yeah, with your mom.
I mean, is he the person that Biden and the Democrats want to face again in 2024? And I want to just show you this Quinnipiac University poll, which showed a hypothetical 2024 matchup. Biden and Trump pretty much neck and neck.
Well, Biden, Trump 2.0, I'm not scared of that. I don't think the Democrats are scared of that. Frankly, if you think about and look at all of those issues that are still top of mind for voters, particularly reproductive rights, I think those are mobilizing issues. He's done well on the economy. He doesn't get the credit that he should, and I get that. But he's been great on the economy in terms of playing defense, if you will, on those reproductive rights issues that are now in the states. I think Democrats see that as a winning issue. And frankly, when you look at the ways in which independents and disaffected Republicans came out for Democrats in 2022, I still think that's a winning coalition in 2024.
But let's say the economy remains the primary issue. What would it take for him to get credit for the economy? Because you're right, he doesn't get credit, at least with Americans on polling.
I think continuing to still talk about it. I don't think he should be speaking a lot about, what's happening with Donald Trump, maybe minimally. He's the best surrogate for his own record on the economy. Continue to do that. Those are, for Democrats, a lot of what we're discussing is built in. For independents and Republicans that want to vote for Democrats, continue to talk about those.
Great on the economy. Centrist Dems always say comms, never we need to do anything. Home affordability is the worst it's been since 1984. Yeah. But you don't understand. That's not a part of the economy. That's a totally separate thing that has to keep going up. Because the other side of this, for the record, because the other side of this is the voters, the real voters, asset holders, people who own homes. Those people, the economy is doing all right for them. It's the idea that the economy is doing all right for them that makes this problem as big as it is. Does that make sense? So, from their perspective, the economy is doing not that bad. The real voters are fascistic Republicans and lib wine moms. Everyone else is a fake voter. I mean, truly, though, that is how it works. With just 8% of new vehicles costing under 30 grand, it is least affordable car market in modern history, expert says. Tell the person spending 60% of the income on the rent that the economy is doing great. Chatter. I talk about this all the time. Okay? I talk about this all the time. The economy is not doing great for the average American. Okay? But the average American is not the average American that they give a shit about. Beyond corporations and the omega wealthy. Okay? Beyond the corporations and the omega wealthy, the average American that the Democratic and the Republican Party care about are average Americans in the suburbs that are upper middle class homeowners that got in, multiple decades, like nearly half a fucking century ago, into their homes and have that asset, and that asset must always appreciate, okay? There are a lot of people like this in the United States of America that we never really consider when we're talking about it, because technically they're not doing anything wrong. We're not talking about fucking landlords, okay? We're not talking about even mom and pop landlords. We're not talking about corporate landlords. We're talking about just a guy who owns a house and wants his home value to consistently go up, okay? Your parents probably fall in this category, okay? Like, they believe that this is their only wealth accumulation strategy. And they are used to their wealth accumulation strategy continuing to accumulate wealth. There is no world in which like their property values go down. It has never gone down, and it should never go down, because if it goes down, that spells trouble. That means like a big chunk of their asset, a big chunk of their net worth that is tied to this one individual asset is now going away. Okay? That is bedlam for the average like median centrist voter that is your parent. Okay? They do not want that to go down. It's what their retirement sometimes is tied to. It's what their nest egg is. It's what they want to leave to you. They do not want that. I'm not talking about landlords, chat. Understand. I'm talking about home owners. Okay? Myself included. Right? The difference for me, however, is that I do not care about the home I'm inside of as an appreciating asset for wealth accumulation. I care about it as shelter for myself and my family and a place that I can stream out of. Okay? But most people don't think that way. They think, oh no, this is wealth accumulation. This is the most important singular tool of wealth accumulation. Okay? The thing that they don't realize is if they own one house worth of houses, even if that value goes up or down, it doesn't matter because they still own one house worth of houses because the other houses also went up or down. It doesn't matter. You cannot explain that to them. You mean you don't have to worry about it? Yeah, I don't. You want to know why I don't have to worry about it? Because I'm also working on top of that, Chomsky Gaming. Instead of taking all the fucking capital that I've accumulated and dumping it into the stock market, I do not play the stock market game, or I do not play the asset accumulation game. I do not play the private property game. This is what I do. If I stop streaming, I don't make money. That's just how it works. Whereas private property and wealth accumulation doesn't work that way. Okay? That's the point. So you might use that as a fucking own because you're like, well, you're really wealthy. Of course you don't give a shit about this. It's like, yeah. Because that's how people used to make money. They used to make money by fucking working in a job that paid them at least a decent fucking wage. And it wasn't about like, you know, market conditions. It wasn't about your asset constantly accumulating like an insane amount of value year over year, which on the other side is, of course, displacing plenty of people like you, chatter, you yourself. The overwhelming majority of younger generations who do not have a home. That's the other side of the home affordability dynamic. Does that make sense? Why do people pocket watch you this much? Who cares? They pocket watch because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? And they look down at their pockets and they don't see $5. So they can subscribe for $5. But they forget that they don't need $5 to subscribe. They can do it for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? By connecting their Amazon Prime accounts or their parents' Prime accounts to their Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month. They use it on their favorite champagne socialist. Me. Okay? And if all of that fails, you can still get lucky and get gifted a sub. Yes, you are rating the transition. You're rating the segue. That's what the segue rates are for. Literal fucking hater, dude. That is insane. That is an insane... Dude, come on, dude. How can we have honesty and integrity in this fucking community when my mod team is doing... my own mods saying 5 out of 10 overrateds get banned? That's crazy. I'm going to ban you, Betelgeuse. The fuck you mean? That was a decent-ass segue. You guys suck. You just cooked it. You cooked the books. Anyway. So, let's get back to how the economy is doing great.
Economic issues. I think you just keep hammering it away. They've got some really great media buys, particularly in the in swing states with voters of color. That all helps.
The White House has not gone directly after former President Trump for his legal woes, and neither have a lot of Republicans, Doug. A lot of those folks on the debate stage last week raised their hands saying they would support Donald Trump even if he was
I see a lot of guys comparing this kind of asset income economy to side hustles, which even squarely middle-class people have to take on now. That's what attracts so many stuff like crypto. Risky side ventures don't feel insane in an insane economy. No, absolutely. Yeah, everyone wants a piece. And everyone wants to feel... I don't even fault people for this to some degree, because everyone wants to feel like they own capital, because they look around and the only people that they see succeeding are those who own capital. So why wouldn't they want to take their meager income that is remaining after their fucking landlord took like 50%, 60% in some cases, their goddamn income, and like try to dump it into some get-rich-quick schemes because they feel like what else is there to lose? This is always these diseases of despair, whether it be alcoholism or gambling or even like, I'll even say prostitution. These things that people get addicted to, well, prostitution is not the same, but still, these things that become way more prominent have historically been in cycles. Obviously, they're always there for entertainment, and that's perfectly fine, okay? As entertainment, perfectly fine, great, except the worse material conditions get, the more people think that is a mechanism of escape and like feeling like that is a brief moment of like realness that you can experience, a dopamine hit, you know what I mean? A rush. Or in the instance of like crypto, it's more so like the working man's way of not necessarily gambling, but like playing in the stock market. I think one of the funniest parts about like post-COVID economy analysis has always been turning the dial back to pre-COVID and going, but look, the economy is thriving. It's just like before COVID. And it's like, dog, it sucked for normal, everyday, average working class people before COVID too, you fucking idiots. You forgot. There was this insane moment of COVID that like what? We somehow forgot that in the pre-COVID time, like the economy wasn't good either. It wasn't good either. The issue is, and I tell you guys this all the fucking time, those levers that you're pulling are not going to save you. People lie all the time and make it seem like it's your salvation. It's not. Okay? There is no salvation there. There's no pathway to a better financial future there. Oh, my dad has brought me food. 1 second.
Convicted. Does that change as we get closer to the primaries?
Well, I would hope it would, but it probably doesn't. Everything that we've seen thus far suggests that it wouldn't. And it's not just that they're not criticizing or going after or attacking Donald Trump in a way that they would any other candidate for any other race. The reality is when Donald Trump gets indicted, not only does it sort of reinforce his core message that the system's rigged and there's 2 tiers of justice and all of that, but his own opponents reinforce that language. If you're running against Donald Trump, but you back him up, you're strengthening him. You're not weakening him. You're not helping your case to become president. But I would say, I know that Democrats look at this race and think, well, we'll probably do pretty well against Donald Trump. But there's a real reality here of being careful what you wish for. That's exactly what Democrats thought in 2016. They thought there was no way that Donald Trump could beat Hillary Clinton, and he did, and we saw what the results were from that. I'd tell Democrats, be really careful of what you wish for on this.
You're rhetorical.
No, it's absolutely, I mean, he's right. There's a good chance that Donald Trump can win. And so for Democrats, you can't be complacent at all. I think Hakeem Jeffries, and interestingly enough, I also think Nancy Pelosi, they're in a great position to actually help make the Democrats' case down ballot. If you think about reproductive rights, for example, in many ways the Republicans are responding in the ways they did with the Affordable Care Act. They got power, they got what they wanted, and didn't have a solution at the other end. I think, and you saw that play out on the GOP debate stage. So what that gives is an opportunity for Democrats to hit every Republican on the most draconian policies that are being put forth in states, all the way down ballot. We do that, we stick to the script, then I think we have an opportunity to get more seats back, particularly in New York and California, and I think gives President Biden a boost.
Doug, as we learn more about these trial dates and their set, Ambassador Bolton made the point earlier when speaking to Boris that a conviction might change minds in a way that investigations and indictments haven't. Do you see it that way?
Mm-hmm. Potentially so. Look, all those candidates who raised their hand and said they'd support Donald Trump if he were convicted, that's being convicted in theory, not convicted in practice. So certainly you could see some people peel away from that. And you could certainly bet that those voters, independent voters, soft Republicans who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 but then went to Joe Biden in 2020, indictment and certainly conviction, don't want to go in that direction. It also highlights what a lot of the conversation is going to be. Basil's telling us very specifically what Democrats want to be talking about. Donald Trump's personal and legal problems and the issue of abortion. Notice they're not talking about the economy. It's still very rocky ground for Joe Biden right now. Looks to continue for a long time. This is not the terra firma that they want to be on.
Basil, quickly to you, put you on the spot. You said you were comfortable with a Donald Trump-Joe Biden rematch. Who do the Democrats not want to face?
Wow, that's a great question. I can't say that they don't want to face anyone. What I would say is that with anyone on the ballot, and that includes Donald Trump, there's a chance that Democrats don't win. We saw that turnout in very key areas with key constituencies was lower than we wanted it to be in 2024. If those voters don't come out, if we can't make that case in 2024, it's going to be a problem. Doesn't matter who's on the ballot against him.
So it'll be an interesting matchup regardless of who it is. Basil, Smichael, Doug High, thank you both. We appreciate it.
More breaking.
Wait, you don't see Trump winning at all? That's crazy. Bende var, yok geri getirdim tuzu. Burada var bende. Hep masada var, evet. Dude, things change in alarming ways, okay? You have no idea what could happen. Well, let me tell you something. We don't know what the environment will look like at the time the election comes around. But Donald Trump didn't lose by gigantic margins. Okay? And there is one base of support that he has that Joe Biden does not. And that is the MAGA loyalists. Okay? Now, if those MAGA loyalists do not go out and vote because they think their vote doesn't matter because Trump kept telling them that their Democrats are cheating, well, that's a little bit different of a story. But that's pretty significant, especially in times when there might be depressed voter turnout. Biden isn't necessarily a very strong candidate either.
Breaking news now in Fulton County, Georgia, and a star witness there.
Yeah, here, 2016 Hillary lost by 80K votes in 3 states. 2020 Trump lost by 44K votes in 3 states.
Attorneys are inside a courtroom as we speak, fighting it out over whether Mark Meadows should be tried in state or federal court. The evidentiary hearing also has the look and feel of a Trump trial preview, minus the red lights of cameras, of course, including, as I said, the former White House chief of staff. He's there. He is sitting in the witness chair. He is answering questions under penalty of perjury. I want to get right to Sarah Murray to give us a sense of what's happening in that courtroom right now.
Well, Dana, this is remarkable for a number of reasons. I mean, one of them is Mark Meadows has kept such a low profile during these various criminal investigations into Donald Trump. Of course, now they're co-defendants in this case that's going on in Georgia. The other is it's a risky strategy to take a criminal defendant and to put them under oath, even if it's something like an evidentiary hearing. And what we are seeing, according to our colleagues who are in the courtroom, who are sending us these updates, is Mark Meadows under oath giving this pretty significant recounting of what happened in the aftermath of the 2020 election and his tenure as White House Chief of Staff. You know, he's talking to the court. He's saying these were challenging times, bluntly referring to his White House tenure. He said, I would get invited to almost every meeting that the president had. He's also up for cross-examination from the prosecutor. So the prosecutors are asking him, you know, when you were joining these calls after the election with Donald Trump, with his private personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, what was the federal function of that? What was your White House duty in that? And he said he was a schedule manager, he was a timekeeper for the former president, that there's a federal interest in making sure elections are secure. And this is what Meadows has to argue. He has to argue that what transpired in the wake of the 2020 election was somehow related to his official duties as White House Chief of Staff. And what's not clear is how much longer this is going to go on, because we know that the district attorney has lined up a number of witnesses that she may call, including Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger.
Sarah, a lot happening down there. Thanks for keeping us up to speed on it. Shan Wu and Carrie Cordero are back with us, and joining the discussion is former DeKalb County District Attorney J. Tom Morgan. I'll start with you because you are in Georgia, J. Tom. What do you make of the arguments that Mark Meadows is making on the stand right now? As we know, as Sarah said, these are the key questions that he wants the judge to answer in the affirmative. And the question is whether or not he should be tried in a state court rather than a federal court, because he was doing the job on a federal level as the chief of staff to the president of the United States.
Dana, just because you receive a federal paycheck doesn't mean that everything you do comes under the guidelines of your job description as a federal official. What Mr. Meadows was doing was helping the president and others to overturn the Georgia election. And that's what the DA is going to argue. You're exactly right. It's a calculated risk to put a defendant on the stand at any time, certainly during pretrial motions, and usually the calculation goes against the defendant. I'm absolutely amazed that he is taking the stand.
You are. So if he were your client, you wouldn't have done it?
Again, it's a calculated risk. It seems like there were other ways that you could get this evidence out without putting the defendant on the witness stand. As a former prosecutor, I would be chomping at the bit for the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Meadows, though.
Shan Wu, let me just actually put on the screen, just because there's a lot going on today, about what Meadows and his attorneys are trying to show during this hearing that's happening right now. They're trying to show, as we mentioned, that he was acting as an officer of the United States, meaning the federal government. His conduct was related to actions under color of such office, and he has colorable federal defense. Can you put that in English, please?
Well, what he needs to show there is that he wants to say that everything I did was within my job description as chief of staff. That's the plain English way of doing it. And the counter to that, of course, is that this is totally outside your job description. You don't have any role in the elections, that's at the states, and you certainly can't be trying to pressure people or coming up with schemes to overturn something that's no longer being challenged in the courts. So that's what he's really running up against here.
Carrie, I was talking to Jamie Raskin, a member of Congress from Maryland. He happened to be the lead impeachment manager on January 6th. He also is a constitutional scholar. And here's what he said about Mark Meadows and what he's trying to do here.
There ain't no fucking way. I feel like if Mark Meadows can make a case to move his trial to a federal court away from the state courts of Georgia, then it's Jamie Raskin, guys. He has cancer. That's why he has a fucking prison mic bandana on. Anyway, he's a Democrat. Before the prison mic bandana, he used to have the funniest, most like George Jebediah Washington haircut you've ever seen. But it was his hair was way funnier than what's going on now with the cancer bandana. Anyway, Can you ban those chatters? No. Like, what a question. Can you ban every chatter that made fun of his bandana? Why the fuck would they think it's immediately cancer?
Just think about a federal official or employee who engages in a bank robbery or a murder. Obviously, the state would get to prosecute them. After 4 years of packing the courts with Federalist Society bloggers, someone like Mark Meadows is going to feel a lot more comfortable in federal court. They're trying to flee from it as quickly as possible to get into the warmer climate of the federal judiciary, which they have worked so hard to gerrymander.
Is that the answer to why? The why is he trying to change jurisdictions?
100%.
I think there's other reasons as well. Another reason potentially is that it gives him an opportunity to sever his case from the trial of the other defendants.
And why is that
And
important?
so that would allow him and the case, the prosecutors would have to focus just on him specifically and the counts against him. It doesn't have the appearance and sort of the practical impact of sitting at trial with a whole bunch of other defendants who have been charged with a wide range of crimes. So his attorneys have obviously assessed that it's in his interest both to be in federal court because they potentially think that federal defenses that he might have would be better considered there, but also I think because he would be on his own.
And J. Tom, you sort of alluded to this about the fact that anything can happen when you have a client on the stand. One of the things that he is being asked about, according to our reporters in the courtroom right now, is about Trump's interest in election fraud after the 2020 election. And he described being flooded with outreach. Meadows described being flooded with outreach about potential fraud in 2020. Sometimes he said he had to keep certain people away from Trump in the post-election period. One of my jobs was trying to be gatekeeper. That was more than a little challenging with President Trump.
As I said, it's going to be an amazing examination and cross-examination. I hope the judge does not reel in either side when the questions really start flowing toward Mr. Meadows. It reminds me of something I learned a long time ago. There are two ways a fish gets caught in a criminal case. He opens his mouth or he's swimming with the wrong school of fish. As alluded to earlier, Mr. Meadows wants to get away from the pack, but I am, as an attorney, amazed that they're allowing him to testify.
You sure know how to turn a phrase. Thank you so much for that and for your insight, all of you.
And joining me now is the...
We already watched the Vivek shit. I kind of want to back him. Let's do Mark Levin, Master Shake exploding on Donald Trump, and then after that, more unhinged Newsmax. Gidley, Democrats have always challenged the outcome of every single election where a Republican wins the White House. Stern, I missed that time when Democrats invited a mob to storm the Capitol. Gee, can you tell me about that one? Oh, shit.
The Electoral College did vote, and if you're an Electoral College member whose side lost, you don't get to vote.
Grant,
Okay.
Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Kamala Harris, Stacey Abrams, Democrats have always challenged the outcome of every single election when a Republican wins the White House and has refused to seat electors since Reagan. If that's going to be the new standard,
I missed that time when Democrats.
This is really funny because you don't think this guy is going to be the lib, and this guy is going to be the Republican in this dynamic. Looks can deceive you, is my point. Because, you know, my man is my man's on Team Trump, but, you know. And this guy, on the other hand, looks like he is trapped in a libertarian library or some shit.
Incited a mob to storm the Capitol and stop the certification of the election, Hogan. Gee, can you tell me about that one? You were there, right, when the Democrats incited a mob and stopped the certification?
Well, actually, Grant, I was there when the Democrats and climate crazies invaded the Department of Interior and conducted violence on security guards. They also burned down courthouses
That's a lovely
in Oregon.
false equivalence, and that's not the same thing. It's not what we're talking about.
I was ushered to a secure location in the White House when Democrats stormed the gates at the Treasury trying to get to the White House.
Guys, we got to leave it right there. Grant, Hogan.
I love when the moderator chimes in with his fucking shit ass feedback too. My man's getting double teamed. All right, let's see what Master Shake has to say about Trump.
America. Now, given the police state tactics of the Biden administration and the Democrat Party, now we get to Donald Trump. Remember the Durham report about Russia collusion? People should read it. He shot torpedoes into the side of the Department of Justice and FBI like no prosecutor's ever done in my lifetime. And I speak as a former attorney.
Wait, what? Really? Is that why no one got fucking arrested? Dude, these guys are they're living in their own universe, but it's also cool because like this is supposed to be the intellectual guy on the Republican side. You know what I mean? He's the guy like they have an entirely different set of stories that they play. They have an entirely different set of narratives that they run. They just have their own lore. It's like watching Fox News at any given moment of the day can lead you to believing an entirely different set of values, which that much we already knew about, but also would have you thinking like, oh, there's like totally different characters in this story. So one of them, this is an entirely different canon event, the Durham report, right? The Durham report was supposed to be this like incredible bombshell. Like the FBI greatly overextending whatever their like legal setbacks were. They were fucking running around that. They were doing a whole litany of illegal shit to like spy on Trump. Barack Obama personally directed the FBI to spy on Donald Trump's campaign. All this sort of shit. And all they got was like one FISA clearance that the judge personally said was like overboard, like where someone jumped the gun on one FISA security, one FISA clearance. I think in an email. Like that's all they got. But if you were to ask the Republican Party, they like beefed this up. Like this was a fucking bombshell. What is this for an overlay? No, I'm not gonna do that right now. And it sucks for them because all of their fucking supposed like bombshell smoking gun amounts to nothing. Same thing is happening in the Hunter Biden situation too. Like it keeps turning into absolutely nothing. It keeps turning into nothing, and then they have to keep the narrative going. They have to keep being like, no, but it is a bombshell. Like, see, you don't understand. Here's why it's a bombshell. And then they introduce like a new character to the story. And I personally don't believe that Republicans genuinely have been following this shit because, like, it's hard to keep up with. The characters are not that interesting. And at the end of it, like, nothing happens. You know what I mean? I guess you could say the same about like the Mueller report or whatever, but the main villain in that situation is Donald Trump, and he is an incredibly entertaining person. So that shit, regardless of how like crazy liberals got about Lebanon stuff, Blue Anon stuff, where they were like Russia, the main villain was still Trump in that situation. So it's like impossible not to keep your eyeballs on him. These guys do not have a Trumpian equivalent. So there's nothing happening, while on the other hand, Trump is getting arrested, which is something happening and interesting. And they also have no cool characters, whereas on the other hand, on the liberal side, they have Donald Trump, who's the greatest character, versus they got nobody. They got Hunter Biden, who's like more of an anti-hero than a villain. You know what I mean?
Chief of Staff to the Attorney General of the United States. The corruption at the FBI, at the Department of Justice, remains. and it comes at the top, Merrick Garland. Merrick Garland is a very angry man who wanted to be on the Supreme Court. Now he's Attorney General, he's enormous power, and he's using it. Every decision made at the federal level affecting Donald Trump has to be approved by him and his radical left-wing deputy, Deputy Attorney General Monaco. But they're worse than Stalin. These are worse than Stalin trials.
Yeah.
These are worse than communist show trials. Can you name one targeted victim during the Stalin regime who was indicted in 4 different jurisdictions? Can you name one who was facing 91 charges? Can you name one who was facing almost 1,000 years in prison? No. This is worse. So why are they doing this? This is all coordinated, folks.
Wait, doesn't that mean they were much more efficient?
Between the locals, the state, and the feds. All Democrat cities. That's why they're not.
It's funny because he's like handing it to Stalin to own contemporary American DOJ. He's like, the USSR, they got many W's. Okay? The Democratic Party, many L's.
Bumping into each other when they make these announcements. More than that, they're coming seriatim, one after another. You have to plan those things. They don't just happen. They're trying not to interfere with each other, but they're dumping all the charges, making all the publicity, draining Trump of his resources, draining Trump of the ability to campaign for president of the United States, all in the last 5 months. And they want all their trials.
It's pretty funny to say Stalin's trials are not that bad when, like, is he like a MAGA communist? Like, what's going on? like my man literally said, my man is a tanky. Okay, now that's a tanky right there. No, they were totally valid counter-revolutionary trials. I love that.
In the next 6 to 12 months. That's not coincidence. He's charged with crimes relating to election activity. He's charged with crimes relating to documents. He's charged with crimes relating to non-disclosure agreements. He's charged with crimes relating to campaign activity in one state. He was charged before with a phony impeachment where he turned out to be right. And they didn't even go through the normal due process, such as it is that the House of Representatives has traditionally. Then he was charged again with another impeachment. What? And he was tried when he was in Mar-a-Lago. An impeachment that accused him of insurrection and sedition, for which he's never been charged, and he never did. Then we had the Mueller criminal investigation, where he had to give testimony, written answers, and there were thousands of subpoenas. His kids were all brought in. Hundreds and hundreds of witnesses.
His kids, like he's talking like they're 5, bro. He's making it seem like, yeah. Now do you understand why I call him Master Shake? The more angry he gets, the more he becomes Master Shake. His kids, his 45-year-old kids were brought in for this investigation. Can you imagine doing this to a child? A 45-year-old child? What the fuck is going on?
And so forth. They had nothing. All intended to sabotage his presidency. That's a police state. And they're doing it to you. I just went through a whole long list of things. And they're doing it to you right now. Now, on top of that, look at this. They use a grand jury in Washington, D.C. to bring charges that are related to Florida. That violates, as I keep saying here, venue limitations in the Department of Justice manual for prosecutors. That is an abuse of power. What else? You're not supposed to bring actions that may have an impact on an election. That's another section of the Department of Justice regulations. Federal prosecutors and agents may never select the timing of any action, including investigative steps, Criminal charges are statements for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. The only time they can do it is when it's approved by the Attorney General of the United States. What about attorney-client privilege? Have you ever had an attorney? Have you ever had somebody you're up against? And the person you're up against goes to a judge and says, you know, I think those two are colluding to commit a crime. And she holds a secret hearing. And she says, you know what, I think you're right. So your lawyer has to testify for the other side in a grand jury and provide all the written notes of your conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, why go through the motions of justice? Just hang the guy. You know how far back attorney-client privilege goes? 1577. English common law. That's English common law. But it goes back before that, too. Ancient Rome believed in attorney-client privilege. Modern-day America does not. So here are the charges for June 8th. Documents. What are they charging him with? Well, violations of the Espionage Act of 1917. That law was created by Woodrow Wilson to imprison 2,000 of his political opponents, as I've told you, including a presidential opponent, Eugene Debs. They rounded him up, they put him in prison so he could get through the election. What else? False.
What? My man is first he defended Stalin, now he's defending Eugene Debs. I'm telling you, dude. Bro. Master Shake, dude. Eugene Debs, one of the greatest this country has to offer. Also anti-war like Donald Trump. That's why they threw him in jail. That's so good. I know I sound more like Gilbert Gottfried. Marxist Leninist thought. Yes. Life, Liberty, and Lenin? No, Life, Liberty, and Levine. Mark Levin, bald. Vlad Lenin, also bald. Coincidence? I think not.
Statements. False statements? You can drive a truck through that allegation of false statements. What else? The Enron statutes. The Enron obstruction statutes were never intended to be applied to a president of the United States. Here's the crap indictment that all the legal analysts says this is where the problem is right here.
What?
Not if we're...
Wait. Wait, I'm sorry. What is that? Is he saying that certain legal precedents cannot be used on presidents? Like, what does he mean by that? Like, what? It's great.
Republic with a true rule of law. That's crap. Then we have, here's another one. Here we have the January 6th case. And I've told you before, what did he do, Mr. Smith? 1871 Klan Act. What? The Enron Act. The guy loves the Enron Act on obstruction and a financial fraud statute. Look, right here. Oh, my God. Crap. Mr. Smith goes to Washington, and Mr. Smith blows up the place. Here we have Atlanta, Georgia, by Fannie Willis. Now, look at her indictment. I don't even know if she read the damn thing. You know what this is? 100 pages of bull. I could take one section out of here. Let me ask you a question. Are you allowed to challenge a campaign in open and challenge its legitimacy? According to her, no. So put RICO aside and every other charge aside. She just charged somebody with a felony under state law for exercising their federal First Amendment free speech right. That's part of this crap.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
India became the world's first nation to reach the south pole of the moon on August 23rd.
India is now on the moon.
People are applauding.
Mission Control erupted in cheers as the Chandrayaan-3 landed in a part of the moon where no country has ever landed before.
For India, it's a matter of national pride.
It happened just 3 days after a similar mission from Russia failed.
It's a blow to the Kremlin because they are trying to show through this mission that Russia is again a superpower.
The lunar South Pole is significant because the expected presence of ice could support future human settlements. Here's why Moscow and New Delhi were in a race to get there and how their missions were not just about science, but also about politics. India's Chandrayaan-3, which means moon vehicle in Sanskrit, blasted off from Earth on July 14th.
Liftoff normal.
Since then, the spacecraft made several maneuvers around the Earth and has been orbiting the moon to prepare for a landing. Russia launched its Luna 25 less than a month later. It took a much faster and more direct route to the moon and was projected to reach the surface first on August 21st. The South Pole is strategic because the expected presence of ice could provide fuel, oxygen and drinking water, making it a potential site for mining and human settlement. But experts say a smooth landing is extremely challenging. That's because the area has much tougher terrain compared to other parts of the moon. It is bumpy, littered with craters and has limited sunlight.
The lander module has begun its descent.
India tried but failed to reach there 4 years ago and finally succeeded on August 23rd.
This success belongs to all of humanity, and it will help moon missions by other countries in the future.
That makes India the 4th country in the world to reach the moon after the United States, Russia and China. India is expected to get a lot of offers from other space agencies, foreign countries to launch like commercial satellites for them, which is going to be also a revenue earner for India.
A happy landing for Russia's unmanned Luna 17 spacecraft.
Russia was the first country to send a rover to the moon back in 1970, towards the end of a space race between the US and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. But Russia hasn't launched another lunar lander since the 1970s, and the stakes this time around were especially high, more than 18 months after it launched the invasion of Ukraine.
Connectors.
Western sanctions imposed on Russia since the war complicated its collaborations in space with Europe and the US.
Because of Western sanctions, a lot of the cooperation that used to take part in terms of space projects, they have come to an end. And also because of technology export bans, Russia cannot receive a lot of the electronics and other technology that it would have in the past from European nations that supported its space program. So this is extremely significant.
For India, there are political and financial reasons driving its mission to the lunar South Pole. The successful mission could boost Prime Minister Narendra Modi's election campaign early next year.
These kind of missions adds to the national pride.
Why India and Russia were facing raising the moon's South Pole is finally a story I've been avoiding talking about. Is one that we are finally going to talk about, okay? There's an interesting, I hear there's an interesting video from LegalEagle on the bizarre origin of Florida man. Yeah, we could do that. What does Miraz take? I actually haven't asked him about this. You don't like India? Wait, what? I don't like Modi, but I love that they've landed on the dark side of the moon. It's awesome.
Prime Minister Modi is
I don't know
going to tell his voters how the country has reached the moon, which would make to his benefit.
The Indian Space Agency works on a shoestring budget. In February, the government slashed funding for the Department of Space by 8% to $1.5 billion. In comparison, NASA's budget for 2023 is more than $25 billion.
India is hoping to get a lot of foreign collaborations in terms of like offers for joint venture missions to launch commercial satellites. So it relies on these foreign collaborations to support its space missions.
India's successful landing on the lunar South Pole could change its standing in the global space race, especially in Asia.
India's position as a global space power would definitely be reinforced. Definitely puts India ahead of countries like Japan and Korea and just behind China.
Meanwhile, Russia still has a way to go to catch up with the US and China.
It's not the be-all and end-all for Russia. There are other lunars, Luna 26 and Luna 27. They both depend on electronics from the West. And for as long as sanctions continue, it's going to be difficult for Russia to obtain the kind of technology that it needs to continue collaborating and ensuring that it is number one, as it wants to be, in the space race.
Why aren't we getting this news from this video instead?
So sorry.
No fucking shot. Yeah, I don't have any issue with the Indian Space Research Organization. I think that it's awesome. Just like I love NASA. These guys are scientists. They're fucking nerds. All they care about is advancing science. There's no politics there beyond just advancing science. No matter how much every other like Western news outlet tries to turn this into like, well, they're trying to get there because they can't use their own satellites or whatever the fuck. Ultimately, it's a good thing. And yeah, you know, there's, you know, it's a good thing overall.
Gravity zero yahan, India hero yahan.
Wait, this one doesn't have any subtitles. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
हम ही स्टार हैं, सभी बेकार हैं, साउथ पोल पे कोई आया ही नहीं है, सच तो ये जान लो. We are the best, we are the best, we are the best, we are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are best. दोस्तों ये चंद्रयान है, ये नंबर 1 है.
I need subs. I need to know more about what's happening here. I need to know what he's saying. Is this a leaked Starfield gameplay I've been hearing about? Yeah, that's what's going on. Hayır, Hintli. Ne oluyor? İngiliz, Türkçe nasıl söylüyorsun? Hint. Aynen.
यही शान है, तेज है, बड़ा स्मार्ट है, ये तो विज्ञान का बड़ा कमाल है. अरे भाई वाह, ये तो हिट है बजट कम में, ये तो फिट है. अरे भाई वाह, ये तो नंबर 1 है. कोई यहाँ लैंड किया, कोई वहाँ लैंड किया, किसी की मेहनत पे पानी फिर गया, साउथ पोल में कोई आया ही नहीं है.
What did they find? They found rocks or something? Talking about how smart the rover is and how it's number 1. Helium-3. He said he's going to drill space cheeks and smash it. This is a remix of an old Indian song. He's saying India is the best, Lamau, flexing how we are the first to the South Pole of the moon and do it for super cheap.
सच तो ये जान लो, we are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are.
I mean, I know what he's saying there. He's saying we are the best. I know what's happening there. You know what I mean? That's a language that I understand.
We are the best, we are the best, we are the best. Yes, we are the best. लैंड हो गया चंद्रयान, मेरा भारत.
This is the only place. This is the only place I get my news from. Okay, there's no other. There's no other source of news that is better than India Today Group's specific animatronics. Hold up, is it actually Modi singing? Yeah, they got literally Modi to sing it. Actually, as a matter of fact, like literally Modi to sing it. It's crazy. Real. All right. We got some more fun stuff coming up, but before we get to the fun stuff, here is the one last thing. We already covered the union busting. Now going to be harder for bosses according to More Perfect Union. We already covered that 2 days ago. Wait, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Man, of course I'm joking. Modi didn't fucking sing on a track, dude. What are you talking about? How could that have happened? All right. Here's LegalEagle's Insurrection versus the First Amendment. Don't know if I want to watch this whole thing. I feel like it might be a little bit long, but we will get to fun stuff after this, okay?
Speech! It's political activity! Won't someone please think of the First Amendment? Special Prosecutor Jack Smith has indicted Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. for conspiracy to subvert the presidential election results, and Trump is predictably not too happy about it. He tweeted out on
Why not invest that money in solve poverty? How ridiculous is India? That's crazy. You could fucking make that argument all the time for every single thing, every single different venture. Any dollar that goes into space exploration rather than fucking I don't know, military money is a good venture. Okay, it's a terrible argument.
On Truth Social, if you go after me, I'm coming after you. In response, the DOJ filed a motion for protective order that would prevent Trump from disclosing discovery materials to the public. Now, Trump says this motion was actually a blanket gag order that would prohibit him from exercising his free speech, and a hearing was held on August 11th. Now, in addition to all the motion practice that's happening before trial, Trump and his lawyers say that everything that Trump said in the run-up to January 6th is protected political speech and therefore can't be the basis of criminal charges. Now, Trump has said a lot of things in the context of January 6th. Does he actually have a First Amendment free speech defense? Well, to start with, speech is generally protected under the First Amendment unless it falls within one of the few categories of unprotected speech. Now, we'll get into those categories in a few minutes because when you're talking about Trump, those categories actually come up with quite a bit of frequency. But first, let's talk about why Trump says his words and actions are protected speech. The Supreme Court considers political and ideological speech to be at the core of the First Amendment, including speech concerning, quote, politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. Now, Trump says that he's being persecuted for political speech. In the indictment, the prosecutors accused him of communicating with other people in an attempt to...
They're indicting him because he did everything right. Okay? Not in spite of. Because they were like, no one has ever done a perfect crime before. Sir, you've done it. You've done the perfect crime. You've done everything right. And now they've indicted you.
To overturn the election. And here's how the alleged conspiracies worked. Before the general election, the political parties from each state chose their own potential electoral college electors. After the votes are in, each state prepares certificates of ascertainment that are authenticated with a government signature, and the indictment accuses Trump and his allies of conspiring to prepare fake certificates in 7 states that Trump lost: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And Trump's plan depended on Vice President Mike Pence using those certificates to block or delay Congress from recognizing Biden's victory. Now, Trump's lawyer, John Lauro, told CNN that, quote, this is an attack on free speech and political advocacy, and there's nothing that's more protected under the First Amendment than political speech. Now, I agree with Lauro that Trump generally has a right to lie about the election results forever if he wants to. However, Lauro goes even further than that, saying that Trump had a free speech right to ask Pence and others to take action on his behalf. Lauro often defended Trump by claiming that his extra-legal demands were aspirational.
That was an hold on one second. That was an aspirational ask.
Now, Trump claims that there's no harm in just asking Pence to do something that might hypothetically break the law or at least be against the law. Lauro says that the Biden administration has criminalized the free speech of prior administration and that it is particularly egregious because it's happening while there is a political election happening. To Trump, it looks like the government is trying to stop him from expressing his political opinions. Now, Trump's defenders used the same defense during his second Senate impeachment trial. The House January 6th committee recommended that Trump be charged with violating the seditious conspiracy statute because of the speech he gave to the protesters at the Ellipse. The seditious conspiracy law, 18 U.S.C. 2383 and 2384, make it a crime when someone, quote, incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States. Now, historically, The government has used sedition charges to shut down political dissent, especially during times of war. And Trump is right that we don't want the government to persecute people because of their political speech. But that's why today it's extremely hard to convict someone of inciting violence based on their opinions. We've covered incitement law a bunch of times on this channel. It's very difficult to prove under the Brandenburg test. And although the First Amendment does not protect speech that incites imminent lawless action, it does protect speech that advocates overthrowing the government in abstract terms. Whether the speech really does incite imminent lawless action is a hard nut to crack, which is probably why Special Prosecutor Jack Smith did not charge Trump with seditious conspiracy. Most people think that he probably did this to avoid Trump's First Amendment defense. But Smith still used Trump's words as evidence that he committed other crimes. Now, is he allowed to do that? Well, the government anticipated that Trump would make the case about free speech. So the indictment begins by making the distinction between First Amendment and criminal conduct. Quote, the defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election and that he won. He was also entitled to formally challenge the results of the election through lawful and appropriate means, such as by seeking recounts or audits of the popular vote in states or filing lawsuits, challenging ballots and procedures. Now, this is the Justice Department, so you are allowed to take their statements of fealty to the First Amendment with a grain of salt. But Trump lost the lawsuits that he filed, and the indictment says that Trump tried to overturn the election by illegal means. Quote, shortly after Election Day, the defendant also pursued unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and subverting the election results. Now, this is the heart of the disagreement between Trump and the Department of Justice. Trump World's argument boils down to the idea that words can't be crimes. And that definitely misunderstands the issue in most of criminal law. As former Trump Attorney General Bill Barr explains.
As the indictment says, they're not attacking his First Amendment right. He can say whatever he wants. He can even lie. He can even tell people that the election was stolen when he knew better. But that does not protect you from entering into a conspiracy. All conspiracies involve speech, and all fraud involves speech.
Now, Barr is saying that there's no First Amendment protection for speech made in service of a crime. So let's talk about that. Now, not all speech is protected by the First Amendment. For example, defamatory statements are not protected. Now, Trump knows this because, for some reason, he's always saying he wants to make it easier for people to sue for defamation.
And also, he was sued for defamation and lost. And then defamed the person that he lost to, like in the same week that the trial ended and the awards were given out. And he defamed her in the exact same way, only to kickstart another defamation lawsuit.
And, he does actually file a fair number of defamation lawsuits. And earlier this year, he lost a defamation case after E. Jean Carroll sued him for claiming that he did not rape her. And on the other side of the coin, Trump has actually won defamation suits against people like Stormy Daniels and was successfully able to file an anti-SLAPP motion against her. Now, false statements may form the basis of other legally cognizable harms, such as fraud, false advertising, or perjury. And Trump has been sued for fraud before. In 2016, he's settled a lawsuit which alleged that Trump University made false claims about being affiliated with accredited universities, lied about Trump handpicking instructors, and lied about passing on valuable real estate secrets. Now, that kind of commercial speech has fewer First Amendment protections when someone makes false statements. And if the government can prove it has a substantial interest in making sure consumers aren't deceived, it can regulate certain types of commercial speech. And on top of that, things that qualify as speech often constitute what are called legal acts. Yeah, think about it. Speech is often how we accomplish stuff. We tell people what we want and what we want them to do. And generally, the First Amendment doesn't protect speech, quote, used as an integral part of conduct in violation of a valid criminal statute. Now, this is why the government is allowed to prohibit solicitation to commit a crime, or conspiracy to commit a crime, or impersonating a government officer. In each of these crimes, it involves speech, but a prosecutor can use a person's words as evidence that they committed that crime. For example, if a bank robber demands that a bank teller hand over the money, the statements aren't protected speech. Those words form...
Hey, up. Oh, it's real good when Legal does it, right? When Eagle does it. Oh, love the analogy, King. Love it, right? When I do it, it's like, Hasan, you fucking nerd. It's the sexual harassment versus Riz dichotomy. Okay, LegalEagle, when he does a fucking bank robbery analogy with the free speech, it's like, oh, it's the best. I've never heard such a good argument before. When I do it, it's like, oh, ew, gross. Get away from me, HR. You guys are such simps, dude. Let me guess. In approximately 1 minute, I'm going to run a top of the hour ad break. Okay? You guys are going to rate me low on that ad break segue. And then later on in the video, LegalEagle is going to run a segue, and you guys are going to rate him super high. Because you're fucking simps. Or rather, reverse simps. Okay? You're haters. But my haters become my waiters at the table of success. And haters and lovers alike all see the ad break at the top of the hour. A 3-minute one to be exact. If you no longer want to see those breaks, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Use a 3-minute ad break now. Why you got to put waiters down? My man, haters are my waiters at the table of success is an Eric Adams line. I'm making fun of Eric Adams. You know, Mayor of New York, Eric Adams, who said exactly that. I can't. Why do I need an entire fucking sea of like psychotic cyber stalkers when I already have like people who are just as uncharitable to me? I feel like that's like a Keemstar tweet right there. You know what I mean? Like what that chatter did is like what Keemstar does to me. You know what I mean?
The basis of the crime that's being committed. And under Trump's interpretation of the First Amendment, the bank robber could argue that when he gave the teller a note demanding money, it was merely a suggestion, aspirational, to use Laura's words. And if we accept Trump's free speech argument, it's hard to see how it would ever be legal for the government to punish perjury, which punishes a person for lying under oath, and other crimes like knowingly making a false statement to law enforcement in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001 would also be off the books. And unfortunately for Trump, soliciting another individual to commit a crime is not protected by the First Amendment. For example, in United States versus Williams, the Supreme Court...
Wait a minute. Someone's got to let Trump know about that because he thinks that's... Wait, hold up. Wait, does Trump know about this? Guys, I don't think Trump knows about this, guys. I don't think any of the... Do people at Fox News know about this? Is this new? What's going on? Wait, hold up. You can't solicit someone to do crimes? Hold up. Since when? What is this? United States v. Williams shit.
Considered whether the PROTECT Act abridged First Amendment freedom of speech by outlawing the pandering of material that is believed to be child pornography. Justice Scalia, writing for the majority, concluded that, quote, offers to engage in illegal transactions are categorically excluded from First Amendment protection. The court observed that, quote, to be sure, there remains an important distinction between a proposal to engage in illegal activity and the abstract advocacy of illegality. Scalia concluded that the PROTECT Act was not overbroad because it, quote, does not prohibit advocacy of child pornography, but only offers to provide or request to obtain it. The opinion goes on to say that, quote, many long-established criminal prosecutions, such as laws against...
That's why half the debate sphere can still do what they're doing without going to jail. That's why all my haters aren't in jail yet online. All the lolly defenders. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Against conspiracy, incitement, and solicitation, criminalize
Sir,
speech,
it's just
whether or not,
advocacy.
that is intended to induce or commence illegal activities. And another case that's on point is the 1915 case of United States versus Mosley that dealt with a conspiracy by 2 Oklahoma County Election Board officials to omit certain legal votes from the official count. The men were charged with conspiracy under 18 U.S.C. 241, which is one of the statutes that Trump allegedly violated. And in that case, the court observed that although 241 was enacted to stop the Ku Klux Klan, quote, the statute dealt at the time with all federal rights of all citizens and protected them all and still continues to do so. The county officials engaged in multiple conspiracies. First, they agreed not to count certain votes. Second, they met in secret without the knowledge of the third member of the Board of Elections for the purpose of carrying out the conspiracy. And third, they committed overt acts towards achieving their goals. The 2 men met and used speech to hatch their plan, but that doesn't mean that their actual conspiracy was protected by the First Amendment. And to be clear, Trump really can't be punished for saying, I think I won and Pence should block the certification. but he can be charged for soliciting another person to commit a crime. So it would follow that if Trump solicited fake electors to submit forged certificates with the goal of stopping the certification, then it's fine to charge him with conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding under 18 U.S.C. 1512. And the government still has to...
Yeah, and as always, there's a difference between, I think this election was stolen from me, and someone should do something about this that you just kind of dropped out there. Like a tree falling in the wild and no one there to hear it. Does it still make a sound type situation? Versus him doing it directly to Michael Pence as a directive while simultaneously utilizing every other avenue where he's got people on the ground also engaging in similar acts, where he's also setting up a fucking insurrection in a direct effort to stop the regular congressional proceedings from occurring, where Michael Pence is supposed to certify the results of the last election.
Prove all the elements of the case for each of those charges. Laurel suggests that a person cannot be guilty of conspiracy if their verbal acts solely consist of political speech protected by the Constitution, which has a kernel of truth, but is also kind of wrong. He relies on Hammerschmidt versus United States, where the Supreme Court overturned a conviction against Thomas Hammerschmidt and 12 others who had been handing out pamphlets urging men not to register for the Selective Service Act. Now, the act authorized the government to temporarily expand the military through conscription, and the men were convicted of conspiracy to defraud the United States in violation of what is now 18 U.S.C. 371. By the way, there are a lot of First Amendment cases that deal with very, very dubious speech-related acts. But the issue in Hammerschmidt was whether the men used trickery or deceit to encourage people to evade the draft. And the court found that their conduct did not include deceit. Handing out pamphlets was simply, quote, open defiance of the government.
Yeah, no, they were arresting people for speech left and right. Straight up. Like, especially World War I. I mean, holy moly. There was a lot of that happening.
Governmental purpose to enforce a law by urging persons subject to it to disobey it, which is not fraud in this sense. The case didn't refer to the First Amendment or discuss whether political speech can contribute to a criminal conspiracy. But the Hammerschmidt case referred to a 1910 case called Haas versus Henkel, which might be more analogous to Trump's situation. In that case, Moses Haas and others were charged with a conspiracy to defraud the United States by attempting to bribe a statistician in the Department of Agriculture to give them cotton crop reports before they were officially released to the public with the goal of engaging in market speculation. The statistician was going to, quote, falsify one of these official cotton crop reports, of which fact his associates were to be advised in advance. In Hammerschmidt, the men were handing out political pamphlets urging people to break the law. That was political speech. In Haas, the men conspired to secretly manipulate cotton crop reports, including by falsifying data to allow the conspirators to engage in market speculation. Now, I'm sure Jack Smith is going to argue that the fact pattern seems closer to Haas because it involves governmental officials using deceit and trickery to stop the certification of the election of the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Now, to be sure, Trump did engage in political speech, but for the most part, Jack Smith's indictment avoided charging Trump just for making speeches and posting tweets.
I guess would this be like false electors? Like if we're talking about Trump's speech alone, would the second case be closer to the Georgia case of like establishing a false slate of electors with an intent to defraud? I guess that could be. I don't know. I'm not.
Instead, it seems like he tried to charge speech acts that urge people, including state and federal officials, to break the law by submitting fraudulent electoral certificates to Congress and NARA. Now, the Georgia indictment, on the other hand, is more explicitly based on Trump's various speech acts, which may present a problem. And there are other cases that Trump might rely on to argue that he had no intent for anyone to commit unlawful acts. For example, in NAACP versus Claiborne Hardware, the Supreme Court ruled that an economic boycott is a form of constitutionally protected expression, even if violence is threatened as a means of achieving a group objective. The case involved an economic boycott by African Americans against white merchants operating in Claiborne County, Mississippi. And the boycott included nonviolent picketing, but there were also acts of threats of violence. And in 1969, white merchants sued the NAACP for damages. And the court held that the non-violent elements of the protesters' activities were protected by the First Amendment. The NAACP wasn't liable for the consequences of their non-violent activity. Effectively, the court separated out the non-violent activity that was protected by the First Amendment and the potentially violent activity that could give rise to damages. And the court ruled that, quote, for liability to be imposed by reason of association alone, it is necessary to establish that the group itself possessed unlawful goals and that the individual held specific intent to further these illegal aims. Persuasion must be, quote, directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and likely to incite or produce such action in order for it to be considered a crime. Now, in the aftermath of Claiborne hardware, lower court decisions drew a line between advocacy and urging illegal action. Speech urging illegal action was unprotected by the First Amendment in some contexts. For example, in Rice versus Paladin, the Fourth Circuit ruled that a publisher of a book, Hitman, a technical manual for independent contractors, could be liable for civilly aiding and abetting a crime after a contract killer used the book to murder 3 people. The court held that the, quote, provision of instructions that aid and abet another in the commission of a criminal offense is not protected by the First Amendment. The First Amendment doesn't bar civil liability for speech that the plaintiff can demonstrate was performed with specific intent. The court drew a distinction between speech that was advocacy and speech that was aiding and abetting others by providing the means to commit the crime. And the court said that the Hitman book was not advocacy. It was an instruction manual without relevant communicative value. But the Hitman case is unusual because Paladin, for reasons that I won't go into, stipulated that it intended the book to be used by criminals and would-be criminals, and that it intended and had knowledge that the book would be used to execute the crime of murder for hire. But for procedural reasons, there was only one issue before the court, and that was whether the First Amendment acted as a complete bar to the plaintiff's claims. And of course, unlike the Paladin publisher, Trump is not going to stipulate that he had specific intent and knowledge that his co-conspirators intended to commit crimes. But the government is alleging exactly that Trump knew his speeches and interviews and phone calls and memos were in service of an objective that was against the law, overturning a legitimate election result. So whereas in Claiborne hardware, the boycotters didn't intend violence and thus were not liable for their First Amendment protected speech, Trump intended, so says the government, for others to break the law on his behalf. And I'm sure Jack Smith will use Trump's speeches to prove that he had that specific intent. And of course, Trump is going on trial.
It's like a puzzle. Every single individual piece does not have to be actionable as long as they ultimately arrive at the final picture that you're trying to show. Which is why what a lot of people are doing on Fox News, that is when they actually even engage to talk about the subject matter to begin with, which is not something you usually hear from them because they're too busy talking about Hunter Biden's penis or whatever. Basically, they'll look at each individual act, isolate it, and be like, that's illegal? What the fuck? Yeah, it's not illegal for me in the context of the stream to say, hey, put the money in the bag. Okay? However, it is very much illegal for me to do that in the context of a bank robbery. That's the difference.
Trial for conspiracy, and the First Circuit Court of Appeals decided a case called U.S. versus Spock that involved a letter written by professionals who were opposed to the Vietnam War. These professionals, including famous pediatrician Benjamin Spock, wrote a letter called A Call to Resist Illegitimate Authority. And some of them attended protests which advocated for the burning of draft cards. Spock and 3 others were convicted of criminal conspiracy. The court reversed Spock's conviction largely because he did not have specific intent to further the illegal aspects of the letter. The court observed that, quote, it is true that he was one of the drafters of the call, but this does not evidence the necessary intent to adhere to its illegal aspects. Nor does his admission to a government agent that he was willing to do anything asked for further opposition to the war, specific intent.
Notice how a lot of the First Amendment gets thrown out the window when there's war happening. Just something to consider. Or like the current restrictions that we have on the First Amendment almost entirely come from wartime protocols and people urging you not to like go to war, whether it be any war, really. Really interesting stuff. Also, just another fun thing to consider is that Red Scare was also like pushed as a wartime, like a never-ending war, Cold War time, like necessary evil, I guess. I'm just saying. America has taken away civil liberties left, and right. Now, maybe some of those laws, maybe some of those rules have unironically worked in indicting the president, right? For once, it's actually hitting someone in a position of power. But it shouldn't be. Like, restrictions should not be placed on people who are, like, burning their draft cards or whatever, or advocating to burn their draft cards. Restrictions should be placed on presidents who are advocating and successfully trying to conspire to overturn democratic election results. That is the issue here. The issue is that it never actually is crafted. Laws are rarely ever crafted to protect the interests of the poor against the interests of the wealthy. It sometimes has a capacity to impact the wealthy and the powerful, even though it was originally created to protect the military, imperialism, or any number of different things. And it's not even just the wealthy versus the poor. You said also Woodrow Wilson, the guy who led the Klan March DC. Yeah, that's the other part of it. The law, especially free speech protections, have historically always defended the far right. What has happened to the far left, I think you know. They were assassinated every single time. Every single leader, especially if they're black.
Intent is not established by such a generalization. Whatever the reason, the fact is that his speech was limited to condemnation of the war and the draft and lacked any words or content of counseling. The jury could not find prescribed advocacy from the mere fact, which he freely admitted that he hoped the frequent stating of his views might give young men courage to take active steps in draft resistance. This is a natural consequence of vigorous speech. So this looks like a better argument for Trump. That he, like Dr. Spock, repeatedly stated his views publicly in the hopes that it might give courage to people to take some action, but that he lacked knowledge of illegal efforts on his behalf and the intent to see them succeed.
Yeah, it's a trickier situation, though, because, like, you did speak at the January 6th rally, which then was, was cleverly shaped into an insurrection. Shortly after your speech, you urged people to march on Capitol. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's definitely a little bit different than especially when you like tried to stop January 6th and not the insurrection. I mean, like the stuff happening inside of the Capitol. Election certification by Michael Pence. When you tried to stop it and then you tried to physically stop it, you can't really be like, oh, well, I guess this kind of just happened to, oh, man, I talked to a hitman. First, I Googled how to kill my wife, and I talked to a hitman, and, that hitman ended up killing my wife. It's like, oh, well, that's just, I vigorously thought that, I just let those words out there, and then they just ended up doing it. I didn't pay them. Shucks. It was just simply a suggestion. We got to fight like hell, and let's march down there. Kind of doesn't leave much room for interpretation, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Don't kill me, please. What?
Now, Smith's indictment says that Trump's activities included both legal and illegal means of achieving a second term, despite losing the election. But Trump will argue that he never tried to further any illegal activities. What this all boils down to is that the government must prove that Trump had the mens rea, the necessary mental state, to commit the crimes he's accused of. Now, this sounds complicated, but it's actually how all of criminal law works. The exact same act can be perfectly innocent or a crime based on the mental state of the defendant. Now, as you can probably tell, Trump and his co-defendants are going to need a good lawyer. But if you need a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If your loved one has suffered from cancer, has suffered an injury or death in the family, or were involved in a car...
Go ahead. 10-10. Get the fuck out of here. That was 6 out of 10. That was a 6 out of 10 segue. That was a 6 out of 10 segue. You guys are just dick riding for the sake of dick riding. I don't even think you heard the segue. I think you're dick riding right now specifically because you want to say, fuck you, Hasan. Actually, he's the GOAT.
Car crash, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
You need the Eagle
link
team.
Is below. Now back to the First Amendment. Now, in addition, you might have heard that the special prosecutor moved for a gag order to stop Trump from communicating about the case. Now, that's not really true, but the government did file a motion for a protective order on Friday, August 4th. Now, a motion for a protective order is an extremely routine motion to make, especially in a case that involves sensitive material. So that, in particular, is not unusual. But what happened is that the government filed its motion after Trump went on Truth Social and posted, if you go after me, I'm coming after you. And in the motion, prosecutors cited the Truth Social post as evidence that protective order was necessary. The government's theory is that Trump has a history of sharing information.
Not even that. It's just even before that. There's never been a more necessary protective order in the history of criminal cases. Donald Trump is a permanent witness intimidator, okay? He is a walking, talking witness intimidator, which is ironic because yet that's another free speech violation, I guess. He's not like an actions guy. He never has been, okay? So, of course, every single thing that he's done revolves around this, using this, okay? That's why there's a pattern here. Every time there's like an issue with Trump, it revolves around him doing this. Okay? It's just so stupid.
Public shouldn't have. Now, balancing a criminal defendant's right to free speech with the need to keep order in trial and at court, while also balancing the ability of that person to run for president of the United States is, well, tricky. Or as Ken White more colorfully put it, basically it's a nightmare law school exam by a sadistic, drunk law professor. Now, the government said that the order was necessary to, quote, allow the government to begin producing that discovery, much of which includes sensitive and confidential information. The government respectfully moves the court for entry of the attached proposed protective order governing the disclosure of discovery. Now, mind you, when you have a criminal defendant, that defendant is entitled to see the evidence that's going to be presented against them. This process of turning over information is called discovery. And the point of discovery in the criminal context is to inform the defendant about the evidence that's going to be used against them. And as you might imagine, there's a lot of sensitive information here. Quote, materials containing personally identifying information as identified in Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 49.1, Rule 6 materials including subpoena returns, witness testimony, and related exhibits presented to the grand jury, materials obtained through sealed search warrants and 2703D orders, sealed orders obtained by the government's filter team related to the case, recordings, transcripts, interview reports, and related exhibits of witness interviews, and sensitive materials obtained from other governmental entities.
Seems like a lot of work for a guy who did everything right. That's all I'm going to say, okay? It just seems like a lot of work that they put in.
Entities. And the idea is that the protective order, quote, allows the defendant prompt and effective use of discovery materials in connection with his defense, including by showing discovery materials to witnesses who also agree to abide by the order's terms. The idea is that the discovery would be given to Trump, but he wouldn't be allowed to share it with the public. Prosecutors said,
which, by the way, like, if you think Donald Trump doesn't have a team of like interns currently looking through this, scouring this to find specific things that he can leak that he is totally not allowed to on his fucking dumbass Truth Social account, I don't know what to tell you, okay? You know his ass is looking for this shit.
Quote, such a restriction is particularly important in this case because the defendant has previously issued public statements on social media regarding witnesses, judges, attorneys, and others associated with legal matters pending against him. And not surprisingly, as evidence, the government referenced Trump's Truth Social screed. They said, quote, if the defendant were to begin issuing public posts using details or, for example, grand jury transcripts obtained in discovery here, it could have a harmful, chilling effect on witnesses or adversely affect the fair administration of justice in this case. In response, Trump's lawyer said, quote, "The government does not explain how a post on a different topic, which does not include or describe sensitive information, suggests President Trump might disseminate such information in the future." And Trump's lawyer said that the need to protect that information does not require a blanket gag order over all documents produced by the government. And their response brief accused Jack Smith's prosecutors of leaking evidence, stating that the DOJ posed, quote, "the greater risk of improper disclosure." Now, Judge Chutkan had a hearing to resolve the parties' inability to agree on the scope of the protective order. And after she issued the protective order, Trump said that he might or might not comply with the judge's order.
Do you plan to comply with the judge's order regarding the latest?
Damn, he's so done, dude. Like, the fact that he's not immediately saying, like, fuck that shit, I 100% am not going to have my First Amendment rights revoked. This is why I ran for president, to stop that from happening to you. Like, the fact that he's still saying, like, oh, you know, we'll have to take a look at the order. It's like, dude, this is a genuinely different Trump. Okay? And I'm not doing the classical lib shit where it's like, oh, this is the day Trump became presidential. I mean, like, legitimately different Donald Trump, in the sense that this is a Donald Trump that at the very least recognizes how genuinely fucked he is, okay? Murad is definitely working in the garage right now. No, it's landscapers.
So what were they arguing about? Well, the first big issue was whether all information the government obtained during the investigation should be covered by the protective order, as the prosecution wanted. But the judge was not persuaded that the government proved that all information gathered in the case should fall under the protective order. And the judge...
Because the reality is, if Donald Trump gets clapped here, like, they could hold him in contempt of court. And the very fact that, like, Donald Trump is not trying to risk that is really interesting to me. Because it's very interesting to me because, like, an earlier Donald Trump who feels like he has more popular support would definitely try to abuse the boundaries. You know what I mean? It is legitimately shocking that he's not. Like, I feel like Donald Trump, the one that, you know, the mentality that he had when he was like, yeah, we should definitely steal this election, like, fuck you. That Donald Trump, the one who, you know, did January 6th, that Donald Trump is the type of Donald Trump who would have absolutely been like, what are you going to do? Arrest me? You can't fucking do that. I'm the president. Or what are you going to do? Arrest me? You can't do that. I'm no longer the president, but I still have a Secret Service.
Rule that the government can designate certain materials as sensitive, but not all of them. But notably, the judge agreed with the government that every single person interviewed by prosecutors is a potential witness and is therefore sensitive information. The judge suggested that Trump might release evidence about Mike Pence in order to denigrate him as a witness. Quote, "The defendant's desire to respond to political opponents has to yield. There are limits. This is a criminal case. The need for this case to proceed in a normal order means there are going to be limits on the defendant's speech." The judge was also concerned that witnesses could be intimidated by, quote, members of the public, also who are not bound by the conditions of the release. Now, Laurel pleaded with the judge to consider that Trump needed to be able to discuss everything listed in paragraph 8 on the debate stage. But Judge Chutkan said that the political campaign would have no bearing on any of her decisions in the case. She chided Laurel for, quote, "conflating what your client needs to defend himself and what he wants to do politically. Your client's defense has to happen in the courtroom, not on the internet. To the extent your client wants to make statements on the internet, he has to yield to witness security."
I know Twitter's down, chat. Chill, okay? It's just such a funny thing to have to describe to a human, like an adult.
Now, the second major issue was whether Trump would be allowed to see all the discovery in the case and what he'd be allowed to do with that material. And here, Judge Chutkan fashioned a compromise. Trump is allowed to review sensitive information without his legal team present in the room, but the team must be present to retrieve the materials as soon as Trump exits the room. If Trump takes notes, his lawyers must review them to assure that he did not write down sensitive personal information. Trump is also not permitted to have an electronic device with him that would allow him to take a picture or photocopy the document. Quote, if the defendant takes notes regarding sensitive materials, defense counsel must inspect those notes to ensure that the defendant has not copied down personally identifying information. Now, this puts a lot of pressure on the lawyers to make sure that their client is complying with the order. Now, with normal clients, this isn't such a big deal, but this is obviously Donald Trump that we're dealing with here. And things are getting especially interesting because in the wake of the protective order, Trump has arguably directed speech at a witness in Georgia saying, quote, I am reading reports that failed former Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan, will be testifying before the Fulton County grand jury. He shouldn't, and then goes on even further. Now, that's not great. Now, while
that's what his lawyer said, too. He must have gotten the Eagle team. He didn't just get a legal team. He got the Eagle team. That's not great. Not good. Not great. Definitely don't do that.
While some commentators have argued that this constitutes witness tampering, the Georgia witness tampering statute is mainly concerned with threats and bribes and likely doesn't apply here. And Judge Chutkan's protective order prevents Trump and his legal team from disclosing sensitive matters revealed in discovery, but it doesn't really touch on statements like that. Trump's condition of his release do actually—
That blows my mind that would not be witness intimidation under Georgia statute. That's insane. Do you hate America? I love America. That Moonshine Chris, what did he say? Trump? Fuck you, snowflakes. Wait, why do we ban this guy? Weeby, you banned him because he went against you, okay? Because you said you believe in the flat earth. And he said no. Unacceptable. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that little conversation. I see everything in my chat.
Actually bar him from harassing or intimidating witnesses, but that would likely only apply to witnesses in his DC case. So given all the gray areas here, I wouldn't expect any of the judges here to be the first to rush to jail Trump or hold Trump in contempt over his social media posts. But right after the Duncan-related post—
No, I think judges are not doing that. They are doing the opposite. And I think Trump is also not really giving them too much. Like, he has been way more tempered if you compare him to the performance of a past Trump. You know what I mean? Will discovery info not be public anyway because the trial is public? No, no, not everything. Like, just because a public, just because a court proceeding just because court proceedings are public doesn't mean that they'll like release. That doesn't mean that they'll publicly, like, you don't know what. Here, I'll tell you this much. This is a civil case, right? But it was televised. Just because the court proceedings were public doesn't mean you have access to like Johnny Depp's personal home address and his fucking entire text message conversations that might be in discovery. Like, what is in discovery is not everything that ends up making it to trial. You know what I mean? Whereas what is in discovery, Donald Trump might make public, and that would be unacceptable.
He also targeted Judge Chutkan by commenting on her past in-court statements, which is at the very least likely to piss off the judge. Though in fairness, it's not a great statement from the judge. It's a gratuitous reference to Trump, who wasn't on trial in that particular January 6th case. But I'm sure that these are only just the first in a long string of free speech hypotheticals that would drive any student in con law to insane, or a YouTube lawyer, as the case may be. But all this just makes my brain hurt, so I think I'll just sit back and enjoy a delicious meal delivered straight to my door, which I can get with today's sponsor, Factor. Because Factor makes meeting your nutrition goals easier than ever by delivering Factor. Try by heading to Factor75.
There you go. I showed you his link, LegalEagle 50. Okay, so new CoffeeZilla just dropped. I don't know if we're gonna do that. I don't know if I have time for that. I don't know if I have that dog in me. I know he actually worked with Friendly Geordies on an Australian one too. Fucking hell. Hold on 1 second. Gotta talk to the landscapers real quick. Here, watch this. Here. Okay, sorry. I had to close my gate for the landscapers. Is this some kind of abstract performance art? $280 million Twitter view. Thank you, autoplay. Yeah, that's how they got 3.7 million views. That sucked. I'm making YouTube hate videos about you now. Go ahead, dude. Fuck it. YOLO. You know what I mean? I get enough of that shit for no fucking reason anytime I like win an award or some shit. This is going to get clipped. They're going to clip me and be like, wow, I can't believe Hasan left the fucking screen as he played the Indian ISRO's like promotional materials on loop. Wow, I can't believe I took the publicly funded Indian Space Research Government Agency and showed them the materials that they want you to see. They're going to clip you for spreading propaganda that the moon is real? Yeah. Anyway. Stealing from the hardworking Indian government content creators. Is that one presidential candidate freak coming on Leftovers? Maybe. I hope so. The moon is real, but it's flat. That's awesome. Okay, I kind of want to see 6 natural
I have
breast-
real boobs. I have real boobs. I have real boobs.
Oh my God.
Real boobs.
I have real boobs.
I have real boobs. I have real boobs.
I've never seen a fucking video made so perfectly for me and for Will Neff as well. What an incredible video. Thank you. I just want to... They did it. they did it again. They fucking did it again, baby. They did it again. Who is it? Clock 'em now? Brother. There ain't no fucking way, okay? Listen, breast technology has gotten out of control. Do you understand? It has gotten completely out of control. There ain't no fucking way I can figure out whose boobies are real. Did you guys hear Kaya bark? Someone said Kaya. This is tough because all women are liars. Listen. Jacket girl is sus. So this could be such a unique one because like in my life, I've come to find that like the best breast augmentation procedures are often done for women that work around their own natural fat storage. What I mean by that is like if you go from an A to like a pleasant B, you can really get away with it. Like it's some, especially if it's like a really good surgeon, you can totally get away with it, right? Without anyone being the wiser. Especially from afar, right? What's so interesting about boobs? Are you a cave delver, Hasan? What do you mean? A cave delver? What does that mean? So, 6 natural breasts versus 1 fake. The other thing could be, this is misogynistic as fuck. I'm out. Okay. Bye, I guess. You don't want to look and appreciate some boobs. That's fine, you know. So fake breast doesn't always mean bigger breasts. It could be breast augmentation. It could be a breast reduction. That could be like a, you know, like that could be a curveball that they throw in this situation. I'm taking this very seriously if you guys haven't noticed. But like I said, like I've seen certain procedures where like if they have a natural fatty tissue already and they work around that instead of just like going from like an A cup to like a D or something, where you can kind of tell because it's like mostly silicone or whatever the substance is. I think it's silicone, right? Still, I don't know. Who knows? That could be the reason. Top left has an OnlyFans. She's real. Wait, what? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Or it could have been from breast cancer, so they just got the natural size it was for this instance. Yes.
Do a jumping jack.
Just kidding. My name is Lily, and my titty.
Beautiful.
Scandalous. My name is Charisma. These are my boobs.
Okay.
I am really suspicious of Charisma. I
What
feel
the
like
fuck?
she did a little jump that was very confident, very buoyant. Is that the right word? My name is Jess.
Jess has been in a bunch of videos now with Nut.
My boobs.
Coming out. Hello, Janice. Breasts.
I think Janice is the misdirection where you think that she has fake boobs because they land a certain way. You know what I mean? Can you change it from 180? Can you change? Dude, don't worry. 180p premium, dog. Okay. 180p premium, homie. But I do think Janice is real.
Hi, everyone. Samiha, the biddies.
The biddies.
Elizabeth, and these are my boobs.
I'm Ava. These are my titties.
Everyone has really nice boobs.
I love boobs. I do.
That's fucked up. That's Yeah, Janice is bait. Yeah, that's what I think. Janice is like what you think is fake because they rest a certain way. The experienced boobies understander will look at this and go, well, fake breasts that have undergone some sort of like augmentation or you know, breast surgery that is you know, silicone or whatever, they will sit a certain way that natural breast disease won't. Now, of course, obviously this is not like a full-blown this is not like a scientific discovery because obviously in that situation you would have to see it. That would give the game away. Seeing is always believing. Nothing beats feeling, but seeing can give you a lot of information. Now, what do I mean by this? So there's a couple different types of breast surgery, plastic surgery that you can do on breasts. Like other than, I'm talking not augmentation, I'm not talking about reduction. I'm simply talking about breast implants. So the very common one used to be under the titty, where you'll notice like there's sometimes a scarring does occur under the boobage where they have done some minor incisions so that they can bring in the silicone under the fatty tissue. You can also do the other one, which is around the nipple in order to hide the scarring. That's another way that some plastic surgeons operate. Both of which can show in different ways scarring post post-surgery scarring. Now, they also have improved on this process by going through the armpit. And in some instances, I believe you can even go, someone was saying through the belly button. I did not know that, but the armpit method was like one of the later methods that truly hides the plastic surgery scarring. Where did you get a PhD in boob jobs? I don't know why I know so much. I live in LA, and I think like the nip zip. Oh my God. I think it's literally because I've lived in LA for 10 years now, and I've seen all matter of different surgeries. That's what it is. Like I've seen it all. Boobs are your hyper focus. It's my hyperfixation. My personal preference does not matter. Ladies, do what you want. Do what makes you feel confident. I love all boobs. That's all I'm going to say. I love all boobs. So I think the seasoned veterans will know what I mean by that. I love all boobs. There is no such thing as too small a boobie. Okay? So, you know, that's my perspective on the matter. I think all boobs are great. Some might be even greater, but, you know, all boobs are great across the board. So that's my perspective. Also, you don't have to use implant. Newer surgeries also use your own fat that is cultivated and injected in the breast pocket. There's no way it stays in place, though. What the fuck? Really? I did not know that was like that. Every boob that I get to see is a great boob. That's all I'm saying. Every time I see a boob, I say, that's for me. Thank you very much. Small chest, large chest, all chests are treasure chests. I agree. I have never heard of the fat being dumped into the titty thing. Here you go. Learn to live inside of your body. You are all unique. You are all beautiful. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm always going to be excited to see a titty. Okay, that's just not going to change. Doesn't matter how big or small it is. I'm always going to be excited to see a titty. That's just facts. So just remember that. And I've seen a lot of titties. This is why I say, what do I always say? Because I always say the same things over the course of my career in media. And it still excites me. Like it's the first one I've ever seen. So I'm pretty sure a lot of guys feel the same way. Now, this is a very heteronormative point of view, from the point of view of a cishet guy. But overall, titties are great. All titties.
Savannah Bond level boobies humor.
Okay, all titties are great. You don't have to get surgery done. It doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter if I can't put a fucking whole hand on it. If it doesn't even fit in my hand, it's still great. It's still very exciting to see a titty. So don't do anything. Don't do anything crazy. Yeah. HasanAbi Lord, Chapter 8. All boobies are great, if not glorious. I feel like for it, it's like I want to fill out my top / want clothes to fit a certain way. Yeah. But the thing is, titties can be a burden. Okay? A lot of ladies out here saying, oh man, well, I want my clothes to fit a certain way. The grass is always greener. Big titties come with big back pain sometimes. Neck pain. Big titties also, in certain issues, in certain circumstances, will render certain tops completely useless. Sometimes you can get away with wearing that classic, white shortcut tank top, right? You can get away with that if you got little titties. Can't get away with that with big ass titties. In a lot of situations, for example, if you got some little ass titties and you wear whatever the fuck you want and it's normal and it's great, you got big ass titties, all of a sudden it's hypersexual. You know what I mean? Think about it that way. Sometimes you just want to put those shits aside. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't want to walk around with milkers. And when you got big ass titties, those milkers are going everywhere, you know? You got to remember. Them door knockers can be contained, but a little crop top. I would never trade my double D to back to an A. I'll take the back pain any day and the hypersexual. Okay. Just saying. Is that why you have back pain? Dude, my titties are out of control. I might be the reason why I got back pain. Or how fucking yoked my upper back is. That could be a reason too. Constantly flexing my upper back. Anyway, let's keep going. Learn to live inside. Okay.
What does everybody do for work?
I'm a photographer and model.
I work in tech.
Okay.
I don't work right now.
Okay. I'm a content creator.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Actor.
Actor.
Cocktail and bottle service.
Ooh. I'm a freelance entrepreneur.
Wow.
Okay,
Cool.
Okay.
That's the next line of progression after bottle service.
Boss ladies.
I'm really suspicious of Ava right now because she said that she's a content creator, and on my TikTok, I've been seeing a lot of Filipino people just get a lot of boob jobs recently. I feel like she's the most.
I'm curious.
Dude, that is like TikTok brain to a T. She said, this lady's Filipina, and I've seen a lot of TikToks about Filipino ladies just getting titties done. You know what I mean? That's wild to just... My source? Oh, my source is my TikTok For You page.
Curious how everyone's back pain is usually.
Terrible.
My lower back pain.
I don't really have a lot to carry, but what I've noticed is that I would slouch no matter what.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know, I'm shy.
But honestly, when people talk about back pain, I'm like, because maybe I'm just dead inside and I've always had it. How do you feel about sports bras?
I don't know. They make my boobs look
This is such a funny take because not everyone on that stage has got some big ass titties. If everybody there had some tig old bitties right now, then ladies, let's talk about our back pain. But you can't find the fucking mole in that situation when you got some ladies in there working with B cups and shit. You know what I mean? What's the goal here, Lamau? Is this just horny Hasan hours? Dude, sometimes we like to have fun. Can we have fun? Is that not allowed? I feel like a big chunk of new leftists are just oh no, it means no titty discourse whatsoever, no fun whatsoever. I'm a no fun guy.
Impressed?
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I weirdly like it.
I grew up Muslim, so we were kind of told to hide our boobs, unfortunately. So I'm actually used to sports bras. Yeah, so.
I grew up doing sports a lot, soccer, and you don't want them to like jump up and down. It's like I needed something tight to kind of hold them. So
I steer clear from the hoppy workout.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've been walking up and down the stairs. Like it's like, oh my god, it hurts.
Everybody knows the booby struggles. This is hard.
Yeah. I've shot a lot of girls that have had like breast augmentations. Even with bras on, they tend to have like a little separation between their cleavage. That is why I'm a little suspect of Ava and Charisma. They both.
Not gonna lie, that's a clock right there. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. I think it's Ava too. I don't know. It could be Charisma, but I think it's Ava.
Both have great boobs, though.
What age would you guys say you were when you first noticed the male gaze?
Oh.
Was that too deep?
Young. Yeah, I was like in middle school.
I grew up in Norway, and I feel like it was a little different there because I don't know. I felt it more when I moved to the U.S. I was like,
Yeah, I was gonna say same. Yeah, I definitely feel like it was like puberty, like when my body started developing and like when I started growing boobs.
To be fun, like Charisma. Okay, listen. Charisma is throwing out the vibes of a person who did get breast implants, because like she brought it to school. You know what I mean? Like this is the new lunchbox you got, and you want to show your friends. Let's be real. This is not. I'm not saying this in like a misogynistic way. Like she's very proud of her titties, and she wants to show them, which is oftentimes like at least common trait in people that got some kind of breast augmentation. Well, not breast augmentation, but like implants. You know what I mean? But having said that, I do think that maybe, yeah, but surely they knew what they were filming. Yes, I know, but like, look at everybody else. Look at everybody else. Also, nobody talks about titties in as clinical as a way that I do. I can't believe you guys had the audacity to hit me with the "you're horny" line. Like I'm out here fucking talking about it like I'm a 45-year-old plastic surgeon. You know what I mean? I've been chopping titties up left and right, and you guys are like, "You're so horny." It's like maybe you're projecting. You know what I mean? Hasan, you keep saying milkers. Yeah, I mean that's okay. You got me there.
Boobs going into high school, kind of like that's when I realized.
I was just gonna ask, when did your guys' boobs start growing?
Going into freshman year. I literally, all middle school, I had nothing, got my period that summer, and then my boobs appeared.
I got double D's at 12.
Oh my god.
It was not fun. It was not fun.
That's crazy.
Definitely like the 7th grade. I was like crop top queen at that point. I was like, ooh.
Around 4th grade, because I think that's also when I got my period. So, and I've been the same cup size since then too. So, yay, maybe.
I think I was like 13, but they weren't super big back then. Then I took birth control when I was, I think, 17, and then I kind of grew a little bit more, and I was like, nice.
Around 12, 13 as well. But yeah, it's been the same. I think it's
fucked up that they just say fake, because like that leaves room for interpretation of like, are we thinking augmentation? Are we thinking like breast reduction? Like that's supremely important. You know what I mean? Because like if you mean breast reduction, then this could go in any direction. You know what I mean? Like if we're thinking breast reduction, it could be the Muslim girl. You know what I mean? Like she might have gotten a breast reduction like that. I hate that. I hate that they debated us like this.
it's like maybe my birth control.
Do you consider reductions fake? No, absolutely not. But I don't know if they do. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I mean?
Or just hormones that sometimes, they're a little bit voluptuous, but most of the time, they're a little tiny and just need a lot of push-upping.
Yeah.
For sure.
I have a question. Oh no, this light change is scary.
I want to know, when was the last time you showed yourself some true self-care? Well.
Perfect.
Oh shit. What is this 90s cop
I
music?
used to act, so I'm like, girl, you are delivering lines right now.
It's the look, and also she was a little too quiet.
They're just perfect. They're just, like, they're perfect boobies.
Bye. I wasn't really talking too much, and probably my job maybe made people suspicious.
That's messed
but,
up.
you know,
They did
I'll
our
take it
girl
as a compliment.
charisma dirty. They did our girl
Well, I
charisma
was gonna ask
dirty.
you guys, like, how is your like boob pain like when your period is about to come on?
I'm tender.
I'm tender.
Yeah, like it hurts
Like,
if I bump into.
Okay, that's like, they're not great questions. Like, what if you have fake titties? Do you not get fucking boob pain? Ladies in the chat with fake titties, do you not get fucking boob pain during periods? Not as much? Wait, really? I thought you still got it. It's dude, it's also entirely dependent on the person's body. Why is this so accurate? Hasan talking about fake boobs. Hasan talking about Marxist theory. Wow, dude. I can spot the smell on this fucking Discord ass meme, okay? I can smell it from over here, you fucking Discord wieners, dude. Why doesn't he talk about dialectical materialism or
To something,
Yeah.
it's just really bad.
Yeah, even like
True.
laying down.
It's like, that's annoying.
Elizabeth was really quiet, and I noticed she also waited till other people answered, but so did Ava.
Yeah, it's swollen, like the nipples, like no matter how easy I touch my nipples, I'm just like, no.
How do you feel about walking down the stairs?
Oh, I go crazy on it.
Actually, I don't feel take my time. When we were asking the question of walking down the stairs, and she was like, "Oh, I go crazy, girl." That didn't make sense. So I definitely think.
Yo, Lily just wants her out. Okay, let's keep it at $150. She just wants her out of the game.
It's her.
I take my time, and if I'm running down, like I'm obviously that tight hug, you're just
Yeah,
like,
or like holding it just while walking down.
My building has an elevator, so.
I usually wear like tops like this. This is like kind of supportive.
Yeah.
So, and I don't have like the biggest boobs that would jump.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a stigma about?
Bro, I was showing my parents the broadcast today. What do you mean? They will be appreciative that you have a shepherd leading the flock through treacherous waters. Like, what are you talking about? They're going to be like, wow, this man has it all. This man does it all. You're watching an expert in the field, okay? You're watching an expert in the field discuss a very important subject matter with the utmost courtesy that it deserves. Not even serving you a top of the hour ad break in this entire process, except, yes, I am. I lied to you. Yes, I'm paywalling the boobs, okay? Because at the top of the hour, if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to see what's behind the paywall, you're going to have to pay $5 or free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime. Or you can get gifted a sub if there's a boob donator. But here's a 3-minute ad break now.
About fake breasts?
people think you're vapid if you're getting your, or like self-indulged if you're getting like any work done, not just like your breasts done, but any work in general.
Which is unfortunate because at the end, like, your autonomy is your autonomy. And if you
Mr. Totally a Penguin, thank you for the 5 gifted.
have the money and if you have the bread, yeah, go get new boobs, go get that eyebrow. Like, so I think that stigma is going more towards the younger generation.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Did you guys watch the Barbie movie yet?
No.
Oh, I
Not
saw
yet.
yesterday. In the movie, they say like anything you do as a woman, you will always be judged for either for one reason or the other.
Yeah.
That's so funny that a woman, like a whole ass adult woman, is referencing like a normal thing that women go through by pointing to the Barbie movie. It's like, we're fucking done, dude. We're done as a society, okay? Guys, you know that thing that happened? It was pretty crazy after World War II. I watched the Oppenheimer movie. Did you guys see that? Yo, I had no idea it was like that. All right, let's continue.
Sure. Especially where I come from too. It's like if you get boob surgery, they think you're like trying to be like a porn star or something. That's like the stereotype.
Yeah.
And like people get it, like you can have cancer and want to get it. Like there's a lot of reasons. Does anyone know anyone who's gotten their boobs done in like your friend groups? Or?
Yes.
So many.
Really? I don't know anyone.
As a photographer, like I've met so many girls, so like.
Yeah. Does everyone have a boob that's bigger than the other?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think just the areola, but I don't think I've noticed my titties different. Maybe I just don't look at it like that. But yeah, I don't
Which
know.
boob is it?
My left.
My right.
My left.
Left.
My left areola is a little bigger.
Do you guys have a favorite boob?
The left.
My left.
I just recently started loving my boobs, so I'm paying more attention to them now, not really like.
I still think Ava got like reduction. Or maybe even like a little bit of like a B cup.
Back then, so I don't know if I have a favorite yet.
Do you guys get asked if they're fake a lot?
No.
I've never gotten asked that. I definitely get asked in the modeling industry, like getting changed. Like I was like 16. People are like, "Your boob's fake." I'm like, "Do I have money to get a boob job at 16?" No, absolutely not. No, these are mine.
I think Janice might be the mole because she said that people have suspected her of having plastic.
No, I think that's real. It's very. I think Janice is real. I don't think she has fake tits.
Surgery done in the past, so she might have fake boobs.
So I got boobs really young, and I think in my experience that people do feel like they can approach you. It made me feel like my body wasn't mine.
People going 16 ? Yeah, brother. Before this trans shit, who do you think was getting fucking titty surgery, and still do, and get a shit ton of work done before 18? Like, I feel like people forget. And no, it's not even just the LA thing, man. Listen, upper middle class daughters of wealthy people exist all around the country. Okay? Popular girl in your fucking local ass high school, 100p, got some work done probably at the age of 16. A lot of people do that. Tons of people fucking do work before they get to 18. It's just, no, we're not even talking about South Korea. I'm talking specifically in America. South Korea is an entirely different category on its own. So, that is it's ironically extremely popular in Utah. It's not that surprising that it is. Nose jobs are really popular. Boob jobs are really popular. Like, people get all manner of different kinds of surgeries. Half of the criticisms of the Kardashians revolve around how much they've gotten young girls to like get work done. You know what I mean? It's so funny to me that it's so funny to me that like we act like the only top surgery that's happening in the country is like trans teenagers. It's like not even, it's like 1% maximum. All my schoolgirls purposely break their noses so insurance would cover a nose job. Jesus Christ, that's scary.
For many years. People would make comments, or like all of a sudden boys would be really nice to me, and then I'm like, oh, do they actually like me, or do they want to touch my boobs under the bleachers?
Jess was very passionate, and I was like, she has some booby baggage, so that's why I could not vote for her.
But I mean, even like on the internet, like people will just say things, and it's like, chill.
Huh? What? Oh,
Yeah,
you want them to go like and subscribe?
She's 100p real, by the way.
You heard them. They said, go like and subscribe to this channel.
Bro, she sells it so hard. She sells out for Jubilee all day.
I was thinking of Jess. Something in my subconscious, just like maybe it's her.
My second guess was Ava, and she was still in with the bunch, so I was like, we gotta get her out.
I think the wildest ones usually are like massive honkers where you're just like, and they're jiggling too on top of that, which means that like they already had big ones and then they got them even bigger. That's usually the ones where you're like, what the fuck? That's fake. I had no fucking clue. You know what I mean? Is Janice for sure confirmed? I don't think so.
Sorry,
I think
I'm
she's
really
like
suspicious.
I think it's Ava too.
Thanks.
It's a compliment.
I mean, this top that I wore today definitely made them push up a little bit more and made them look good a lot more than normal, so maybe that's why.
If you want to keep playing because you're still sus, raise your hand on 3, okay? 1, 2, 3.
I knew it. We don't have to.
Only one person has voted to keep playing. 2. That is not the majority, so that means the game is over. If the box turns green, the 5 of you have correctly voted the mole out. If the box turns red, the mole is still among the 5 of you. And the mole
Oh my God.
wins.
Oh my
1,
God. What is it?
2,
If it turns red, I'm gonna lose my mind. No shot. It's her. It's the Muslim girl.
Who's the mole?
reveal yourself.
I knew it. I knew it.
So now the mole may step forward and reveal herself. 1, 2, 3.
No way! No! Bro, I had no idea. She was Norwegian too. I was like, Norwegian girls never get fucking titties done. No way. I'll admit, I had no fucking... I did not even... Called it 1 second. Chatters are such liars, dude. Why do you lie so much? Dude, no shot. I had no fucking clue. Straight up.
Damn it!
Thank you.
That's why I raised my hand.
Yeah, no, that's why I raised it.
I was baffled. I was bamboozled. Trust issues. Why did I not ask her if she was wearing a bra? Why didn't I ask her to jump?
Oh, I wish some of us raised our hands more.
I had no idea. Like, she was.
Yeah, by the way, Charisma, Fallen Soldier, yo, you hate to see girls take down other girls. You know what I mean? This is literally women coming after other women, okay? Charisma, saved. Told you guys.
Not on my radar at all. Like, she played that game so good.
I grew up not really
Charisma suffering from success.
having big boobs at all. When I first hit puberty, I was like 11 or 12. My mom told me they would grow, just wait till you get older. It never happened. I never developed them at all. Like, my stomach and boobs were the same when I was 20. And I just wanted to get my boobs done because I wanted to feel more confident, and I never was insecure about it, like to the point where I got bullied.
Dude, I would have never thought a Norwegian girl got breast implants. Like, it actually blows my mind. That is a cultural blind spot that I had, okay? Straight up. Because like Norwegian women are so like large to begin with that I just automatically assumed them things were thangin' naturally. You know what I mean? Norwegian girls, especially with their body type, have fairly small boobs. I have no idea. I do not know that many Norwegian women's. Maybe that's why. Definitely got a bit of they're Asian. They should be flat going on. Look at the 2 voted out. Why is Charisma Asian? Also, I don't think so. Especially because like what Asian women don't have breast technology is different nowadays, okay? That's not a thing. Stop Asian titty hate. Don't overthink it. I'm overthinking it.
About it and stuff. To me, I wanted to feel what feels more feminine to me, which is kind of curvy and like balance my body out more. And I haven't regretted ever
Good
since.
on her, queen.
Well, they look great, girl.
Yeah, they are, and she came in with like you act like you have PhD in tittyology, and yet every boob video you are stunned by something basic. No, I felt like she came in with this quiet confidence, like a boob job. Literally gender affirming care technically. I mean, it is. Not even technicality. Like, it just straight up is gender affirming care. Yes, getting a boob job is gender affirming care. Getting a nose job is gender affirming care. 100%. So it's a W when women get breast implants, but an L when short kings get shin extensions. Brother, I don't think you understand. Boob implants don't actually render you useless for the rest of your life in the field of athletic endeavors, okay? Oh, it was a joke. I thought you were being like a classic incel shit. Like, there's a difference in like breaking your fucking legs and then like putting screws in there and like purposely opening it up so that the bone heals in a longer way. You can't literally be that dumb. What the fuck? How did you think that was that serious? Brother, have you been online? Have you been in my chat? You've only been in here for 1 month, I think. Trust me. I've been here for 3 years now. You have, okay, if you've been in here for 3 years, even though it says following since 2023, 8/13, okay, you've definitely seen way more unhinged shit than that take. Hasan showing his 6'3", 250-pound height privilege. No, I get why. I get why people do it. I just think that right now, as it stands, it is not as good a surgery with little complications as fucking breast augmentation of different sorts. So that's what it is. If it was easy, if it was as easy as a breast implant, then fuck yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? Dudes would be out here like 6'10", like it's nobody's business. Height surgery is so incredibly painful. What's really fucked up is that there's no penis enhancement surgery. I feel bad for the micros. Chatter, you didn't. Once you say the first thing, it doesn't matter. Everyone now assumes you have a micro penis. You know what I mean? Oh, I feel really bad for other people, not me. I am a believer that it's, I think, good for mankind that there is no penis enlargement surgery that is viable. Here's why. Okay? And like, a lot of chatters will say, I've seen your dick, shut the fuck up. Okay? And to them I say, there's no such thing. From the point of a man, from the standpoint of a man, there's no such thing as too big. I think men are the biggest size queens. I don't think women are that big size queens as men are, okay? That's what I'm going to say. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning that is because dudes would be walking around with comical dicks if penis enlargement was, like, viable. Like, comical dicks. People would go way overboard, okay? Like, you'd go into a fucking boardroom and dudes' dicks would be falling out of their pants, okay? They'd be like, oh, shit. They'd be like, Hank, pull your penis back into your fucking pants. Like, the tip of your dick would literally fall to the ground. It would hit the ground, okay? People would never stop. They would never stop. There's no way. There's no way you would stop. People be walking around with whale cocks, okay? Like, people would look at a 14-incher and go, that's tiny. What are you doing? Like, what's happening with your little old 14-inch ass dick, bro? Get that shit out of here. We got big boys in the room. We're rocking 30s, okay? Think about how different life would be. Think about how different life would be. It would be an endless endeavor to continue enlarging your fucking penis, okay? An arms race. Exactly. A nuclear arms race for the cock. Cockenheimer. Yeah, the first doctor that figures out penis enlargement is like, I've become cock, destroyer of penises, destroyer of civilization, as you know it. Cockenheimer. Also, that's another really good take. You would destroy entire economies. No more gun sales. No more big pickup trucks. Like, things would be so different. Like, society would be dramatically different. In many respects, I think dudes would probably stop. They would just stop. They would only be getting penis extension over and over again. Penis extension recovery. Penis extension recovery. They would let go of like positions that they held in society. I guess it would be utopian in that regard. A third arm race. You would have people that prefer natural over fake, though. My friend, I already explained this to you. This has nothing to do with women. Okay? I don't think you understand. Penis enlargement has nothing to do with women. It is what men perceive of women and their wants, but it has zero to do with women. If you're going to be real about it, there is nothing going on in the penis enlargement sphere with women. Do you know how deep a vagina is? Do you understand? Like, vaginas have the capability of pushing out a child and also taking your little ass baby dick at the same time. Okay? Well, not at the same time, but like the same vagina can do that. That was weird phrasing. Okay? So, like, there's only so much vagina. It's not about that at all. There would be one country that does it really good, and you see a whole plane of dudes with their cones in their laps or something, just like those pic of bald dudes leaving Turkish planes. Yeah. 3 to 4 inches, but they can expand when aroused. I know, but there's only so much expansion that can occur. You understand that, right? I can confidently say this has been the most intellectually stimulating HasanAbi broadcast I've ever watched. It's just like it doesn't. I don't know how to describe it. Like I don't know how to explain it any further than I already have. Like, dudes care more about dick size than women do, I think. Especially beyond a certain point. 100%. Now that you've come out as pro boob, what other controversial takes do you have? Well, is it not legitimate for women to get breast augmentation just because they want it, like the woman in this video? Yeah. The difference between women and men is that it is so unique when a woman gets like double Z's or something that it becomes newsworthy. Every man would get penis extensions beyond, like every man would get the double Z titty expansion would look like child's play in comparison to what dudes would do to their dicks if penis extension and enlargement was like a viable surgery, okay? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't think you understand. Ab implants are a thing and not many people get them, to be honest. Yeah, because that shit looks ridiculous. The guy with the largest cock ever, Jonah Falcon, used to have a call-in radio show called Talking Yankees, but during the off-season, the show was about Xbox gaming. So during the Yankees version, callers would call and ask Xbox questions and vice versa during the off-season, or they would just ask about his giant cock. Some cock lore for everyone. First of all, men would die. Like, men would die so much. Not because the penis extension surgery is, like, viable, but it still kills people. Because they would have so much cock that the blood would be sucked out of their body the moment of erection. The moment that they got an erection, they would have no more blood pumping in their fucking hearts. And knowing that, they would still get it. You know what I mean? Knowing that, they would still be like, nah, fuck that. I'm still getting the fucking hog. IMA, what? You have to read this. IMA request for someone who is, ask me anything request for someone who's undergone penis enlargement surgery. I have the misfortune of not being very well endowed, and I was wondering if anyone has undergone enhancement surgery. I've been considering making the leap and going under the knife. How much did it cost? Where'd you get it done? What gains have you made from the surgery? Are you happy with the results? Thanks a bunch. Edit. I'm not looking to be huge. I'm around 4.5 inches erect, or give or take, or 3 inches or so flaccid. I've been told I'm small to my face. Aw. Also, I'm in the military, so people see my junk frequently. Immediately, I was sad, and then I was like, oh, there it is. I'm tired of disappointed looks from my fellow soldiers in the shower. Yeah, it has gotten into my head, and unfortunately, that has become an option for me. Isn't there a single person on here who's had the surgery? I haven't found a single unbiased review of the survey online. I'm a urology resident. I've never seen the procedure because no respectable urologist would do. Yeah, I mean, even now, 13 years later, the reality is that there was an article on it. Fuck, what was it? Was it The Atlantic? There was an article done. And it was really fucking bad. Like, it's still totally fucked up. Yeah, ProPublica wrote about it, said inside the secretive world of penile enlargement, get your Woody served here. They wanted it because they just gone through a bad breakup and needed an edge in a volatile dating market. It's just, you can get an implant, but it's really for if your dick doesn't already work completely no matter what. You get implants stuffed in your dick, but you can't get erect as a permanent chubby. Like, that's such a monkey's paw situation. Like, why the fuck? Why the ever-loving fuck would you want a bigger dick, but you can't get fucking hard? You know what I mean? Like, that's awful. Are people just slinging dong on a first date left and right? Like, why would you need that for dating? Remember, it turned out he was like 6.5 before and then got implants and his dick didn't work. Yeah, there was the one guy that they covered that had a 6.5 incher and he got a fucking implant. And it's like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Learn how to fucking eat pussy, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You made Emily sit alone at the Streamys.
Walk in,
Sad.
and then my table, I sit alone, okay, because I don't have anyone. To my left was no one, all right? No one. And then to my right was supposed to be Hasan, but he wasn't even there. So then
I'm sorry.
Left and right,
I was sick.
had no one. And I was like, oh, maybe Hasan's gonna be here. And he's not even here.
I was sick.
I just sat alone. But it's okay because the people at my table were so nice. They were walk in and
Who else was at her table? Cutting the suspensory ligament, the most widely used surgical procedure to lengthen the penis, involves cutting the suspensory ligament that attaches the penis to the pubic bone. Also, skin is moved to the abdomen to the penis shaft. When this ligament is cut, the penis appears longer because more of it hangs down. What the fuck? So fucking terrifying. All right, let's look at this. Comparison average women breast size by country. What? What is this music, dude? Wait, what is this? Is it millimeters? What's happening? Like, what is the average breast size? What is MI? Oh, it is millimeters. Jesus Christ. Whoa! Big ass jump from Italy to Slovenia. Milkometers. God damn. Okay, India, what the fuck? Uruguay, Croatia, Portugal, carajo. Damn. Ukrainian titties are wait, did they say Russia already? Did we pass? Yeah. Ukrainian titties, they're way above Russian titties. That another massive jump. What the fuck? That's a big ass dude. It's so funny every time it jumps like crazy. It's so funny. It's just like, well, here's the Ukrainian titties, and then you're like, what the fuck? Okay, Spain. And now you know why U.S. is a dog in the fight in Ukraine. You know what I mean? It's not. We knew it wasn't because they love democracy or whatever. It's because they got bigger titties, dog. Shit. Now we know. They thought they were fucking slick. Also, what is happening here? Oh, okay. See? Fuck you guys for saying Norway. What? Norway's not like known for being big titted. What are you talking about, dude? Also, number one's probably America, for the record. But yeah, that's why I was shocked. Bro, they need that shit in the cold, except what the fuck? What about New Zealand? What? Australia? What is happening? Oh, England is going to be another big titty nation. Yo, what? Turkey's up here? What? Netherlands. Yeah, UK and then the US is gonna be fucking bazongas, dude. Bazookas. Ireland! Out of control! Oh, Canada! Yo! What? That's crazy! That is not real, brother. What? Bro, we are looking at the rest of the planet from the titty ivory tower, okay? We are on an ivory tower looking down upon the rest of nations, okay? We have the biggest bazookas, dude. For the U.S., it strongly correlates with obesity, unfortunately. Brother, it strongly correlates with obesity in every country, okay? Let's be very real. What do you mean? Like, now do dicks law? I mean, fucking, I'm down. I don't give a shit. You think I'll be like, no, I'm not going to do dicks. I actually do want to do dicks. Let's see. This is so stupid. All-time best-selling video games. Comparison of richest YouTubers 2023. I commented on the song's music after I watched it from my sock. Heard the song on the breast video. Woot. Please clarify which video you're talking about. Duh, the breast video. Dummy. Oh my God, what is this? Countries with average working hours. Fucking lazy ass Germans, dude. I feel like America's gonna be on top on this one too, other than like the global South nations that we exploit. We'll do the penis after this. We'll do the penis after this. Highest viewership count stream in months, Lamau. Bro, if you guys are going to be view count watchers, the least you could be is like accurate. This is so profoundly incorrect. I have 55K like literally 3 days ago. What the fuck are you talking about, idiot? Why is it always the view count Andes that are like either coming in the beginning of the broadcast or coming in at the end of the tail end of the broadcast and being like, dude, your view count is like so low now. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. At least if you want to like truly get at me, if you want to truly fuck me up, you have to come in at like an opportunity where I am feeling down. You know what I mean? Not when I'm having fun. $43 working hours? Or no, not 43. 1,000. Fuck. What am I saying? Hey, blah, blah, blah. The fuck? Cyprus? Romania? No, it was the rank. I read the rank. Sorry. Damn, Turkey's kicking America's ass, dude. What the fuck? I saw the U.S. I can't believe we passed it. Portugal, not so carajo. What? Okay, now I don't believe these fucking, this is like, I feel like this is this is like, the metrics gotta be a little skewed or something. Like, what the fuck do you mean Malta? Kapının içinde olması lazım yanında. Kitleme gerek yok. Ya gerek yok. I don't think this is real. I feel like there's something busted about this. But let's do the penile sizes now. The music is so good. Philippines 1085 centimeters erect length. Sri Lanka 10 centimeters. I can't believe they didn't do penis music for this. What the fuck is going on? They also have a percentage of body height? Like, that's crazy to me. Also, am I crazy? I don't know. What is 12? What is 12 cent? Oh, I'm thinking in inches. I was like, that's kind of big. It's like, I was like, there's no way it starts off at 10. Okay, Cambodia got the longest working hours and the smallest dicks. No way. Dude, Henry Kissinger will pay for his crimes. It's under 5 inches. Damn, Ireland's getting cooked out here, dude. Oh! No! No! This is not a list you want to be represented early on. No! No! Oh, no. 5.1 inches. Bro, China's got bigger penises. They're laughing at us with their bigger dicks in China. That's crazy. So you're an outlier? I mean, I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. Sure. Okay, this is, dude, they put Armenia above Turkey. They put Greece above Turkey. This is a list that's cooked, okay? They're doing this for the crimes. They're doing this. They're literally getting back at Turkey for its crimes, okay? I'm telling you how it is, okay? You know what's really funny? There isn't like a big ass jump like with the titty one. Like there is no like massive jump from one nation's dick to the next where you're like, what the fuck happened? He finally didn't get away with it. Bitch, what do you mean I didn't get away with it? You've seen the outline of my cock. I'm very happy with my tool in my tool belt, okay? Damn, US dicks are barely bigger than Japanese dicks. Not if you look at porn though. US porn, dicks galore, okay? US porn, everyone's rocking like a 12er. Not really, but you know, it looks like you would expect it to be 12 inches. You look at Japanese porn, dudes are working with millimeter Peters, okay? What the fuck's going on with their porn? If you're bragging, you ain't pagging, buddy. I'm not bragging at all, but I'm not pagging either. I have a very normal penis. Obesity rate should make US smaller, to be honest. AmeriFat's got to do the upside down Star Trek salute, pushing back the fat to buy an inch. Hey, listen, it's still there. Finland? Ukraine, North Macedonia. Wait, Ukraine before Russia this time? Albania! What the fuck? Norway. Lot of Turks out here. Wait, what? Dude, what is up with Australia? Like, Australia's got the biggest titties and like comparably larger penises too on the list. I feel like, wait, what is 14 centimeters? 14.4 centimeters. What is that in like freedom units? 5.7 inches average? Like, that's not bad. For average, it's like, if that is your average, like you're half of that's bigger than that. That's wild. It's all the Vegemite they eat. They were sent to a penile colony. So is the United States. And that didn't work on their peepees. You know what I mean? Germans have what? Wait, what? That's so weird. What? Out of nowhere, Germany's just like work less and get a big cock. Yeah. I just realized like a lot of the penis index works inversely with fucking penis index works inversely with hours worked. Okay, Chile. What the fuck? Oh, dude, come on. Wait, dude, that's this portrait you use for El Salvador? Oh my God, this is the most cooked ass dog. Are you serious? Bro, for El Salvador, they use MS-13. That is insane. That is so fucked, dude. Damn, Mexican penis is on top, dude. And Hungary, too. I gotta pee. Fuck. I'm gonna miss out on the Bro, this is... Dude, this is insane. Oh, shit. Hold on. The end of this video goes insane. Bananas mode. This is insane. 16 inches average? Like, how the fuck? There's no way they got it. There's no fucking way that they got this right. 16 centimeters, not inches, sorry. 6.5. It's 6.5 inches average, dude. Average. Like, goated Cuba. They lie on the penis test. Canada was 13th, and I'm satisfied with that. Get the fuck out of here. No shot. You just measure in centimeters? Yeah, dude. I had a fucking measuring tape that I busted out. Yeah, this list is just the biggest liars, I think. Is there a vagina depth comparison by country video? No, they don't have it. I don't think this is a new game called Parasocial. Please play that. Is a Japanese horror game about a live streamer? Bro, why do you want me to play a game about my life, dog? Wow, he figures it out. Were you happy because yours is more than that supposed to average, weren't you? Wait, what? This is like closing shift, isn't it? Guys, we moved on. We moved on. We moved on. We moved on. We moved on from the Chad penis, okay, and the image that they used. Okay, please stop. Like, we moved on. Please. Hasan only plays games if you get sponsored. I mean, the fact that you're saying that when I've logged in, let's see how many fucking hours on Steam. On Yakuza Ishin Like a Dragon. Actually, Steam hours are like kind of weird. On my Steam Deck, it says like a different number than it says on my actual Steam, but we'll see. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. Motherfuckers be like, Hasan doesn't play video games. I've played in the last 2 weeks, 12.7 hours, and it's mostly just yesterday and the day before. Okay? 12.7 hours. They meant on stream, I think. I mean, it doesn't even matter off stream, on stream. Like, if I played this on stream right now, you motherfuckers would leave. You know what I mean? Ne oldu? İyi yürüdünüz mü? What do you think of Immortals of Avium? It's actually pretty sick. I liked it. I'm stuck on the Melina of Armored Core 6. I'm losing my mind. Stuck for 7 hours now. Y'all act like I don't play video games on stream, and then the fucking numbers plummet as soon as I do that. You know what I mean? You should update Fortnite and play the new season with me and Rainbolt sometime soon. No, I refuse to play Fortnite. I did a thing funny as fuck. What did he do? Haha, very well deserved. I'd love to mail you a congratulatory package. Looking forward to it, Mark Unabomber. What the fuck? I cannot believe I dethroned Mark Rober. Thanks at Streamys. Are you gonna play Starfield on stream first night at least? I will be playing Starfield, yes. Starfield is one of those games that I will play regardless. Like, I'll play into the fucking ground. Here, let's watch this. Eiichiro Oda meets Iñaki Godoy.
Hey guys, my name is Iñaki and I play this one guy called Monkey D.
Notice how it says previously recorded on there, because he can't be in any new promotional materials, so that Netflix has to be like, yeah, we did this before I promise we did this before the strike.
Luffy from One Piece. Right now I'm currently in Tokyo, and the reason why I'm here is that I'm gonna go meet Eiichiro Oda.
That's crazy.
The creator of One Piece. It's like meeting Batman. I get to meet the secret identity, and it's gonna be a secret between him and me. I am really looking forward to it. I'm a little bit nervous.
Fucking living the goddamn dream, you know? You hate to see others living your dream, living your fantasy out in the real world.
Iñaki! 本当に元気なやつでした。
Wow!
いや、嬉しいです。会えて。
I am so happy to meet you.
Wait, what the fuck? Why are they hiding his face? I don't understand. He wants to hide his face? Like, what? Bro, there's photos of him.
Why do...
Look at that. What is that? Oh no! Nani? Nani? What's that? What's my mouse cursor looking at? What's my mouse cursor hovering over? That's right, baby. That's the portrait of Che Guevara. Not a big deal, you know?
Do a live action of One Piece.
昔はワンピースを始めた26年前はとてもこんな漫画が映像化できる時代ではなかったんですよね。だけど
The One Piece sub was twisting itself into a pretzel trying to deny it. Dude, that is so funny. Yeah, no, definitely. One Piece is not political, famously. Yeah, he probably just, you know, he just...
もうある時からその CG だの VFX だの本当に技術が上がってきて何でも映像化できるようになってきた。だからそういうものをたくさん見たからこれならまあ本当に信頼できるスタッフをさえ見つければなんとかこの映像化できるかなと思って。
This dude is just like going like, does he speak Japanese? I don't think so. Back away, man. No, he's just like eating his face. He's face eating distance.
で踏み切ったっていう感じです。でも本当に実写化で一番
Dude, I suspect the Reddit, like the subreddit scoured over each individual detail. Right? I assume they like picked apart every part of this room. You know what I mean? I kind of want to look at it a little bit too, but...
でも本当に実写化で一番
Bro, what the fuck? He's touching him. He's touching his knee. What? Dude, what's going on?
心配だったのがルフィみたいな人間が見つかるのかっていう話です。うん。だからいろんなオーディションの動画をたくさん見てて、ひねきくんを見たときにちょっと笑っちゃったんですよね。
It made you laugh? It's ready! What is it? Or Jolly Roger?
もうまず僕の描く漫画みたいな人だと思ったから、もう直感。
Dude, I can't believe he did this interview. After this, if this is like a flop, oh my God. I mean, people will forgive him, but Jesus Christ, I hope it's not a... I hope it doesn't flop, dude. Holy fuck. He's like, you're just like Luffy? Oh, God.
完璧にルフィだって思った。
I feel like this role was meant to be, and I want to play Luffy for a very long time.
本当にそうしてほしい。もう君以外想像できない今のところ。
Dude, Nick is not green would have been a better Monkey D. Luffy, actually. I feel like he just looks, I mean, he kind of looks like a not as good looking Nicky's not green. Oda still has the photo of Che Guevara in his office. It doesn't seem like people are against it. Great Japanese storytellers must love Che Guevara. First Kojima, now Oda. Man, no wonder Metal Gear Solid and One Piece are so awesome. I think a lot of Americans don't understand that Che Guevara and Fidel Castro have different reputations in other parts of the world than they do have here. Respectfully, not generally. Americans hate anything besides capitalism. Oda pretty much gave the game away with Aramaki's little speech about how the lives of non-WG world government affiliated countries don't matter because it's the same as how Western society wouldn't function without sweatshops. That's, you know, it's mostly just like defending it, I think. The Zorro actor said One Piece is better / bigger than the Bible. They don't give a fuck. I mean, the Zorro actor is pretty good, so I respect that take. And also, I agree with it. And also, maybe sort by controversial. No, fuck that.
I love drawing, and I made this for you. Dear Mr. Oda, thank you for creating One Piece and making so many people around the world happy. Playing Luffy is a dream come true, and I will always do my best to bring him to live action. Luffy is a friend for the world who teaches us about...
Wait, I sorted by controversial. After HasanAbi started watching One Piece, this sub has been just a big circle jerk for communism. American kids now know nothing about communism. Lefties in general claiming that One Piece is supporting their ideology and beliefs is the cringiest thing I've ever seen on the sub. Yeah, him and his fans are some of the most closed-minded people I've ever met. The literal definition of here's a ton of proof showing you're wrong. Hasan fans, nuh-uh. Whether there's socialist, communist undertones in OP is a conversation that's interesting to have, but some people are so set in seeing things they want to see and ignore all the things that counter it. OP is a complex series saying different things. Oda has shown opinions that could be comparable to left or right-leaning. What could you ever say that is right-leaning in any of One Piece? Like, I don't think that, like, Oda is literally a fucking communist or whatever. I don't think that. But I do think he's fascinated by left-wing revolutionaries. Very clearly has added that into his work. And also, yeah, he's like, there's a lot of right-leaning things in there. Yeah, the villains. You mean the fucking police? Are you talking about the motherfucking world government and the police? Is that what you're talking about? Who the fuck is watching One Piece and going, I love the Celestial Dragons? Oda did such a good job showing them. One Piece is debatably communist. I personally disagree with that take, but I see why people have it. But it absolutely is liberal leaning with its themes and messages. I agree with that more than other takes, by the way. No, it's not leaning in any direction. It's simply good versus bad guy. Yeah, guy, you're saying that because you deep down inside intrinsically understand that, like, yeah, it's good. It's good to have, like, left-leaning positions. That's what it is. But in reality, you want to maintain the presence that you're like a right-winger and you just can't comprehend it internally. That's what it is. That's a very dense read of a story that's been pretty explicit about its themes, especially with the whole arc revolving around medical care, access, natural resources, and racism. The cross-section of hogs and OP lovers is full of people who wish they could own slaves like the dragons. Obviously, Oda goes into detail about prejudices born and spread without nothing to the story is inherently political. Make sure to tell the story in such a way that the overall message is racist and bad. If you want to say it's political, then what are the policies he's advocating in the story to correct it? Same with Drum Island. If you are right-leaning or left-leaning, nobody agrees that an egotistical king should take all the doctors and make it impossible to get treatment. It's clear Oda tries best to avoid being too political and just leave it as good versus bad story. Dude, that is such major copium. What? Politics are not the same as public policy. It's about sharing a perspective through the work, not giving a step-by-step guide on how to fix the world problems. Regarding Drum Island, by the way, you can tell that this is a right-winger who wrote this. You want to know why? Because they have no fucking, like, they have no time or no brain processing power for any kind of, like, undertones, no subtext whatsoever. It's all got to be text, okay? Like, he's like, oh, what do you mean? He didn't make, like, an incredibly dense and boring work talking about how here are the steps that we need to eviscerate. Here are the steps on how we achieve universal access to healthcare for all. Like, what the fuck? So stupid. Politics are not the same as public policy. In what part of choosing to break the cycle of hatred is political? Just a general life lesson? Yeah, right-wingers don't understand it. It's just like... Lead Lay Leela. Thank you for the 25 get the subs. Allowing 25 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Allowing 25 people to avoid that. Here's another controversial. After HasanAbi started watching One Piece, so he is based. Reddit moment. Reference for drawing or character motive? Here's the term ad right now. People out here really don't know what communism is. If you want to put a political ideology on One Piece, closest would be probably libertarianism. Yeah, left libertarianism, fucking dummy. And before people come with the bullshit argument of revolution and being anti-government, I'm going to tell you that those aren't neither communist nor leftist exclusive ways of thinking. There's nothing communist about One Piece. As for the photo, it could be just a reference, or maybe Oda just does like Che Guevara, but it doesn't mean anything about One Piece. It means so much about One Piece. It's so much more than just like a photo of Che in his office. I don't know why people just try to do that thing. It's just unadulterated copium. There's so much copium in here. This thread is awesome. MegNoob614, thank you for the 5 gifted. Like, Luffy himself, the goal above all things to be the king of the pirates, which in his eyes is the most free person in the world. I like that they automatically assume that they associate that with, like, right-leaning perspectives, right? Which is really funny. Because it's like, what do you think socialism is? Like, do you think socialism is the least free? Like, oh, socialism is when no freedom. Capitalism, on the other hand, is when all the freedom. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're so stupid. That's why they run with, like, socialism is no nice house, nice cars, nothing. Only bad, tattered clothing. Anyway, all right, let's finish the rest
About
of this.
courage, dreams, and family. I am beyond honored to be a part of his story, and me and the entire live action team admire you so much. Thank you for One Piece, and thank you for Luffy.
僕はもう君がもうルフィみたいにして生まれてきてくれたのが一番ありがたい。
I love your character, Luffy, and he means so much to me. He makes me smile even when it's hard.
いやもうそうやってみんなに元気にすると思いますよ、稲木君のルフィが。
Read the caption of that cover story. Caribou's New World, he. The time has come to bear arms, farmhands. The revolutionist Commander Guevara has made his triumphant return. I mean, guys, that can mean anything, really. And plus, he's probably a villain. He probably wrote him in as a villain or something. Apparently, Oda never left a set to make sure the adaptation was so good. Fingers crossed. I don't know enough about this character. I don't know what's going on here, so I can't speak on it. But what I can tell you is this. The best characters on the show, the greatest characters on the show, have only been drip-fed to me because I'm still too early on. And all of those guys are revolutionaries, and I mean that in like the actual leftist sense. Yeah, Caribou was the Mud Logia fruit guy from Fishman Island. Yeah, it looks like him, the weird, creepy one. You talking Trafalgar Law? Wait, what? No, Trafalgar Law is incredible. I love Trafalgar Law. I'm also excited that finally, like, there's a little bit more of a Doflamingo involvement overall. But some of his, I remember Caribou, yes. Some of Oda's villains fucking annoyed the shit out of me. And Punk Hazard, like, the gas guy is so fucking unbearable, dude. I mean, he's better than some of the other villains. But I hate his laugh. I love that you guys are saying he has the best laugh. I disagree vehemently with you. But I think Doflamingo is going to be sick. Yeah, I hated Moria too, and Caesar is giving Moria vibes. This is dope. If you haven't watched it, Sanji Jeff promo.
Slow on the line.
Gotta wait for the sauce to cool.
I didn't see this on tonight's menu.
It's called imagination, Patty. I wouldn't expect you to understand.
You want to take this outside?
Are you asking me to dance? Because I've kind of had my eye on that blunder table 8.
Hey, you better keep your eye on the menu. Whatever
What
the hell
the
that
fuck?
is, boss man ain't gonna like it.
Wait, isn't he supposed to be French? What's happening?
Order up.
Hey. What the hell is this?
I call it true bluefin sauté. It's elephant tuna, seared asparagus, and a sweet soy reduction.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Well, I call it crap. And the day that Brighty serves a dish like that little eggplant is the day that hell freezes over.
If I gotta sling one more prime rib medium well, I am going to drop dead of boredom.
It's what we serve!
It's an insult to the meat.
Look, you don't like cooking our menu? Fine. Because I'll be more than delighted to give you some other work elsewhere. In fact, you are off the line. Now get out there and wait tables.
What the fuck? That's kind of funny. That's not bad. I don't think it looks that bad. I think that wasn't that bad at all. Especially because I didn't see any fishmen in it yet. You know what I mean? And I know fishmen are just waiting on the other side of those double doors, waiting to be served. Waiting to fuck shit up. And I know they do not look as great. I watched the first ep when I was in LA and it was actually so good, I'm not joking. I was not expecting Sanji to have a British accent. That kind of fucked me up a little bit. Don't know why he doesn't have a French accent, but yeah, everyone who managed to do the first episode said it was great. He has a French accent. Well, he doesn't have any accent, chatter. In the English one, he's just American. In the dub, everyone is. And in the Japanese one, he's just Japanese. But he is French in the canon. His kicks, and a lot of them are like French cooking terms. He's French. I'm just glad that they didn't fucking make his eyebrows like weird. That's like one thing that I'm glad that they didn't do. Because like looking at some of the other recreations, they were a little bit forced. And I'm happy that they didn't do that for... I'm happy that they didn't do that for his eyebrows. It would have been really unbearable. You know what I mean? He's a French-trained chef, but is he French? Those are not necessarily the same thing. Yes, he is French. According to Oda, he is canonically French. Zoro is Japanese. Yes. Another thing I'm glad, yes, they didn't do is Usopp's nose. That would have been fucking unbearable. Well, that's true. One can be French but not have the accent. I mean, he didn't grow up in France. Okay, dude. Kaku better have a square nose. I hope not. The biggest right-wing character is Zoro for being racist. He also happens to be my favorite character. Zoro is a racist, yes, but the best racist. So it's okay. You saw his background story. He was raised by Zeph from a child, and Zeph has the British accent. Makes sense. Nah. The meme of Zoro being racist is being used by Nazis and fascists now, so I don't make that joke anymore. Dude, they have nothing. Let them have this. Who cares? Fuck it. Like, they have nothing. If they're fans of One Piece and they're fucking fascists, they're so sad. Because, like, there's absolutely zero... There is nothing that you could remotely even cling on to like, to push for your politics as a representation. And that's the funniest part about it is that like Zoro is awesome. He's great. He's not like actually racist. It's just a fucking meme. And these people are just like, no, actually, like it's real. The memes are real. He's like, he is racist actually. I promise. And secretly Oda is too. Wait, Zoro is racist since when? They are hardcore fans of admirals. It's insane. Wait, really? They unironically watch One Piece and root for the fucking admirals? What the fuck? Bro, that is so fucking sad. What? No shot. Also, which admirals? That's also important. Yeah, it's like watching The Boys and rooting for Homelander and like thinking that Homelander is based and sick or something and not like an insecure man with like very weird fetishes, very specific. The only cop I tolerate is Smoker because he doesn't really follow the Navy's laws. No, Smoker's fucking annoying too. Even Smoker is annoying. I like him. I like them more pre-time skip. I get annoyed. I get annoyed at his behavior even during fucking so far during Punk Hazard. I'm like, hopefully there will be a turn, but. Like, he's supposed to be the one guy that fucking gets that Luffy is actually not as bad as you would think he is. There's a trans man way later in the show. Whether you go into the comments of Crunchyroll is littered with transphobic freaks coping. You know what's really funny about that? There are multiple trans people in the fucking show in the early seasons, but these fucking idiots, I know what you're talking about. I heard this meme. I heard this. I actually literally talked to I think I talked to Matt Owens about this. But you know what's really funny? There's hella trans people pre-time skip. There's so many fucking trans people. One of the like major villains turned friends is trans. One of the major revolutionary leaders is trans. And not only is she trans, but she also, her power is the trans fruit pretty much, okay? Where she can transmogrify people. So the idea that like that's the funniest fucking part about it, is that like these dumbasses, it's a perfect representation that these fucking idiots are geared towards like anti-trans shit now when they didn't recognize it or care about it 20 years in the past. Okay? 20 years ago, there's trans people, everyone's fine with it. Who gives a shit? Because no one is telling you to get mad. No one's telling you and pointing you to get mad at it. And now you're fucking mad at like a possible trans person later on. You know what I mean? Also, I don't think Bonnie is trans, just like cross-dressing. I don't think he ever refers to himself as she. Wait, first of all, yes, what? Yes, she does? What are you talking about? Yes, they do. I don't know. Yes, both of the trans characters that I'm mentioning, Ivankov and Bonchan, 1,000,000% do. What do you mean? Yes. There is no more non-binary and trans representation. Like that, you can't get more than that. You can't get more non-binary than that. Chan is female suffix in Japanese. Yeah, Ivankov is literally called a queen. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? The funniest part about that is Oda wrote that shit. Oda literally wrote that shit 20 fucking years ago. Like, Oda was doing trans representation at a time when I was fucking transphobic, okay? Like, I had transphobic opinions back then. There's half of chat that's now trans probably had internalized transphobia back when Oda was, like, writing positive trans characters. Bon Clay was out in 2001, dog, before 9/11. Yeah, it's, like, so funny. So, like, if you're transphobic and you're a One Piece fan, how the fuck does that work in your brain? Like, what do you think? Like, you're like, oh, I love Oda. He's the greatest fucking writer of our generation or whatever. But then simultaneously, you're like, for 20 years, this dude's been writing fucking pro-trans characters who kill cops, okay? Like, pro-trans characters who are literally either A, killing cops, or in certain instances, literally transifying them, okay? Like hitting them with the HRT gun, okay? Like, that's a real thing that happened in the One Piece lore 20 fucking years ago. 20 years ago. It just doesn't make sense. It's like reading The Punisher and thinking he's pro-cop. Oh, wait, they do? I know. That's one of the funniest ones, is that, like, Punisher literally kills cops. But Punisher, I get why they're, like, the right wing loves the Punisher, because, like, he is what the right see themselves as. Like, a guy who takes matters into his own hands when cops aren't violent enough. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. He's a vigilante. I thought One Piece was transphobic like the rest of the animes. I think animes are very unique in that sense because, like, I was watching Samurai Champloo, and I don't know how true this is, but like Watanabe was talking about how like pro-gay Japan was in like during the Edo period, where like there's like gay characters obviously in Samurai Champloo, and like it's interesting to think about that, like the Western culture and its influence caused Japan to be less, I guess, hedonistic. But I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean hedonism is in a positive way. Yeah, they were like Greek levels of homosexuality, talking about how like samurais are gay as fuck. So they were pro-gay but super racist against foreigners, lol. Yeah, it's ironic. But there are a lot of aspects in anime, at least in Japan, in contemporary Japan. A lot of the mangaka, it seems like, can either be like massive fascist pieces of shit who also love pedophilia, or in a lot of instances, they're very much like, they have Hideo Kojima brain, where they're like, you know, I mean, it's unique, it's different. They're culturally different, their opinions are different, their opinions on foreign policy are different, and ultimately, a lot of them are just like very progressive by Western standards. My guy, I'm doing Japanese history and uni, and I can assure you Japan wasn't accepting of gay people. In fact, they were in the lowest class of Japan with all the other outcasts. In the Edo period, maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I don't know enough about Japanese history. That's what they were talking about in Samurai Champloo. But from what I understand, it was like it wasn't until the Meiji era where Japan had such strict rules on such strict rules on homosexuality. But it does feel like, at least in the samurai, it's pretty well known. There's even art of it at the time. Yeah, like there was some boirovu art. Yeah, it was tolerated but not illegal, which is better. It was more ancient Rome homosexuality, top/bottom shit. There's a manga trope since the 80s of a trans or drag bar lady who plays a motherly role to the story protagonist that exists in Yakuza as well. The earliest I can think of is in 3x3 Eyes, where the main character Yakumo is literally raised by a trans woman he calls Mama. Yeah. There's always, yeah, it's like a guidance trope, like a older trans lady that will offer guidance. But what is this, bro? Quick YouTube search.
Can you imagine living as a gay samurai during pre-modern Japan? We all know as a country, Japan is usually represented with good food, amazing technology, anime, and of course, samurais. During the early days, samurai were required to follow very strict rules that were heavily influenced by Confucianism. Because of this, these warriors were expected to stay loyal to one master, respect their superiors, and uphold an ethical life, which is why anything...
Bro, this is an AI video, isn't it? I don't want to watch this. I watched a video essay that argued that Japanese culture is more pro-trans and anti-gay lol. I mean, it's entirely different. It's like, is Japanese sexual identities now versus back then is very different for everyone. The Great Mirror of Male Love by Ihara Saikaku was the definitive work on the subject of male love in Tokugawa-era Japan. In his introduction to The Great Mirror of Male Love, Paul Gordon Shallow writes, in the opening chapter of Nanshoku Okagami, Saikaka employed the title in its literal sense when he stated, I have attempted to reflect in this great mirror all of the varied manifestations of male love. It was intended to be a societal reflection of all the different ways men in Tokugawa society loved other men. The most common narrative of male-to-male sex and or love was that we would now consider a bisexual experience, the connoisseur of boys, shojinzuki. This term was applied not simply to men who engaged in bisexual behavior, but most often to men who engaged in sexually or romantically with boys often, but not exclusively. However, men who wished to only have sex, form relationships with boys, and men who filled the societal role of boy, exclusively homosexual women haters, or onegirai, were not stigmatized. Woman haters. Dude, what the fuck? In this same story, we see a character refer to himself and a friend as women haters in good humor. What a couple of women haters we are, he exclaims after they both agree that love of beautiful youth is the only thing of interest in this world. There were wakashu who would now be considered homosexual, wakashu who would now be considered bisexual, and now they would be considered heterosexual, as well as many who could easily be sorted into these categories. References to wakashu exclusively interested in men were relatively common, as an example of the popular actor described in the story Wine Cup Overflowing, who was sent many love letters from women, but who ignored them completely, not out of cold-heartedness, but because he was devoted to the way of male love. As Japan progressed in the Meiji era, same-sex practices continued taking on new forms. However, there was a growing animosity towards same-sex practices. So I wasn't wrong. Despite the animosity, nanshoku continued, specifically the samurai version of nanshoku, and it became the dominant expression of homosexuality during the Meiji period. Nanshoku practice became associated with the Satsuma region of Japan, the reason being that this area was deeply steeped in the Nansoku samurai tradition of the Tokugawa period. Also, when the Satsuma oligarchs supported the restoration of power to the emperor, they were put into positions of power, allowing nanshoku practices to be brought more into the spotlight during this time period. Eventually, Japan began to shift away from its tolerance of homosexuality, moving towards a more hostile stance towards nanshoku and homosexual practices generally. For instance, the Ministry of Justice passed a sodomy law in 1873, criminalizing homosexual practices termed the Keikon Code. Why do you use Wikipedia as a source? Dude, why does everybody always say this? Like, this is a well-sourced document, okay? Unless someone went in here, wrote all of this shit, okay? Literally, when I decided to click on the link, like right in that weird, brief, like microsecond moment that you had like a copy-pasted article ready and it uploaded right as I was clicking on the article, I'm pretty sure it's, pretty solid. What are you, a fucking 2023? Everybody knows why people use Wikipedia as a source. Motherfuckers are like, you're using Wikipedia as a source? It's already sourced. All of these documents, you can... Rutgers Education. Dude, you are insane if you look at a summarization of numerous different fucking, like, scholarly articles on Wikipedia and go, that's so stupid. Why would you do that? What are you, a fucking boomer? Do you go to the source material? Did you fucking travel to Japan and conduct anthropological studies or something? Like, what do you mean? What are you, Andrew Tate? You're like, I don't believe anything I read. I only have to engage in the act of observation. Like, it shows you references, dumbass. Here, do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? It's called a reference. We were always all told throughout school to never use Wikipedia. You can't use it as a source. You probably know this. Yeah, and most people still used it and went to the academic text that you found on Wikipedia and you sourced it adequately from that academic text that you found on Wikipedia. Why are we acting like we didn't do that? You can use it to find a source. If you want to dive deeper into the actual texts, you can do that. I'm not going to sit here and read full-blown academic journals when my original assumptions came from literally fucking anime. This is significantly better than that, okay? I'm so confused, like... Anyway, it's a good way to look at an entire collection of genuine scholarly research on any particular subject. It's a good way because they compile a lot of it. The Wikipedia is incredible. Narrative is like 1970s food science at this point, woefully out of date yet frustratingly persistent. No, Wikipedia can be fucking, controlled by a bunch of really, really ridiculous editors. Okay, certain subjects can be controlled meticulously and leave you with a false understanding of a subject matter. It can be biased. It happens. Okay, especially when it's like, especially when it pairs along nicely with like American State Department propaganda. Everything can be biased. I'm not saying use it as a primary source, but if we're looking at a summarization, it's pretty good. Like I'm literally looking at it for Twitch stream. Dudes were okay with dick measurements data on a random YouTube 3D model video, but now scream when pressed with well-documented info from Wikipedia. Just move on. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, my understanding was that Western influence and Western involvement and overall disdain for samurai, which were like the main purveyors of homosexual lifestyle choices, created a unique environment in Japan that rejected homosexuality when prior societal formations were significantly more understanding of homosexuality. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Okay? And it seems to be consistent throughout the world. Number one. So it's not like this just came out of nowhere. This is a fairly common thing that has happened throughout history. Sexology, a growing field in Japan at the time, was also highly critical of homosexuality. Originating from Western thought, sexology was transferred to Japan by way of Meiji scholars who were seeking to create a more Western Japan. Sexologists claimed that males engaging in homosexual relations would adopt feminine characteristics and would assume the psychic persona of a woman. Yes, I was talking about it because of Samurai Champloo with the gay dude from Holland. Anyway, but that is also consistent with many other parts of the world. Turkey being another example, okay? The Ottoman Empire being a great example of this, something that I've talked about quite a bit. Homosexuality in the Islamic world, especially in the arts, was pretty decently represented. I mean, the Islamic Caliphate was held by the Ottoman Empire for centuries, and they were gay as fuck. And it was not illegal. It was not even thought about like that, as though it was a unique, out of the norm thing to do. And in the 18th century, in the Tanzimat era, as a answer to reformations that were slated to happen, the Ottoman Empire decided to decriminalize homosexuality. So the idea that like anti-gay, anti-trans rhetoric, all this kind of shit has not always been a natural part of fucking people's lives and natural part of people's existences, and is a relatively new phenomena that is absolutely backed by Western dominance, Western cultural hegemony, and it's purely the invention of the church. Okay? How do we get here from One Piece? Is because I was talking about how Oda is like pro-trans, or how Oda has written pro-trans characters 20 years in the past, and how those very same fans within the One Piece fandom don't recognize those trans characters as bad, but now get mad at a new possible trans character that Oda might have written. And that's why we're talking about it, because people are primed into anger, okay? People are very primed into getting angry about things that are right in front of their eyes that people are telling them to be angry about without even thinking about it. That's it. That's how we got here. And I was also talking about what I suspected of Japanese culture and its views on homosexuality being a interest of the Japanese population trying to be more Western. And it seems like I was right. Anyway. In Japan, gay laws are not federal anyway. There's no federal gay marriage, for the record. I worked at Amazon for 2 years as a driver. Ain't no way I'm getting Prime. Okay. I don't know where you got that from. Look up Princess Knight by Osamu Tezuka, the godfather of manga. Literally did multiple mangas with trans characters. So, in the Wano arc, one of the really pretty trans characters is introduced. You won't even tell she's trans. Yeah, that's the one we're talking about that everyone's very mad at. Chat is being pedantic as fuck about Yamato, but have nothing to say about Kiku. I don't even know. I don't know which character it is. I thought that one of them was like a trans woman or something, and everyone's like really mad about a possible trans character being possibly trans or something. Anyway, just stop spoiling it. It's a new arc for me. I haven't gotten there yet. Okay, don't give me that shit. I'm not supposed to know about these characters, no matter how much the One Piece fandom wants to spoil it. One of them is a trans woman, the other is a trans man who hasn't transitioned. Anyway, I am going to end it here early without watching Beauty and the Geek today, but we'll do it tomorrow, I promise. Okay? Okay? Another half day. Yeah, only 8 hours. Barely 8 hours. Not even 8 hours. 7 hours and 43 minutes. But yeah. Hardcore World of Warcraft stream when? It's not happening. Here, I'm playing the OG version today on the way out. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay?
All the chatter's trickling in, has sell people.
And I got a big dinner meeting to go to attend. But I will see you tomorrow, bright and early, baby, 11 a.m. Be there or be square. Peace, everybody.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Iger's face. Sad in Discord at your prop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders. Marauders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips and out your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. I can't say that word. A Trump rally, live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.